Bravo.
Yeah, thanks, Richard.
All right, now do "Feel Good Inc." by Gorillaz.
I don't work like that. You know.
Encore. Encore.
By the way,
What's that?
when I'm listening on my iPad, what happens sometimes, like if I'm listening on my iPad long enough, like every, I don't know if it's like every hour or every couple hours, the audio gets distorted on my iPad, so I need to leave and come back. Okay, like people's voices will start sounding like weird and stuff like that if I don't leave and then join back into the voice chat on my iPad. And it was doing that while you were playing your song a little while ago before I joined and came back. It was doing the weird whatever it does with the audio. I thought someone was playing like dance music, like almost like techno or something, into their microphone because of the way it sounded. Like it was mixing up your music, and it didn't sound bad. Like it legit sounded like dance music or something. And then I joined back. It's like, oh, he's just playing guitar.
Oh yeah, I don't know, brother. Yeah, how's it sound? It's a little light, maybe. Too much. Yeah, it's really respect. Too much. What was it? Too much. Free independent investigation. Taking out to South Polar navigation. 'Cause I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites. Crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh, 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 ooh. Too much. Yeah. Too much. Yeah. investigation. To your north to south, circle polar navigation. Cause I don't feel alright. No, 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 no. Says I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites come crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh, 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 ooh. You play too much. So I, yeah, 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 yeah. Since JFK assassination, says I don't feel alright. No, 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 says I don't feel alright. Going to bed tonight with your satellites crashing down, crashing down, crashing down. Ooh.
That was awesome, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Mm-hmm.
Check, yeah, I've got the mic going. I'm gonna have to set up. I don't have the time.
Come on, Witsit. Wrap some flat earth fucking shit over this.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. Up in the hills, Jack blows his sea, giving life to everything. Go watch it grow to the people I know need this medicine. An angry police sent like disease come after the weak and destruction increases. They work to fight our people, sent upon creation. So smoke one for me, smoke one for me, and I'll be out behind those prison walls for planting a seed, cultivating thereafter we for fighting for freedom, waiting to catch anyone who falls in their snares. Waking the sheep kept cozy asleep, one by one, and each mystery explained in full, so you'll know exactly why they fight us. So smoke one for me. Meditate, to smoke them Dutchies. Some make us sad to see all of the mysteries around us. So don't ever judge, show them the love. Know who you are from the Almighty above. Be one of them children that's sent to bring love on creation. So smoke one for me. Oh, so smoke one for me. Oh. Planting a seed, cultivating, thereafter we for fighting for freedom, waiting to capture the one who falls in their snares. Waking the sheep, kept cozy asleep, one by one, and each mystery explained in full, so you'll know exactly why they fight us. Whoops. If you guys want to talk about anything, just let me know.
Oh, nope, no one wants to talk about anything. Keep it going.
Right on, brother. Many are called, few are chosen. And the angels don't know the time. Many are called, few are chosen. Even the angels don't know the time. Mama said, boy, watch your words today.
You working on a rap in the background there, Witsit?
What you gonna say? And sunshine streets all across my tracks. You never know who really got your back. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind when it's going down. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind when it's going down. 'Cause who are you to say I can't be loved? For seeing pain and wanting a change to come. I know you know what you've been toxic now. I'm doing the same on a different road. Just doing the same on a different road.
Sounds suspiciously like the multiverse theory to me.
Oh, it's dark, but there's gold in there. I tell you, friend, I've been very scared. But learn your love like it's gonna die. You never know, it just might save your life. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind when it's going down. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind when it's going down. 'Cause who are you to say I can't be loved? For seeing pain and wanting a change to come. I know you know what you've been taught now. I'm gonna say on a different road. Just gonna say on a different road. I'm doing the same on a different road. Just doing the same on a different road. And Papa said, boy, hold your head up high. Listen more than you speak, and always ask them why. It's cold out, you can see it nice. But boy, you know when it's time to fight. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind when it's going down. It takes all kinds just to get around. Don't lose your mind when it's going down. 'Cause who are you to say I can't love? For seeking pain and wanting a change to come. I know you know what you do. No, I'm yourself on a different road. You yourself on a different road. Many are called, few are chosen. Yeah, buddy. I know something.
All I know is Issa's bringing people in the chat, bro. Before we know it, we're gonna have 50 people. It's gonna be popping.
Right on. Oh, shit. What's my lighter, man? Definitely not even my lighter. How you doing, Wizard? Fuck yeah.
Pretty good, man. Why don't you ever record anything?
I got some stuff that I've recorded. I used to put it just all on YouTube, like right away. Yeah, man. I got a couple tunes I've recorded.
Or I legit think you sound fire. I wouldn't just say that. You sound good.
Yo, thank you, brother. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Kai just got me a guitar, so I'm gonna try to learn.
Oh man, fuck yeah, dude. Get it, yo. There's so much to learn. It's so cool. I don't know what to say. Like, I just started playing with a pick, which is brand new to me, dude. Like, I've always played with like my fingers, and I gotta say, it's a whole new. There's so much to learn, bro.
Yeah, I already know.
Yeah, man. But yeah, I've been working. You ever listen to Tyler Childers, man?
Nah.
You'd love him, I think, bro. I have been falling in love with this dude.
He's got some passion.
I'm a little out of key, out of tune, a little out of fucking. He's like, man. I'm a stone's throw from the mill. Working. I'm a stone's throw from the mill. Stone's. Oh yeah, damn. I need my acoustic. It doesn't sound right on the electric, though. Wow, just doesn't sound right. I wouldn't do it justice. But I've been using a capo too, and those are fun. What's it? Once you start getting a couple chords, and then you start using the capo, they're kind of fun. I gotta say, but you can get some real cool. I don't know. I dig it.
I don't even know what that is, bro.
A capo is like it's a kind of a tool for the guitar where you can dead all the strings. I'm sure you've seen.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, and you can because then it gives you just more ability to use your fingers, but you're not. You'll get into that later.
Yeah, I just gotta bite the bullet and get through the tough part.
Yep. Yeah, that's fun, man. Do you play music at all?
Nah, man, that's what I'm saying. I love music so much, and I don't know how to play any instruments. And I just turned 30, so I'm like, instead of just saying it's too late, I might as well try and do it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, the best thing to learn to do is to count. count whenever you listen to music. Count like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and then you got 1 and a 2 and a 3 and you can count all that shit in a 4/4 song. You'll hear it too once you start listening.
Okay.
But it's like first just do 1 and 2 and 3. We hear the bass and we hear the drum.
Yeah, real talk. Like when I hear music, man, my mind my mind makes up words like according to the beat a lot, and it's like I just can only imagine how dope it would be to make the music yourself, right? Like to pull the guitar out and then be able to do that. So and she went and bought the guitar, like surprised me with the guitar. So I basically, because she's like, oh, now you got to do it,
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I always just like even just reggae shit. Even then, she's like, I have a foot pedal, so you can I can make, that's why I can jam on top of it.
Okay.
Like I always just like shit. You can sing the Bible over that. You know what I mean? Like, you know what reggae means? It means like king's music. on the battlefield. On the battlefield. Set my brothers free. On the battlefield. Set my brothers free. On the battlefield. One sec, guys. Oh, God. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, fucking man. I missed the New York City hangout with you guys, Forgive me, I haven't played that in so fucking long. Oh, what a shame. They're doing that right there. Forgive me, guys. I'm so disappointed in my fucking. Sex in the sky and love on TV. Your empty eyes break it off me. And the moon is landing on my head, and I can't feel anything you say. I can't feel anything you say. The blood is thicker in the anger space, like over the edge where Columbus killed. And through the lies of trees couldn't change. Washington's it, Washington, Washington, sex in the sky, love on TV. I forget so much of that lyrics, man. I can't finish it. Forgive me, guys. Yeah, I was trying to fucking get a tempo back. When some close start to bleed, take your pills and you tell me that you're clean. Dirty floor, magazine bar, that you wish it's not to know. When so cold down, start to bleed, take your pills, tell me that you're clean. There's no magazine bar.
Yeah. Are you there?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You guys have at it. If
What's
anybody
that?
else? Oh, I was saying if anybody else wants to talk.
You. I don't know if Gio's actually here.
I don't know.
That was fire, bro.
Ah, thank you, brother.
Yeah, I was jamming, bro. I was vibing.
Ah,
Was that
good, man.
that was you, Ethan?
Yeah, man.
You suck so bad at guitar.
I know.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
We're gonna have to shut down the server, guys.
All right.
We're gonna have to shut it down. The Event Horizon Telescope collaboration has apparently put together a picture of the black hole at the center of our galaxy. So that wraps it up.
You
Closing
know,
time.
I saw some like somebody put like
Yeah.
somebody
You
put
guys,
BH for black hole, and I thought like it didn't make me think of black hole. You know what I mean? Like it's like I don't know.
you
Think of like butthole. It's like they're so like like they're so profane. Like they're so stupid.
yeah, for sure, bro. I swear they even do that with like journalist names. That's how you know they're CIA, bro. Because they have a name made for them, but it's like it's like a perverted disguise. I think it's cool though overall, right? Because that means a lot of people aren't that depraved. You see what I'm saying? Like they don't even see it. Like a lot of these people, when they hear some of us truthers, if you will, start to tell them some of the stuff that's going on, they can't even fathom someone doing something like that. So they think there's no way that's real. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, like they've never heard of like Edward Bernays. Like they don't even know who Carl Jung is. You know what I mean? Like they have no idea that like the little subtleties, the tricks that these guys have played over the years. You know.
And like
But
everything's written down. Like they wrote about all of it.
oh, it's like have you ever seen like every night they used to have like the Pledge of Allegiance or something, and it was like there was all this like lettering that's like underneath it. So it was like subliminal messaging in the nightly.
Oh yeah, back in the day.
Uh huh.
Yeah, dude, that was so crazy. I forgot what it was. What was it? It was like submit to the government or something like.
Some shit like that.
Uh,
Um,
you can
and people
prove
don't
it.
realize that they would play these types of games. But you're
Exactly.
right. But the problem, you're right. It's like when people are naive, which means in some ways they're good in a lot of ways.
Right. Like, it
And that's,
worked against us, obviously. They use it against us, but overall, it's like in America, like, you know, people just kind of are like, they like just kind of neglect any ill intent. I mean, to a detriment, but, you know, I mean, they use that against us, but that's still the reason they have to use us. You know what I mean? Like, because, like, just most people aren't, you know, the death of of the people will be ignorance. It won't be like evil. They'll just become evil, like, over
right,
time.
right,
Yeah.
right. I see what you mean. Well, I mean, that's what I was even thinking. Like how we were talking about, like last week or whatever it was. How the atheist is like the Catholic super soldier. You know, like it's
That's
just like
hilarious.
there's no morality. You know what I mean? Like made from a monkey, just doesn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like there's no check on like anything they want. Like it's the whole if they can get you to believe absurdities, you can commit atrocities kind of thing.
Yeah, and they're just gonna fall asleep at the wheel and then wake up around all kinds of atrocities and like be a part of it before they knew it.
Well, what's interesting is like even like in law, right? It's like I've heard it put like this: like the people who run the legal system are the children of Cain. Okay, so like they do everything by the fucking letter. You know what I'm saying? They do everything by the book, and they do everything like correctly. And so it's just like it's like you have to. It's like and it's also like jujitsu. So it's like they do everything by the book. So use the book. You know what I mean? Like that's the way I see it when dealing with them. Is like the idea of like like they have like they're so literal. Do you know what I mean, dude? Like they're so letter of the law that like all you have to do. It's like that's why it's so easy to like use the Socratic method to get someone to see your point in some of this stuff, or at least put them in a position where they can't. I mean, we're literally at the point where straight lines are curved right now.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
once you come to that kind of absurdity, like the team who won't concede that that's absurd is looks absurd. Like what I mean to anyone who's really watching or paying attention.
You can't even have conversation without defining terms now.
Well, I've been on that for a while. And I used to have said this for a long time is that our society is suffering from aphasia. And aphasia is the misunderstanding and misapplication of words.
Bro,
And
big time. That is the diagnosis.
yep. And like it's even to the point where like like gravity. Like when people like even like I was going head against Nathan and those guys about gravity having nothing to do with gravitation. Gravitation is what you have a problem with. We don't have a problem with gravity. Gravity, like you've pointed out, and I've been pointing out for a while, is a long time, is like, gravity is just gravitas. It just means weight. It means something just have weight.
Right.
It doesn't imply a cause.
Exactly. It just means like heavier weight.
Right. So, but now they've conflated the term to where that flat earthers saying that gravity doesn't exist makes you look like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
So
It's
like,
so backwards.
so when you say gravitation, that's different. That's the problem we have is the idea of gravitation. It's unproven. Gravity, yeah, we accept gravity. Like things have weight, sure. You know what I mean? But not under the. I don't know. I just think like definitions are so fucking important because then you can properly parse together. Pick apart a matter. But that's the problem is that that's what they don't want you to do. And here's the cool thing with language. I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about how there's legal language, there's business language, and there's slang. and slang changes all the time. Business changes slowly over time, and legal always stays the same. You know, it accepts new, maybe it'll accept terms and this, that, the other thing, but like that's why you can still use Latin in law because it's still applicable. You can't take it away from law. So like law dissects the shit out of everything.
And
Like
like it
even
was,
the what's
it's
up?
okay. Well,
No,
it's
go
like
ahead.
it's pretty blunt, right? Like Latin is a dead language, quote unquote. So the very primary language with the straight to the point, pack a punch phrases in Latin that the courts use, like no one knows anything about that language because it's just a dead language. So like they very bluntly separated it.
Yeah, well, and that's it though. It's like, and they tell you it's a dead language, but you got to remember this: is that it's like it's not what they say; it's what they do. So like, it's not what they say; it's what they do. And when you take that into account, like they can. It's like they can say all kinds of stuff, and I don't know. I just like you just like I don't know, man. I'm going off on a tangent in a certain way, just in like some old thoughts of stuff I used to study, and I just think like the Latin, like they say it's a dead language, but it's fucking alive and well in law, bro. Is what I mean.
Exactly. Like
Like
that's what I'm saying. It's so they put the trick right in front of everyone, bro. Like actually, I went to a school that you could learn two languages, and it was Spanish or Latin. And dude, I took Spanish, and I've known for a long time now. I wish I had took Latin, but I feel like that school's curriculum was super rare, bro. Like no one knows Latin.
yeah, my like I know my mother learned Latin. She grew up in England. I know, like like schools were way different back in the day. Even in the states here, I believe they learned some Latin. And they used to have a civics class, and they turned it into social studies. See, civics was all about your rights, and like you might have learned like habeas corpus or those legal terms like a little more, and others. You know what I mean? Like, um, and you just it's cool. Actually, what's interesting? Different ways that you say different Latin phrases will indicate to attorneys what school you went to. You
Wow.
know, so like so like if you say, I remember my grandmother was an attorney, and she just was. We were because I had never heard anyone say, and I'd only ever read prima facie, which and she I think said prima facie, or I think and she just was like, "Oh, why do you say it like that?" Like she didn't like that I said it. And
Yeah.
like it was just that like that old college, you know, tit for tat kind of thing, of like they're proud of the way that they say it and their school
Yeah.
says it.
Fati is what I've heard.
Right, yeah,
But
all
that's
kinds
what
of things. Right. There's all kinds of ways, and that's the thing though. You got to watch it though, man, because a lot of the shit that you check for online, like I don't want to sound like some fucking sovereign scholar. I want to sound like a motherfucking Oxford dude.
right.
I
You
don't
know
want
what's cool, dude? Is like, dude, it's a veil they put in front of these attorneys, though, and like, dude, I've had
to.
numerous people. They think I'm not telling the truth about my motion, but then like even when I start explaining it to them, they're like, "Are you a lawyer?" But
Oh,
no,
dude,
dude, like it's a veil, bro. It's just a veil. But I see what
I
you're saying, like being like getting the club lingo, kind of.
yeah, and having it down right, and and having it. It's literally the language of freedom, and freedom is complicated, and I think like um, it's the language of negotiation, and I think like it used to be kind of I think taught to us in a way, whereas today like we have no reference, no frame of like we have no like that old that meme of like people in the 50s were like, oh, your phone's gonna be they're gonna be listening to you on your phone, and I'll never let that happen. And then now it's like, Alexa, can you get my, it's
All
like,
right. Yeah.
I feel like people have like come so far because of this. This is why flat earth to me was always so important, is in the sense of like, for the people that are flat earthers or whatever, is the idea of understanding how they did what they did and walking through all of it, but not being, don't let it shatter your life. Like, don't let any of this information, like, if that didn't happen to you when you were 15 and you didn't rebel, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But otherwise, like, like, I don't know, like, study and I don't know, man. Like, at the same time, don't bow to these bitches, but offer a conditional acceptance. Don't say no. Offer something better.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like, just because, like, even like, everyone, I went after ODD for a minute. Like, and even I tried to explain to him, but it's too much of a catchy catchphrase. I do not consent. You can make hip hop songs out of that. And people,
Mm.
and people get it. You know what I mean? People get it. Oh, fuck the government. No, it's too easy. It's like the naive. Like, learning to say no is a good thing, but then you got to learn how to say no with class, and that's the conditional acceptance.
Yeah, it's like basically you got to show that like you're grown up
It's so
enough
fun to go on these flat earth servers.
some type
When they
of
don't think
resolution,
any
bro.
Globbers are around, they
Bro, I
start
could
talking
have
about
swore I was talking,
how
dude.
smart they are
Could have
and
swore
how
I
they
was talking.
realize things that nobody else has realized. And it's
Hey,
so
bro,
funny.
I'm
Oh, is
pretty
that
sure
So
50?
I'm gonna.
No,
comical.
that's 50. That's all right. That's 50. I
Ah,
know.
but I'm pretty sure I'm just
This
gonna
one guy
finish my
thinks,
point before
But
I
yo,
lose it,
50,
bro.
we're just talking. Hold
this
on.
one guy thinks
Hold on.
Okay, can I finish?
that
Okay,
basically
Issa,
he can go into a courtroom and he's got like secret
50,
Latin
bro.
phrases that he can say that
Okay.
will like null or void
We're
like
not
whatever's
talking
going on
about
in the
that. We're
court,
not talking
and
about
then
Are
they
you
that.
like
become like
hoping
law
that I'm gonna
right.
forget it or something?
All right, what's up? What's it?
Yeah, so it's basically like you gotta show that you're grown up enough to bring a resolution to the table, right? And
What?
that's the whole game. It's like presenting
What about
resolutions
Boondock
to.
Saints?
Uh, what's going
Yeah.
on, man? What? You all right? What's up, 50, bro? What you want to talk about so much? Now you don't want to talk about anything all of a sudden?
Well, I mean, so it's a scene. I was at a scene from Boondock Saints where they're going there and trying to speak in Latin.
Yeah, my dude is litty. All right, bro. Oh, maybe he's hot mic. Hey, 50, do you know that you're talking?
Wait, hold on. He's talking to me. Hold on.
Okay. Do you agree? Would you have any comments on what we were talking about, or you got something you want to talk
Wait, I'm
about?
sorry, guys. Sorry, I didn't realize it was hot micing.
Okay. But yeah,
I was
Issa, I think
goofing on y'all a little bit. I'm sorry.
it's all good. But like, I just want to drive this point home because this is the thing. So like, there's this like veil of this class of attorneys, or did you go to law school and all this stuff? And it's cool in a way when you peek behind it, you do find that you have some respect for what goes on and how they carry themselves in a way. It's like this. It's this more elegant, efficient communication realm that we don't know about. But the whole thing is, it's like coming up with a resolution. And when you
Yes,
can
man.
do that quickly, that's when people will kind of be like, oh, wow, he's good at coming up with a resolution. And that's how life is. You got to prove yourself. And that's the way that realm is too. But the whole thing is you gotta be, are you competent or man enough to come up with some type of resolution and like basically put your foot down and say this is clearly the only acceptable way type thing. If
Well,
you
think
can
about
come up with that.
you're in a, especially like what's so fascinating to me is that like you're in a courtroom, right? And they all admit they work for the people and they're all licensed to uphold the law, but it's almost like there's nobody really in charge other than the law, right? And so like the thing is that law equals like the contract between the parties, and everything is negotiable. And because we have a bankrupt society, if they get to make up money out of thin air, the answer for you is that so do you. You get to take pieces of paper and make it agreed upon value to money in their courtroom, bro. That's what's crazy. And that's why I say, like, when people are trying to like like I was or having a discussion with Jeremy and all those guys, and they were like, "Well, what you're not explaining what money is," and like money is like so kind of fluid and dynamic. You know what I mean? Like there's so many kinds of money. Obligation is money. You know what I mean? Like, and like I just think like when we understand that like our system is actually set up for us to play the pretend game with them, as opposed to fight them in the pretend world, trying to be real in a pretend world. That's where we go wrong, because we got to keep the real in the real world and the fiction in the fictional world, which is the citizens and everything else and the national debt and all this stuff. And that only plays a role in as much as if you can settle that financial side of whatever you're in there for, you can go off on the real side as far as you want. But if you don't settle the financial side, they'll cut you off at the knees.
Right. But we live in a world where they intertwine, right, bro? Like where say you keep where you try if you got to keep it real. Well, I'm saying if you got to keep it real, the power of the quote unquote government or whatever. I mean, they do just be wilding. Like they have people with guns all over the place, and I'm not even against them. It's just the way that it is now. Because I went and checked on them. Basically, I did an audit of the country, bro, and I can assure you, it's wilding, bro. And certain places are much worse than others, but it's just mass incompetence, bro. No one that is enforcing things. I hear what you're saying. You can beat them in the court, but I'm just saying, like, bro, they actually have a pretty good network where people have fallen asleep, and the people that wrote the original documentation said that would happen, bro. Like they literally were like, we're doing everything we can to prevent this, but there is no actual way to prevent this. The people have to prevent it,
and that's why the judges love it when you do this shit, because they get that. They understand that, you know what I mean, in that sense of like, that people are not even thinking about this shit. Most people are, you know what I mean, dude? Like when they find somebody who's intrigued, like, you know what I mean, like yourself and myself, like, it's interesting to them. And if you can do it correctly, even more so. And then fucking, but the rest of it, like, remember, this is their system. I often oftentimes, man, in my head, I put it onto God. Like, hey, this is your creation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? God willing, I have faith that no weapon formed against this, against us shall prosper. But you know what I mean? Like, and other than that, praise God and pass the ammo, right? You know what I mean? But like
yeah, of course.
at the same time, like, the legal, like, diplomatic solution is always the wisest choice.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. And I think that's like a obligatory of like men.
Right. Find diplomacy. That's
Yeah,
right.
bro.
I remember this too. This is something I often thought. It's like, yo, like, Adam was given dominion over the earth, and so were his sons, right? So you were given dominion over the earth. That means it's your responsibility to learn it, including this, including the law. That's how I look at it personally. And I only speak to you that way because I love what you're doing.
No, yeah, that's beautiful, bro.
And I think like, the more like, it's like I remember actually I was on a call with Weiss, and he asked me what happened with what would happen if the internet went down. And I'd be like, what, man, I'd be thankful to know that there's people like yourself out there. That's what I would do. The internet went, I would know that there's a Witsit out there in the world fucking righteously walking the earth. You know what I mean? That there's some righteous motherfuckers that I didn't even know existed prior to this shit. Like, how fortunate that we have internet and fucking Discord accounts and shit.
Right. Nah, that's such a good point, bro. Because like, and I guess maybe you would eventually think about the feasibility of linking up with certain people like that. I guess if you wanted to get like, but
Well, no,
yeah,
you
it's
know
a
what? But dude, back in the day, we would have met at like a show. It was, like, now we can be lazy. I don't have to go to no show. I can sit here and play my shitty, guitar music on the fuck, you know what I mean, and practice online as opposed to
right.
like, you know what I mean? Like, how cool, like, I used to always think that it was so cool.
Yeah, you
That,
get
like,
like there's no borders at all.
well, yeah, I don't
And
have to entertain you either. Like, you're not at my house where like I have to put you up for the night and like now you
right.
gotta or like now you gotta drive 6 hours home. You know what I mean? Or like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like it's like I can make my cup of coffee. I don't have to make you one and six other people fucking dinner. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
no
just
doubt.
cool.
There's no doubt. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a good thing overall. Like I've always looked at the internet like that. I'm like, yo, the internet won. You know, the internet always wins, and it's just this weird thing. It's like I always try to make sure I can disconnect from it, but it's like, yo, it's hard, bro. It's hard,
Well,
like
you
in
know,
a way.
I love that line. Like Bob Marley was asked when he was playing like electrical music and recording, playing electric guitars and all that shit. And they said, like, what do you think about using the fruits of Babylon to make your music? And he like looked at the reporter real strange, and he was like, Babylon has no fruit. You know what I mean? So like, anytime like you think you're using like some technology that was like, oh, this is fucking no. You know what I mean? Like, these are all
Yeah.
these are man-made blessings that like, God gave us the capability to create upon earth and fucking take advantage of. You know what I
Yep.
mean? So it's like,
Yep.
there's certain things and there's certain, everything has its place. You know.
I try to find the truth about like, should I go like flip phone only if in when I say find the truth, I mean pray. I like pray, and it just means like you go into a state of mind where there's just you fully accept from the jump that there's no hiding or lying about anything. Everything is seen and some. And you go into that state of mind, understanding and accepting that. And therefore, you're getting to where the creator is, right? Because that's how the creator's perspective is. You know what I mean? But anyway, like when you really do that, bro, like you get answers. And I tried to look for answers about that because I'm like on the fence. And I found myself online talking and making videos and stuff. And bro, I swear it's like the thing I thought I'd never do. Like it's so insane. But and I'll find myself here and it's like I know I was shown and I know that like I am supposed to use them. And it's like there's nothing, it's not like what they have is basically like their power. It's more so that it's like the belief and intention behind the use. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like anyway. I was shown that like yeah, using like modern devices and stuff is not only like permissible morally, it's like required. So I got my answer in the sense of like, yeah, you have to keep it. You have to use it.
Yo, you know what it is? It's where I look at it like it's where this little information war is happening. I'm gonna be muted, but I'm listening. You got to be on the battlefield.
Yeah, that's what it is, bro. It's the information war, bro. So I don't know. It's crazy, and there's like so many things. It's like all these people have so many opinions about what I do or whatever. But I just think it's so weird because like I know how to glitch the internet. Like it's really not that complicated. Like for one, you're just not okay. You just find the youth, which is of course where your focus should be anyway. Because if you have moral intention, that's the whole point of all of this, right? But so, like for example, easily you make things go viral on TikTok, and there's all kinds of layers to how you can do it. And it's like I didn't like it, bro. I didn't like the idea of basically my income being notoriety dependent or and not because of money, just like I just don't like that. Like I used to like put my hood on and get in the corner. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'd step outside a lot. It's just not my thing. It's not even that I'm nervous or anything. I just think it's weird. I think it's so weird when people just stare and like are like infatuation with others. Infatuation is weird to me. So it's like I don't know. And then I would just get real caught up in this flat Earth debate because I got really heavy into magnetism. And like the magnetism thing just like solidified everything. Like when you really look into magnetism, that solidifies everything. Or you can lie to yourself. You can ignore it, which is so weird. It's like that is the secret, bro. And so anyway, I started learning all about it, and I'm talking taking notes, bro. Reading crazy books, taking notes, listening to stuff, and that's really crazy for me, right? And I wanted to know that much. I became that infatuated with magnetism. And so then I'd be in these different things on Facebook, and I'd always be like, you know what, dude, whatever, you got like 10 of these people talking crazy to me. I'm working at the airport. I'm like, I get off at 3, I'll add you in for a debate. And then most of them would never show up. But long story short, I would start ranting on like the intricacies of magnetism. And then like I'd say it, and I'm like, because I like the idea that like if you can't explain it in the simplest terms possible or understandable terms, then you don't have any business talking about it, kind of thing. And so I would say the point, and I try to break it down, and I try to use a bunch of analogies, and I guess I would just go pretty like hard, and with all these people coming at me, and that was my only intention, was just like to win the debate, but I didn't have time to type to all these people acting crazy on Facebook, so I'm like, I'll debate you all at once. And then I guess Bob talked me into making content, basically. And I mean, it's not like he like, he didn't like be like, he didn't make me do something I didn't want to do. No one can do that, Is maybe the creator, but like, it's just crazy. And the only way it happened was like, I'm like, I actually really, really care about truth. Like, I just don't like lying, bro. I don't like when people lie, and I don't like when people tell people I love lies, and I don't like when people I love fall for lies, and I don't like to see children be lied to. It really, like, I don't like it. And so that was literally the only reason. And then I was like, I'm gonna make it so raw and like not polished that if it blows up, it'll be hilarious. Like if that could, and I'm going in straight into the shadow band corner, like like diving head first into the shadow band corner, and just raw, not not what goes viral. And that's kind of where I am now. It's like, and now I'm, where I am now, whatever. Well, I still do the same thing. It's like super raw, but that's not. It's like it's weird because I've kind of merged into this part of my life now where, like, it's like I'm supposed to do this as a living. Like this is supposed to be like what I do or whatever. And that's kind of weird. And then it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to turn it up, I guess. And that's why I really want to start playing the guitar now, man. Because I feel like I'm gonna need to express myself a lot. And like music is like given to us by the creator for like the purest form of expression. And that's why I actually like. I'm just ranting clearly, but that's why I like hip hop or whatever. Like it's just. I think it's one of the purest forms of expression, as in like the poetic expression itself, that's it, just a type of poetic expression. It's so fast. It's like you can say so much. It's such a efficient form of expression. But not rushing. And so they're like this merge of your subconscious and not rushing. But
you ever listen to Big L?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right on. Good.
Yeah. And like I said, like honestly, I don't even really like most rap, but I like rap, like the actual like act of like poetically expressing via rhymes quickly, and rhyme just for the phonetic value, like the phonetic and auditory value, because we're vibrational creatures. Like, bro, and okay, one time back in the day, I was tripping shrooms, and in not a lot of them or whatever, but just to say, dude, I knew how to play the guitar already. I know that sounds crazy and yeah, cool story, but it's like I knew how to play it, and the way I've always interpreted that, because I never really tried to go play it until I guess I'm about to, but it's like our bodies are vibration, and like vibrations go through us, and we emit vibration, and we're within vibration, and everything else has a vibration. And when you have an instrument, you're like becoming in tune with its vibration. You're using its vibration to exemplify your vibrations, and that's such a clearly natural thing. I feel like such an important thing, right? Like the frequency itself is like the frequency of everything itself, the frequency or vibration of everything. You know what I'm saying?
You ever get into like about like 432 and like 440 and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just interesting because I always find like there's a couple of like when you play a guitar, there's this thing called micro frets you can get because the guitar is not. It's just the way that it's built. It's like something's off. It's like a little like or you don't get like a true C, or you don't get a true certain sounds. You just don't. You can't get the right tone, but you can add these little frets in, and it helps correct the tone. But like certain music I'll play, like it's like I want to drop down, like it just feels more comfortable. I feel like there's something to that 432, as hippy dippy as it is. Because it's crazy that the Nazis are the ones who decided that we just have 440.
Yeah,
That's so crazy.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah, the Nazis are the ones who decided, the Philharmonic or the orchestra or whatever it was. They they decided that would be the actual resonance
What?
for C, I think.
Oh,
That song which it's got in the field, that's a fucking badass song, dude. That's a real good one, man. But after hearing that, you got potential in music for sure. And you're talking to Issa. Is it Issa or Issa, man?
Issa.
yeah.
That's what I thought. I heard people calling you Issa. I was like, who the fuck called it Issa?
Shit, yeah.
But yeah, and you talking to the right guy, Issa, man. Y'all should fucking get together for real and here or either in a side room and because Issa will drop some fucking jams for you. He'll drop a beat in a split second, man. He'll drop another beat in fucking another second, man. And you can flow with it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all two should get together, man.
It's tough to do online because you have the little delay, latency.
Yeah.
But you know what? I would love to do, like, I've often thought of. I know, like, Karen B does her little thing, and they're like the Flattober fests and shit like that. I'd like to do one of those. I'm gonna be busy one sec.
I could definitely hook you up, bro.
This is what I had in mind, man. I might go to Oktoberfest this year, but this is what I had in mind. Like, I could come up with all kind. I can't sing, right, or really rap, but I can come up with a lot of shit, a lot of beats, a lot of tunes, and I'm not even so sure about the words. If I took my time, I could probably come up with words, but just like beats. I feel like if I had somebody to drop just some little beats in the background, man, I could or either anybody could just come up, just make up a million different songs, and just go for it and then record it. And then all the ones that suck, just throw them out. But if you do, say, like 50 a day, just right off the top of your head, just beats, not necessarily trying to pinpoint the words and everything, but just some beats to go with a little background music. And man, you think about it, if you did even 20 a day and just discard, even if all 20 of them suck, I mean, you're going to get some good ones, right? If you just keep doing more and more and more. I mean, anybody else ever thought like that?
Yeah, dude, I've been like freestyling for so long, bro. I would say, like, in the field, I think that song is trash. Like, the reason that it sounds pretty good is it's like I was in that like freestyle vibe. That's where I'm like live and reactive, and so I control my voice and hear it preemptively very well, So it's like I freestyled that hook. It's like a couple of those rhymes popped in my head, and then I was like kind of going off. I didn't want to forget them, so I just like recorded on some gaming headphones, like sitting outside on my front porch to not forget that. And then I naturally, went with the music, knowing that, like, all right, this is where the verse would go. And so that was like some written rhymes I had in my head. I mean, no particular order, just rhymes I had thought of before. A long story short, it's like I've heard myself sound crazy, bro. Like my voice sounds like so many different ways. It's really pretty wild. Not many people in the world have seen it. I mean, like back in the day, people saw it like entire parties or like, like girls and whatever. And my homies know, but it's really kind of crazy. But I would love to do.
That's a good thing, though, man. Right? That's a good thing.
Well, it's
but
cool,
dude,
yeah.
I would like come up with a tune, man. I'll come up with a tune. And I'm like, man, it sounds good in my head, and I'll sing it to myself a little bit and start putting words to it. And I'm like, dude, I gotta, I'll do more on it tomorrow. Yeah, right. I fucking never remember the fucking beat. You know what I'm saying? Never.
Yeah.
If you don't
Like,
record it, you might as well just fucking save the time. You're wasting
yeah,
time if you don't
low key,
record
low
it.
key. And honestly, the better you do, like the more you forget. Like, I have thought of the craziest stuff, bro. Like the mind is a very amazing thing. Like when I come up with my really deep, like triple layered metaphors and like go at a crazy cadence, it's like really just in the zone vibe, and I would have to record it. It's like dude, the brain's amazing. It's like you have to like take the limits off of it, and it really just gets incredible, man. And like okay, like Kai and Chris have heard like how I can rap, but not that many people have. I just I don't know. I know that I can rap, but it's like a long time ago I decided I didn't really want to do it because like I don't like everyone trying to keep up with me or like watch me, and like that's lame, bro. That's so lame. So, but here I am where I found myself with
That's
people
not the
doing
right
it anyway.
attitude. If
I
you're
hear
gonna be
you.
on the
I hear you.
stage, man, you might as well pull the whole curtain back if you're gonna be on the stage, bro.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm trying to explain. So now I've found myself where that's the case anyway, and which is why it connects to what I was saying earlier about how like I kind of got talked into even going online and making content, and then I just dove headfirst into the shadow ban on purpose. It's like, yeah, now that I've found myself with it anyway, it's clear that I have to merge them and bring it all out. And it's whatever. It's cool, I guess. It's like I mean, I know a lot of people don't understand what I'm saying. Like they think I'm like being lame or like, oh, suck it up, like it must be nice or something. But whatever. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna make music soon, man. It's whatever. I would love to do something with East. I've actually freestyled a lot of my homies that like play guitar, like in person. That's such a dope vibe, such a raw vibe. But that'd be cool. And I would even we could do it on here. I guess there would be a delay, and when it comes to like rapping and then really getting into it, then like any delay is a huge deal. But whatever. Now you know.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hope y'all do it here, man. I'll hear it for sure. I look forward to it.
we used to get away with. You ever heard of Snack to the Future?
Nope.
No, he used to be around back in the day from Free Chan back in the day. But we used to play, and he used to play a saxophone, and that used to
Mm.
work. That used to work.
Oh yeah.
You
Saxophones
know,
are awesome, man. They're
yeah,
awesome.
it used to work because it was like you weren't so dependent on hitting on the one exactly.
All right.
You know what I mean? Like that latency didn't really affect the vibes too much. But if you're doing hip hop and you're working on precise rhythmic shit, it's like you know what I
Well,
mean.
there's something beautiful about it. But like, if you're good enough at it, you can make it all sound good. Like even with the guitar, and you can start to feel the vibe of the homie playing the guitar in person. You can like, even through something, you probably could. You just have to make sure that you could hear it. But if there's layers to it, bro. Like, King Los is a rapper I knew about way back in the day, and I thought he was one of the few people that could kind of do what I can do. I know that sounds weird. I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything. It's that don't make this weird. I'm just saying that guy, bro, ended up hitting me up, and I had like missed his DMs for months and months and months about trying to link up and make a flat Earth room on this Clubhouse app, which is iPhone only, but it's like really crazy. My life is crazy. It's like I could spit like drop something crazy, send it to him, and get a free feature. Probably
Right.
right, and like that dude is I mean just look him up on YouTube, King Los, but I don't know, dude. I'm just not really appealed. That stuff doesn't appeal to me, man. I think it's so cool that there's like this person that's just cool and hella good, and it's like, and people don't even know about him, but you may come across him and you hear him like jamming out or something, and you feel like, damn, that's kind of cool to me. Like I don't know, unless you want money, and like money's cool and all, and like, but I wouldn't just make my decisions based on money. And then some people want fame, and I think that's super weird. I don't understand it, or they haven't really thought about it. They haven't fully thought about what that is before they think they want it. So I don't know. It's just weird, bro. It's like, maybe I'll do it now. It's like I'm in this weird little thing where like I'll probably do it now, but whatever.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's like it's just because it's like we live in a crazy world, bro. Like I'm not one of those black pillars. I don't think like the world's gonna end tomorrow or something, but like the world is really crazy, bro. Like it's just the stories they pump to us are so wild now. Like just the fact that that's the vibration they put out to everyone that they may buy or not is really crazy. Like that's where I'm at. It's like, dude, the fact that we've gotten to where it's every day, it's something that would be like groundbreaking and earth shattering for like months back in the day. It's like every day we get one of those, and it's
Well, I think,
so
you
it's
know what though?
crazy.
I think like there's one of two things happening. Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like it's kind of like think of how interestingly set up all this is, man. Like these all these nut jobs for the last 2 years have been talking about everybody's got to do this and that, right? And
Mhm.
then now that Roe v. Wade shit comes out. Oh yeah, even better yet, they were like men can get pregnant and everything, right? Now it
Yep.
fucking comes out like this Roe v. Wade shit. Now they're all like, my body, my choice, fucking. It's like- So like these people are just exposing their own hypocrisy. I think to people who the naive people we've talked about before that never thought that it would get this bad. I never thought it was this bad when it always was this bad. You know what I mean? Like, and I just think there's like, a cool awakening process happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
I,
sure.
I'm of the, I don't know, I'm fairly positive about everything really because, what does interest me is this idea that they're going to go full on NATO Nazi when they hand over some power allegedly to the WHO coming up on like May 22nd or something. There's some kind of WHO transference of power. Some
Yeah, it's
transference of
weird.
power to the WHO. Something's up. So like, but I often think like this. Remember, if they were winning, they would be having forced fucking everything, right? And all that shit's been kind of dissipating. So I just think like, that's a sign of the, you know, good things to come. As
Yeah, I don't
opposed
know.
to
I'm on the my honest opinion is I'm on the fence, man.
yeah, well, I mean, I'm just saying they wouldn't. I just don't think they would relinquish that grip that they had. Do you know what I mean, dude? Like they
Yeah,
wouldn't. They wouldn't relinquish that grip. Now, I mean, like you can get into the argument of like the totalitarian tiptoe of Fabianism and how each side is just stepping it into further into slavery. You know what I mean? Like and I get that too because I've been screaming that for so long, but that's why I mean, it wasn't until a certain political figure popped up that I was even remotely interested in the idea of a political resolution. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Because I didn't think like in my, I didn't ever think like, I mean, dude, think of it like this: like for a while, it was George Bush versus fucking John Kerry, and they're both skull and bones guys, dude.
And they talked about it on like national television.
Right, like you know what I mean? Like it's like that, those are your choices. So I think then we've come a long way since the idea that you've got someone that all those people hate. Now, do they hate those people? Do those people hate him by design? I don't know. But from what I can tell, I like the rhetoric, which is freedom of speech, Americana. That's what I like.
Yeah,
Allows me to be an individual.
then he should be all about my case. Tell him come holler at me.
What is it?
My boy Trump. I guess they're really pulling the Trump card. I predicted this like a while back, dude. Like they're
About what?
obviously. I think a lot of people did though, right? But like, come on, they just dropped the movie that about the election. Has anyone seen that?
Yeah, 2,000 meals. I
Yeah,
haven't,
I haven't
but
seen it.
I have not seen it.
I
But
can only
I
imagine. I can only imagine, right?
yeah,
Like I live watching it, I'm like,
yeah,
everyone's supposed to notice that this is fake. Literally, it was that insane. It was like because I'm not big on the voting. I've never voted for a president, bro. But like I've watched it and I'm like, okay, so in the like late night, clearly Trump is just smoking, according to the numbers on the CIA broadcast, and then all of a sudden everything pauses I'm like, this is so wild. I'm like, we're being trolled. And dude, what's so crazy about it is a lot of the people that believe in the votes and the president and all that, like, really believe in that, like, a lot of those people legit are just cool and think that nothing weird happened. Like, I think it was like a psychological test. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, that we failed. No one cared. No one even cared.
What do I think of it though? I think of it like, or you just had me thinking of like, imagine if like all this stuff was put up and done in a certain way, because like granted, like I think, in my opinion, I think it's going to, or like like all that election, all that stuff. It's like it has to be laid out for the American public. So it's like it's the only way to lay it all out for the public, and either it's genuine in the sense of like, there really is like a good versus, bad kind of thing happening, or it's orchestrated, right? And in which case, if it was orchestrated, it's like they're just trying to wake up the general public to like the necessity of being awake to what is, potential in governmental corruption. You know what I mean? Like it's like,
So, sorry, man. I
and then,
thought you was doing.
oh no, I'm just, or well, no, I'm just, or they're going the other route with it, which is sell off every WH.
This is probably a little bit. This is probably a little bit before Witz's time, man. But I think this was Let me see. I think it was 2000 or 2004 or something like that. It was George Bush versus I think it was John Kerry or something. And I mean, I was back then I was a Republican. Now I'm not. Now I'm nothing, dude. I don't even know why I was such a diehard Republican. Like looking back, like why the fuck was who cares? You see. But what I'm saying is back then, they even announced. I think it was Kerry, but that he won basically. It was late at night, and they had pretty much announced that he won, and then all of a sudden there was a little time went by, and all of a sudden they're like, wait, there's some offshore votes that haven't came in from Florida, because I think it all came down to Florida or whatnot.
You're talking
You
about
remember? Yeah,
Al
go ahead.
Yeah.
Gore.
Yeah, Al Gore. That's it. You remember that? What's it?
Yep. I've even seen a video explaining how they went into the dumpsters and proved they were cheating and all that.
Yeah, but I was rooting for Bush. But see, that's when, man, that right there, I forgot even when it was. It might have been 05. But that's when we had total control. That's the first time Republicans had like the majority in all three seats, like the presidency, the Senate, I think, or whatever. And that's the first time. And by the time his term was up, dude, the fucking economy pretty much crashed. I mean, it was the worst I've ever seen since I've been alive. I forgot I even had a business. Like my phone didn't ring literally for like almost 3 months. Like I forgot I even fucking had a company almost, man. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Um, and that's when I was like, dude, I'm not gonna be a Republican, a Democrat. I don't know why I've ever even. I mean, I'm not switching to Democrat or nothing, but I'm really neither, man. Um,
Yeah,
I
no,
kind of lost
we're more
hope, man.
talking
I
about.
thought, man, they're going to make the economy great, dude. We have control of everything. They can get all the laws going, and the economy can jam up, and no, everything went to shit, dude.
Yeah, so maybe deja vu, eh? Like they're not that creative. Like anyone with ill intent can't really create very uh, originally.
See, but my thing is like the only reason I dig Homeboy is that like it's like there was no wars. You know what I mean? Like went after pharmaceutical shit, fucking different. I don't know. There's just interesting shit. I think the fact that there is like a movement of people that are against these dipshits is a good thing, and it's a good strong political force. I think it's interesting. It makes the case for the movie of like I think of like a 1980s like movie where it's like the good guys got to come in at the last minute and save the day. You know what I mean? Like when all the chips are down. I think it's gonna be that kind of a movie, dog.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's beautiful. Obviously, that's where I lean toward
Well, I think
just
for the
saying.
normies, man. The movies for the normies to wake up to all the shit, you know, because that's what needs to happen. That's why all the hypocrisy is being shown. Like I just brought up, like, you know, like it's to last 2 years. It's everybody's got to do this, and now it's my body, my choice. And
Yeah, it's just it's a freaking. It's like they're trying to. I think they're trying to push everyone over to like a bare minimum logical side, and like people just still won't do it. But they can make them do it, and then when they get everyone on the same side, then well, I mean they can't. Some of these things they'll never get everyone on the same side. So it's pretty interesting. Like the conversation with Roe v. Wade. Like unless all the women get married, you know what I'm saying?
well, what's crazy? It's just all about like that whole case is just to like let the states decide whether or not they want to have abortion. And the federal government was saying that you have to be able to give somebody an abortion. And then
Right.
Planned Parenthood took that and said, you have to let us exist.
Of course, they pulled that at the time where you got not evenly distributed, but distributed across all states, like the hyper normalization of abortion for many years. It's clearly a script, man.
Well, I mean,
I don't agree with abortion, but I mean, I take a liberal stance, live and let live, and I don't really agree with abortion, but we don't need no law to tell women they can't. They'll have to deal with God, and He'll punish them or not, the way He sees fit. It's not up to me. I'm not the judge of what they can and can't do. That, like I said, I don't agree with it. I would never condone it, but at the same time, it's not my choice. It's their choice. So I gotta ultimately, that it teaches on. They get to deal with it.
And think of the way they've tried to mess up that conversation, because now men can get pregnant.
Well, real fast, you do realize the worst argument ever to be pro-abortion is live and let live. That's the worst abortion argument.
I'm definitely not pro-abortion, dude. I don't agree with it, not even one bit.
You see what I'm saying, though, right? Like that's the worst abortion argument ever, is to actually say live and let live, because the whole conversation is like, do you let it live? And then they try to use the analogy as if this is the home run. Well, what about the person, the vegetable that you end up pulling the plug on? Oh, but all of a sudden this heartbeat proves, and now it's a big deal, and you have a moral contention just so you can take over women and blah blah blah. Well,
dude,
what
that's
happens?
funny as shit. Live and let live.
Yeah, well, live and let live. In that situation, what happens? Well, one turns into a baby that comes and lives as a human, and that's what we all are. And one's just gonna sit there and die, bro. Like it's not the same at all. And I don't even know how I feel about all that. People shouldn't be in hospital hooked up on stuff. That's what I think.
Why should the woman get the ultimate decision?
Why? Yeah, just kill my baby.
Just because.
Yeah, but let me say this though, man.
Hold on, Brian.
Yeah, sorry.
Just because they are, for want of a better word, right? And I don't mean this in any derogatory way, but like the incubator, like they're the one that's carrying the child. But it takes two, right? It takes two. And I had a mate many years ago, and him and his girlfriend ended up getting pregnant. They ended up splitting up, and she decided to have an abortion. Now he didn't want it; he wanted to have the child, right? But he got no say in it whatsoever, absolutely whatsoever. So why is the ultimate decision, right, put in the hands of the woman? My body, my choice. I think that is absolute bullshit. Right? It's not fair. If you're going to create a law, at least you've got to create the law fair across the board.
That's a good point, but I wanted to point out that it's this is how we get all these laws though, man. When we complain about something somebody fucking else doing, every law, every bullshit law anyway, stems from you not sitting right with something somebody else is doing. So we need a law. We need another law, and then these other people are bitch. They don't like you doing this. We need a law. We need a law. They can't do this. This is where all these fucking laws come from, man. And but live and let live was a poor choice, and I got a weird stance because I don't believe in abortion. I don't agree with it, but I'm not the one who's gonna have to deal with it, man.
I hear what you're saying. But none of us can play moral judge on anyone for getting an abortion, and the Creator sees everything that everyone does, and everyone has done things that they definitely shouldn't have done, and that's not the point, though, right? Because it's like if I get with a girl, she gets pregnant. yo, that's my baby, bro. That's my seed that made a baby, bro. And so I, as a man, get the ultimate form of emasculation where I don't even get any say in my baby, potentially my son, which is how we have everything, bro. That's how we have everything. And so it's a fundamental attack on like the logic. It's not that I want to force other people, it's that they've made it so normal that people just stride right through murdering a baby. It's not fair to
I
the women.
understand, bro. I definitely understand. But
They
where does
all
it end?
regret
Like,
it. They all end up regretting it, Brian. Every woman
yeah,
ends
yeah,
up regretting
I
it.
agree. I
That's
would too.
sad, bro. That's sad.
I mean, I had that happen once in my family. I have a lot of children, and I have 4 daughters, all old enough to be pregnant. And all of a sudden, I'm 7 fucking grandbabies. But one of them was going to get abortion, and they asked me like, and I'm like, fuck no, I'm not fucking giving my condolences. Like, my okay with that? Because I'm not okay with that. If she wants to do it, she could do it, but she does not have my blessing. And she turned around and she didn't get the abortion, and I got the grandson that I ain't gonna say I saved him, but he's in there on my bed right now with my wife. And so that's where I stand. But I wasn't going to stop her from getting an abortion. But then, like, that's like saying, but I mean, you got to draw the line somewhere, because then you could be like, don't take birth control. My seed's fucking gonna try and get you pregnant, man. You can't, you can't fucking
right.
take birth control. You're fucking killing my sperm or whatever.
Check
I don't
this.
know.
But it's just like natural order, and it's what's bad for people. It's like, yo, if you actually love someone, you try to help them. Like, if they're burning in a building, you try to help them. You try to be on the door. No one answers. The thing's on fire. It's late at night. I'm going to kick this in and try and save this dude. Or you just walk right by like, oh, not my house, not my problem, bro. And like, that's kind of what it all comes down to, because this is a fundamental attack on like the natural order of things. And I'm not saying that we should control the women. It's that it's not just the women, and it's not even just the woman and the man. It's a whole outside of that existence, right? It's like, dude, it's just an outside existence. It's like if you have a child, and since you keep it in your house, you don't get to kill the child, just because you provided the shelter for the child. You don't get to go then, not against the child's will, take its life just because you provided a house for it, right? It's kind of the same thing.
Let me ask a question. This is kind of important to my frame of thought. What age? I mean, would you consider like the morning after pills? Would you really like consider that abortion? Like maybe. I mean, what age is it? Is it fucking like worst? I mean, it's bad.
I think okay, I don't know about worse, but I think immediately when it's conceived, that's the whole point, because if left alone, it'll become life. Like the morning after pill, people take those when they're not even pregnant, right? They just take those because they think they might be pregnant. So they're not all, but they're not all exempt from it, because, dude, and like a lot of times women will kind of know. Certainly in recollection, they'll know when they got pregnant.
I fucking knew, dude. I fucking my last 2. I remember exactly when I conceived them, man. Actually, 3. I remember in all 3, man. My
crazy.
wife has 3 and I have 3, and we've been together a long, long time. So they're like mine. They call me dad, and same thing with mine to her. But I mean, I remember that it's a different feeling, man. And I had a dream that night, like I've seen my own body. It was an out of body experience, first time ever in my life, man. I was by Stone Mountain in Georgia, and it's the first time I ever been up there toward that area. And I remember it, man. It was just a funny feeling. And I would have never told you at the time, hey, I could see, but I just remember the spark. I seen God. It wasn't a person or nothing, but it was just like a super bright light. I was out of my body, and it's something I could never forget, man. Like that stuck with me my whole entire life. I will never forget that. It was the weirdest thing, bro. It was like I've been through the night. I ain't gonna say terrors because it wasn't that fucking scary. It was a little scary, but the paralysis, sleep paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was
I
scary.
I could give anybody advice on how to conquer that. It took me a while, but I learned how to beat it. If anybody,
okay, what'd you do? Because I had it one time, and I feel I conquered it. So
what I did, it takes a couple weeks, man. But I got tired of it, dude. Where I went to work and I went back in the warehouse when I was a lead man at the Burger King warehouse back when I was younger, when this shit was happening. I went like I was losing sleep, man, because this was bad. And I remember falling asleep on the boxes, and that's when I drew the line. And so if you try hard enough, you can move. Like you can't move, but you can move your like your toes. It's not that hard really to move your toes. If you try and move your leg, you're not going to be able to, but you can move a toe, right? And then dude, it's exhausting to do that, but you got to, it's like exercising a muscle. So move your toes. You'll get where after a day you can move the shit out of all your toes a day or two, and then it's like building a muscle. Then you can move your foot. You start moving your foot, a couple days of doing that, and then you can start where you can start feeling weight coming off your leg, like maybe not be able to lift it all the way, but start trying to move your leg. So you progress, and then when you get where you can move your leg real good, sleep on the edge of whatever you're sleeping on, a bed, a couch, whatever. Sleep on the edge to where it's not going to take much to roll you off of it, right? And then if it happens and you're awake and you hear everything going on around you, dude, you could wake up. Anybody who hadn't been through this, real quick, you could hear what's on TV. You could wake up and say what you just listened to. You listen to freaking Jerry Springer or something. You could tell them the whole episode. You could hear people around you. It's so weird. You're laying there awake and you can't move. It's the weirdest thing. So it does get spooky sometimes when you're alone. But
my one experience was crazy scary.
The story. So the end of the story, and then I'll pass it on, is so position yourself when you go to sleep, right on the edge, and when you get where you can move your leg real good, and you can kind of lunge your leg a little bit. It takes a couple weeks. I forgot exactly how long it took, but it wasn't overnight. But and then you throw yourself off. As soon as I did that, I threw myself off. It was a couch in specific. I fell down. I woke up. It never happened after that ever again. Never.
Well, I my one experience was pretty scary, bro. Like I took a shower and I was super tired from work and I walked over in my towel and like just fell on the bed and like fell asleep. And I woke up later in the night feeling like this pressure being pushed down on the top part of my back. And like, yo, I could feel it so much, like so real that I like knew that my roommate had come in there and was like pushing down on my back for whatever reason. And so my eyes opened. I went to turn. I couldn't move anything, but my eyes were open, and like I could look around, and I couldn't breathe. So when I tried to breathe and I couldn't breathe, I like was kind of freaking out because I felt this pressure pushing down on me from the back, but I couldn't turn to see what was behind me, and I tried to breathe and I couldn't breathe. And it was like probably like the longest 7 to 10 seconds ever, I don't know. And,
it is weird, bro. It's nothing like, if nobody's been through this, just listen and try and take it in, because it's not like any dream you've ever fucking had. It's nothing like a dream. Trust me. I'm hearing
you're very awake 100% and in the real room that you're in, and you can see it. Like you're there. But anyway, so that happened and it kind of freaked me out. And dude, this was way back in the day. This was probably 4 years ago now. I denounced it like verbally out loud, like saying it with authority. I denounced it in the name of Yeshua. This is just a true story. This is just a true story. I mean, you can take it or leave it. Okay, so what I just told. I don't know what happened, but I could feel the presence of something pushing down on me, and I could physically feel the push on my back.
That's just it. I think you're vulnerable. And when you're in a state like that, I think you're really, really vulnerable to bad spirits and shit, man. And I usually don't talk much about this shit, but I'm just being honest. I think I had a couple bad feelings a couple times, man. But I mean, I have good spirits in this house. Some really, really good people lived here, and nothing bad at. But one time I did get some bad feelings. But real quick, man, I said that it never happened again after that. That's not the total truth. Like this happened when I was younger, and I got married when I was around, in my mid 30s. So I've been married, a decade. So I told my wife when I first got with her, I said, if you see me, if you're awake and you see me moving my foot, I explained what happened and all that. I said, please wake me up. Just shake me and wake me up. And she kind of obsessed with that for a while. Like she would just lay there. If she was ever awake and I was asleep, she'd always, when she walked by, she'd look for my foot to be moved, and she'd like uncover my foot so she could see it. But she actually did a couple times. She has snapped me out of it, man. Woke me up. She seen my foot moving because you never lose that ability. Like I said, it's a muscle and you build it up. But it's scary the first time it happens. You can't move shit. And the couple times it happened with my eyes open, yeah, that's when it's really really scary when you can see. But you can always hear if it happens to you, which I recommend. Yeah, but you did the right thing. You went straight to the source and denounced it, man.
I denounce it, bro. I denounce it, and I would say like I would denounce in the name of Yahuwah now, or like I would say Yahusha. But I denounced it out loud in my room, in the name, like I denounced in the name of Yeshua, and I meant it, bro. And like never again has anything happened. So
Have either of you had any experience with lucid dreaming?
yeah, sort of, yeah, where you can like make your dream.
Yeah, so that's a gateway to
Yeah,
lucid dreaming. That's a gateway to lucid dreaming. If you can fight off that feeling, whatever that is, like you might believe it's some kind of entity. Like I've done it many times where it's kind of the same thing. It feels like an entity, but if you keep going and you stay lucid and you kind of just calm down and just relax and just know that it's going to transition into something else, then you'll usually transition into a dream and you'll be like kind of falling and you'll have to grab onto something to get like your positioning in the world, and then you're like lucid in like a dream world, if
that's
that
cool.
makes
I
sense.
never thought of that, man. You said like calmed out. See, I never could do that. I fought it
Yeah.
like tooth and
Yeah.
nail. And like I said, moving your toe, dude, you never think, dude, wiggling your toe would fucking wear you slap the fuck out, dude. I was like proud I wiggled my fucking toe, dude. Woke up tired as shit, dude.
Yeah, and trust me, I used to fight it too. I used to fight it until I started reading about lucid dreaming. And once you kind of, if you can kind of intellectualize what's going on and know that it'll pass, usually you can ride that wave and you'll end up in a lucid dream. Also, like I had a couple out of body experiences. I was trying to do this technique where like you would pop out of your body, and I did it once. And one of the main things I remembered about reading about how to do it is if it happens, if you pop out of your body, if it feels that way, right, then you're supposed to not stay out long, or else you'll forget it. So I just kind of did like a lap around my house, and then I went back in. And I remember that very very specifically. That's the only time it ever happened though. But I'll be honest with you. I'm not really religious. Um, but that shit is super interesting.
I
I guess
felt
I'm
the
like
physical pressure
agnostic.
pushing. Sorry, bro. I
No,
mean,
go
yeah,
ahead.
the metaphysical is real, bro. There's no doubt about that. It's not even a debate. It's just subjective.
What's the met? What can you define metaphysical?
Yeah, outside of the physical material world. I mean, if you want to say, oh, I was energy and that's physical. Well, I mean, whatever. Yeah, outside of the physical. And I will
Outside
say
of
though,
the
my experience
physical.
was, bro, something was pushing down on me. Like it felt like my friend who was, in like really good shape, like was pushing down full force with his like elbow to fist, like his forearms pushing down
Yeah,
on the top of my back. And it was really crazy, man. It wasn't something I enjoyed at all. It was like against my will
no,
being held down. And I was like, this is whack, bro. Like, I did not like, I've never been so scared. I'm not gonna lie. Cause I like to say I'm not scared of death and stuff. And now I really feel like I'm really not. But that situation was weird. It made me feel so uneasy. It's like no one would ever know, I guess. And it's like exactly what happened. No one would ever know. It's just so weird. And so I didn't like it.
yeah.
I didn't like it. And that's
It's
why I
common
denounced it.
though. It's common though. It's super common. It's happened to millions and millions of people. Like
Yeah.
in the state between falling asleep and actually being asleep, like there's a transitional period, and you can get stuck. And for some reason, that kind of comes along with what you're talking about. There's this feeling of being like held down because your muscles get paralyzed, right? Like if your muscles didn't go into paralysis, you'd be acting out your dreams. And there's some people who are like that. Um, like you have to kind of lock them in a room or put mittens on them or whatever because they'll get up and they'll like act out their dreams.
the part that made it really weird for me is like not just that I couldn't move, it was just that I felt like an external force pushing me down in a concentrated area, like a specific area of my back.
Yeah.
And that tripped me out, bro. Like, because I've heard people talk about this for a long time, and that would have been my first experience with anything like that. But it's like, dude, straight up, I could feel a concentrated area of my back being like held down. And so it didn't make sense to me. It wasn't like an even distribution of paralysis. It was like my body was paralyzed and something was holding me down. In fact, it was so weird, bro. And like, because I was trying to fight it and turn, I was trying to turn, from my stomach.
Yeah.
And I couldn't, dude. I could just like turn my eyes that much. And then I tried to breathe and I couldn't breathe. And
How many
I
times
was
did
like,
this happen?
just one time.
Just one time? Oh shit, dude! I used to have it. It used to happen to me all the time. All the time.
I denounced it, bro. It's not
This
gonna
happened
happen
to me
again.
forever, bro. In fact, but when I started the moving, wiggling my toes and all that, if I remember right, man, this shit went on for a long time, dude. Like a couple months, few months, like if I remember right, dude. And I finally, like I
For me,
said,
it did.
it was weird. It seems like even longer than that, but I'm almost certain it was at least a few months, And I guess that now it happens every now and then. I don't really have lucid dreams, but I have every now and then I have different dreams and I can fly. But usually I can only like when I'm more conscious. I'm not gonna say I'm conscious, but when I'm a little more aware, like kind of in between phase, I can only fly like straight up. So I guess I can't really call that flying, but I like put my arms out, both arms straight out with my palms facing the ground, and I gotta concentrate. Once I get up, it's easy. I can go real high, but I can't never show nobody. It's always something I could do solitary. And a few times in my dream, I'm like trying to show people, and I don't even really remember who, but I'd go to do it, and I'd just be standing there like an idiot with my hands out, like I'm meditating. But it was like real hard. If I concentrated, it's like almost hitting a frequency of concentration. I'd just sit there, and all of a sudden, boom! I'd feel myself getting lighter, and I'd come up. And then once I got up, though, like I said, I could go real high, man, straight up.
Yeah, I mean, what you're describing that's lucid dreaming, dude.
I feel like I could do it conscious, man. I feel like if I fucking straight, I know it's stupid, man, and I haven't really even tried it, but in my mind, it's so real. I feel like right now I could stick my hands out. It's so much like singing in the shower, dude. If I ever was to try it, dude, I'd like do it where I'm alone, and or stand on a scale, and but that comes back down to this. Like I couldn't show nobody, so why would I even be able to like record it or stand on a scale and see myself getting lighter? It's just it's like it's real, but it's not this dimensionally real. It's not fully conscious awake real. It's a different kind of real. It's weird. I like it though.
Do you know the story? Like they used to think this was impossible, but there was a guy who realized that there is a way to show that you're lucid while you're sleeping, and it's really hard to think. But I'm curious if anybody has any ideas. Like, what would be the thing in your dream?
I heard if you could read, if you write something down. I heard it. If you could read,
write something down.
I heard you if you're dreaming and you won't be able to read your own writing, and that's how you know that you're dreaming, but you're aware of it because you're trying literally looking at the words that you wrote down, but you won't be able to read the words.
So what this dude did before he did this, I wish I could remember his name, is it's your eye movement. Your eye movement doesn't change when you're sleeping. So like if you look up, down, left, right, then it doesn't matter. So they would monitor this guy's brain waves, and whenever he would be in this certain brain state, they would basically keep track of his eyes. And once his eyes would do like a specific pattern, he would tell him like when I start having a lucid dream, I'm going to move my eyes up, down, left, right, down, left, right, or some shit like that, right? So that's how
cool.
So that's kind of how he's actually able to prove it. And
well, dude, no, my wife don't doubt this shit at all. Like I said, like once she seen my fucking foot shaking and shit, and she knew that I wasn't bullshitting, and she literally woke me up. And that's like I said, that's when she started obsessing, because she probably had a little bit of skepticism at first, but once she seen me sleeping there and snoring basically, and and with my leg moving or my foot shaking, I could always get that going real quick now, and
Yeah.
after that, like I said, she started obsessing with it because she's seen it happen, and she's like, wow, that's real. Like this motherfucker was asleep and shaking his leg. He was telling me, literally telling her, and I'm in a dream state, and I'm
Yeah.
I'm communicating with her, and
Yeah.
it wakes me up every time, dude. It happens every now and then, and
Yeah.
sure enough, she's there to wake me up. Cool.
Dude, there's some really cool techniques in terms of like trying to get what you want in that scenario. So say you're in a lucid dream, what you want to do, like before you open the door, you can kind of think in your head of what's going to be on the other side of the door. And a lot of times it will manifest. Like no bullshit. I manifested an Iron Man suit. It happened one time. I can't remember what the other things I've manifested were. Probably just a girl to give me a blowjob. But typically, like if a door is closed, think in your head like what's going to be on the other side of the door, and a lot of times when you open that door, it'll be there. That's a trick for lucid dreaming. Another trick is you go up to somebody and you ask them a magic trick. Say, "Can you show me a magic trick?" And they'll show you some kind of crazy magic trick. So if it sounds like you're having lucid dreams a lot, dude. I tried a couple of these tricks. They're fucking crazy. Like whenever I,
Bro, to be honest, but I mean, I'm so glad we had this conversation because now I know, like, I know that it's worth a try. But I mean,
yeah,
it's basically unconsciously or subconsciously aware that I can fly when this shit happens, or whatever you want to call it, float.
yeah,
But I've never really thought of it like that. Like, so now instead of shaking my foot, I'll try and go somewhere with this, man. I'll report back, dude. But
yeah,
I never thought of that, man. Of this being the time when that happens. But now that you're
yeah,
mentioning it, the way you're saying it, and if I am conscious and I know to move my foot, then I'm
yeah,
just gonna hold off on moving my foot, not move my foot, and walk outside and do
yeah,
the flying thing and see if I can maybe start, because I've had dreams where I wasn't so aware of shit so much, but where I could actually fly. It's always been out over water, and it's me trying to get to shore, dude. So that's a little bit more of a dreamy dream. But
yeah,
but I haven't talked to you. I'm gonna, instead of wiggling my foot, I'm gonna try and see what I could do with it. But it's that, I gotta wait. I can't force it. It just happens
yeah.
every now and then, man. So
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait for sure. What was I gonna say? And you can't mold it too much. Like you're kind of you're a little bit strapped to like wherever you land, right? If you land in a dream and you're by the ocean and you can't see anything, no houses, no nothing, there's not really much you can do with that. But if you're in like a city or in a house or somewhere where you can like basically access doors, doors are kind of they're basically a doorway to another type of experience. So if there's no doors anywhere in your dream, there's not really much you can do. Now you can kind of manifest things sometimes, but that's really difficult, and usually they'll drop you out of the dream. Like you can kind of think of it like I was obsessed with this for a while. You can think of it like
I
you have a
can't say I've ever seen a door, bro. I've never paid attention, but I've never really seen a door. But I'll have to look
Oh
out for
really?
that.
Oh yeah, look out for doors. Um, I mean, if you're lucid enough, if you're not really sure, sometimes whenever I wasn't really sure, I would look at a clock or text, and the clock will be fucked up. Regular lights won't work, like if you try and turn the light on or off, or regular electronics like an iPhone or anything like that, it just doesn't work the same in the dream world. You know what I mean? Your brain's not, it does not have all that shit down pat. It can manifest a lot of stuff, but it can't manifest a fucking iMac. Exactly how an iMac works. Um, Clocks are a good one. It's pretty nutty, dude. A lot of times, to be honest with you, I spent my time trying to get a blowjob. Because I mean, if you're in a lucid dream, you can do it. You can do whatever you want. A
Well,
lot of
get
times,
get get you a blowjob before you go to sleep, so you don't have to waste your dream on blowjobs, bro.
oh god, it's just so odd. You can grab somebody from like the fucking middle of the street, dude, and just do whatever you want with them. And it's a dream. Nobody cares. It's weird talking to people you know too. Like if you talk to like your family members or just your friends that you know a lot, and you talk to them, they're like so void. They're not really like themselves. Or like drinking or eating anything when you know you're lucid. That's kind of fucked. That's really fucked up too. But anybody who has any interest in this at all, I recommend you try it. It's so fun. It really is. It's a blast. But you kind of got to get a little obsessed with it.
I love being able to float, and I love being able to go up in the clouds and shit. But and once again, it's a little bit exhausting, man. Like when I'm sitting there with my palms to the ground, to get off the ground, it takes like some severe concentration. Like I've got to sit there and think, and it's not free of charge. You know, it comes with, you know, a little strenuous on when you wake up. You're a little exhausted. It's hard to explain, but you know, you got to really focus, man. You got to. It's almost like I said. The best way I can describe it's like focusing so hard, like you hit a frequency or something, and it's hard to explain. But when you get a good concentration, good focus, I just go straight up, man. I could see all out for. It's pretty cool. I love it when it happens, man. I really enjoy it. I just never talked about it. I've never really talked about it except for with my wife once or twice. So it's weird having this conversation with somebody who can relate to it.
There go the back door. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I got disconnected. I can't tell if the room's just dead or what. Flat Earth test. Is that what you look like in real life? I'm gonna have a beer.
Man, that's how my wife looks.
Is that your wife looks? Damn, pretty hot.
Yeah, we were just talking, man, and we just kind of hit a little spot, a little break. I'm making a plate and shit, but there's a few people here.
Okay. I couldn't help myself. I was at Best Buy earlier. I bought a gaming rig. There's this game called Instruments of Destruction. I don't know if anybody's seen it. It looks so fucking dope. Basically, it's just a game where you build machines and you can destroy the hell out of buildings. And I bought a computer just to play it, but I'll probably take it back.
Hey Brian, what does your wife think about the Earth not being a globe and all that? What does she think of your kind of involvement, and then what are her personal viewpoints, if you want to share, of course? But I'm just curious.
It's the weirdest thing, dude, because she's never been a globe earther, bro. It's the weirdest thing. Like when I first told her, like, dude, this dude's putting up a fucking a good case for the Earth being flat, but man, look at the moon, you know, and the fucking, like, dude, how could it be flat? Look, how could you circumnavigate? How could we leave from California and get to Japan? I was like, you know, telling her, like, look at the moon, the sun, all the other planets. How could it be, you know? And she's like, the Earth's concave, you know. She's like, it ain't, you know. She never fucking. Ain't that weird, dude? Like even before this shit, she never even heard of the debate. She just in her mind it's concave because the water, because it's got to hold in the water. So the way she thinks about it, she'll never say flat. She'll get mad if you tell her you're a flat earther. You know, yeah, if it's concave, like just barely, but the water's flat, you're a flat earther. No, fuck, no, it's not flat. It's fucking concave. Like that's just the way she pictures the world is like a plate, you know, holding in water that's level. So that's a trip, dude. I didn't know this for years being with her.
Wow, that is interesting. Yeah. Well, it does seem like in a way, and this is going to be a big generalization, but it's almost like women are sort of more connected to the earth, you know, like that whole idea of Mother Earth and all that. It is interesting. I mean, there's very few women that will seemingly defend the globe. We were talking about this the other day. Are there any women in all of these communities that really assert and will debate the globe? We were trying to come up with one. I mean, there's a couple, you know, that are in the community, you know, Becky and some people. Well, no, Becky's not a globe earther. Never mind. No, but I was just thinking. I mean, there's women on the globe side. I don't know why I thought of Becky, but no, but there are women on the globe side, but like none of them really sort of debate it or assert it. You know, so it is interesting. And there's so many women, it seems, that when you bring this topic up, they'll kind of like they don't instantly go to the defending the globe thing, you know. And it's just, like I said, this is major generalization, so I can't. This is just a very generalized, but it does seem like women are kind of more, perhaps, like I've thought, just like in tune with the earth in a way that they're either more neutral or maybe they're not as involved in the debate side of it. But it's
They
interesting.
have a different kind of logic, bro. Really, they have a different kind of logic. Like if you're trying to explain your case to a woman, like you don't necessarily want to use the argument about, you know, the normal arguments about stuff. You want to like talk about it's, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but if you're trying to communicate your feelings about the earth and everything to a woman, it's a different route that you should go instead of just pure logic and shit like that. It's weird. They are connected, man, in a different way, man. Um, they don't obsess as much about it, but usually they have, you know, thought. I don't know, man. It's an interesting conversation there, Gio, man, that you brought it up, man. It's a trip.
Yeah, it's almost like they're coming at it from a different angle or something, you know. Like men tend to either like defend the globe or, you know, there's a little bit more of that energy, like really needing to defend it more when it comes up. Whereas women are like, you know, like I said, it's major generalizations, but they're just maybe not as coming at it in like an analytical debating way, but like from a different like reflection point, like a different angle.
They're more spiritually, emotionally connected to the earth than what we are, I think.
Yeah, and when we were talking about just the stats, I mean, there's definitely a good, I mean, not a huge amount. There's obviously more men. Like if you're talking about the debate, you know, back and forth, there's definitely, of course, way more men. But there are women that will, you know, whether you use the term flat Earth or planar, stationary, all of those terms, that there are women that, you know, will debate it in that way. And there's community, you know, and so on. There's, of course, they're smaller in numbers, but there are a good amount. But on the globe side, there's like, when we were trying to think of either, I mean, there's been a couple women that have been on debates, you know, like on MC Tunes channel, there's been a few. So there are a few, but in terms of like a regular that will actually debate it, like there's almost none.
Are you trying to talk Perkable? Or you hot micing?
I think he's hot micing.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think.
I'd be willing to bet if you brought this topic up to, you know, 100 random women versus 100 random men, we would see a big difference in the sort of response.
Well, I think when it comes to the debate, Geo, it's a very competitive format, isn't it? You know, like sport, and men's naturally have that competitive instinct about them. So to actually debate it, you know, try to win, you know, that's a natural kind of instinct. Whereas, like I said, I think a lot of women, or a majority of women, come at it more spiritually, more emotionally, and they do attack it from, or think it from a slightly different angle.
Dude, it's like it's not like as far as the debate goes, it's like not that important. Is
No.
like they'll have their thoughts and they'll hear you out and all that. But as far I don't think it's when it comes down to like us, we want to spread the word of our thoughts. And even if it's somebody who doesn't agree with us, we want to hear where there's even different flat earthers. Like they don't even want to hear debates. They just want to watch flat earth videos. I want to hear the other side, and I want to get to the truth of it. And whether I'm right or wrong, I want to hear the debates, and I want to say the other side's opinions and knowledge and stuff. That's where I see myself. But the women, I don't think the debate is that important to them. They could make up their mind if it makes sense to them. Yeah, they're flat, but I don't think think they're more connected to different things, man. Like he said, emotions and stuff like that. I don't think spreading the word is that important to most of them anyway. But I don't know, man. It does seem they're easier to talk to about anything like spiritual or off the cuff, man. Women, nothing really surprises them, in my opinion, man.
Yeah, I guess what I always kind of go back to is the idea of like Mother Earth and that concept, and that there's a way in which there's like perhaps women just have some kind of like intuitive connection to the Earth, to the point to where, in my perspective, the Earth isn't a globe. So like, why would there be huge droves of them defending it if it isn't even that anyways? And it's kind of somehow deeper connected to their nature in some way. So I often think about it in that way. Like, even though they might not know what it is exactly consciously, there's some way in which intuitively they kind of are just by default more connected.
That's what I say about my wife. Like she just had it set in her head, like without hearing anything. I mean, you can't tell her anything at all about stars, about seeing too far. Either side, dude. In her mind, it's got to be this way, and that's just the way it is, dude. And but it's funny. I don't see many like NASA fangirls either. Like it's all that shit's that's boy toys. They're rockets and shit, you know.
Well, here's a question for you, Joe, because you're into lucid dreaming and all that sort of stuff. In your experience, would you say women have an easier time of connecting to that path over men? Are they able to get into that zone, for want of a better word, that zone a lot easier than what men can?
It's interesting as you said that. First thing that comes to my mind is not necessarily. That it's actually pretty even on that front.
Okay.
What in my mind, of course, it's just my my perspective, and also the communities and groups and that I've been involved in for many years in terms of that as well. But yeah, I guess I would have to sort of say it's almost 50-50. Like there really isn't a weightedness. You would think, with all that being said, yeah, that women would have kind of more direct access, and maybe in some ways that actually could be true. Like, I'm trying to think about that. Like, because I guess what I was thinking is that like men do tend to have more resistances to it, but at the same time, like looking at like shamans, for example, like in South America, there are definitely women shamans and men shaman. And so yeah.
Let me say something real quick, Gio. My wife, like at first, a couple times I thought it was like a fluke or just a bad feeling. And she's been right or wrong once or twice, but dude, if something bad happens, like dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, women with mothers in particular, they know when something's fucking wrong, dude. They know when something's wrong, and they know it over long distances, bro. Spooky fucking accident, just call it what you want. If something's wrong with one of them and theirs, they can feel it. I promise you that. I don't know about all of them, but I know my wife. She's proved that once and for all. Like where I have no doubt at all. Like if she says something, man, I take it seriously. I don't take it with a grain of salt because every time something bad's happened, bro, she's called it. And she's even, dude, she's been right with all 7 of our grandchildren. She called it boy or girl. That, with the first couple, that was like, yeah, 50-50. But 7, dude, no way. I swear to God, she's predicted all 7 of them. Boy, girl, boy, girl.
Yeah, no, that's because when Bansal asked that, I was thinking there's so many different categories. Like you've got sort of your like baseline intuition, and like you said, when it comes to intuition about their own children and family, there's that kind of component, which I definitely see what you're saying with there. That would be stronger, I would say in general. But I was also, when Bansal said that, I was thinking of like, for example, like the capacity to lucid dream or to access, higher states of consciousness or access the spirit world, things like that. That's where I was thinking that there's that is sort of even or similar. But yeah, with what you're saying there, like that sort of like a mother's intuition. Yeah, that's definitely unique.
They're probably certainly more willing, and like as to where men are more. Some of them are going to dismiss it. They're going to call it woo woo or whatever. When anybody who's my age, or even middle age or higher, has had to see enough in this world to know that shit goes beyond science, dude. There's shit that will never be explained. And some people that aren't like that, I think they've probably seen it and they've just chose to write it off as coincidence or whatever, or ignore it, But I think women are more prone to believe in just about anything, man.
Well, we do this deep meditation, Geo, like twice a week, and as I've told you, Sharon, she's right into her spirituality and crystals and all that sort of stuff, and she can almost instantaneously like get her in this trance like mode, right? Whereas when we started doing it together, I don't know if I was resistant to it or whatever. Like I wanted to get there, but I struggled right throughout the whole, because we do it for like half an hour, 45 minutes, and I would struggle to get to that same peaceful place of quote unquote Zen, so to speak. Over a period of time, and we've been doing it now for quite some time. It's much easier for me, but she can almost at the drop of a hat just put herself into any sort of meditative frame of mind and just sit there and just be at one with herself. Quite often, she'll be out in the garden, tending the carrots or something, and then I'll just see her just sitting amongst the garden, like got her legs crossed, and she's just doing some meditation.
She's one with the carrot.
And it's amazing to see. Whereas myself, I kind of really have to concentrate to get there, and I just thought, maybe it's just me, maybe it's a male female thing. Because if I was a betting man, if I was to bet, I would say women would have an easier path. But
Yeah, I think they're more open-minded, right? And if I think about young women, dude, this is the first thing that comes to my mind. I can't, no matter what, it comes to my mind when I think of younger women. Like that Austin Witt, shout out to Austin, he was here earlier. But that Austin Witt's video, I mirrored it. I couldn't help it, man. That girl, and he's like, "Hey, did you know the Earth is flat?" And she's like, "What'd you say?" The Earth, it's the plane we live on is it's flat, it's level in motion. And she's like, "Oh shit! Hey y'all, the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat." Like, dude, what's that tell you though? If you think about that, man, it's funny when you look at it, but when you stop and think about it, it's like, it tells you, that a lot of women are probably more open to different ideas, but also it tells you like like if for somebody, and I've heard that people took to this shit like super instant. So it's probably been on the back of a lot of people's, not everybody, but a lot of people's minds who are already living in a flat world in their mind, and just hearing it, that's all it took to wake them up. Like bam, they're instantly connected with their subconscious. You know, that's what I feel like. Like that girl's probably always been a flat earther in her subconscious, but hearing it out loud, she's like excited and woke and got to go tell everybody, dude. That shit's hilarious. I'm gonna post that video.
No, that is a classic. Yeah, that's a classic. Yep. With it's like the Earth is flat. And she's like, "What?" Sorry. She goes, "What?" And he's like, "The Earth is flat." And she's like, "Oh shit, the Earth is flat." That's great. She goes running down the street. Yeah, that's like that should go viral right there. But it kind of did. It got out there quite a bit. That was great. But yeah, Bansoff, from what you were saying, like I hear what you're saying with your experience with that. I mean, yeah, I think women can tend to be kind of more connected in some of those ways, you know, meditation and things. But I was also thinking like, you know, let's say there's like a fairly large, well, this wouldn't necessarily be fairly large, but it'd be, I mean, there's different sizes, but let's say something like like ayahuasca, working with that plant medicine. So, you know, let's say there's 30 people, which is a little bit of a larger size. I mean, you know, you can do session, you know, ceremony with just 5 or 10 people, or there's sort of that 20 to 30 range. And then there's even ones that are larger, but let's say out of like 30 people, you know, let's just say for discussion's sake, it's like 50-50 men and women.
Yep.
Now that's ayahuasca. So, I mean, you're in and if it's a good, strong dose and in the right set and setting, that's a very, very powerful plant medicine. So virtually everybody is going to have, you know, visionary experience. It's going to be very, very powerful. So that is different than just meditation where, you know, you're kind of doing it on your own, as it were. And, you know, so it is different in that way. But I mean, in terms of that kind of setup, you know, 15 men, 15 women, it'd be interesting to see whether there is a difference between the men and women in terms of the, you know, experience that they have, whether there's a bias on the side of men or women sort of having, you know, like more in-depth experience or something that was more transcendental. But I tend to think that that would be pretty even in that sense.
Yeah.
So now that is with something like ayahuasca, but just made me think of that. But you could also use that example, like let's say you have like a meditation group and you have, you know, 30 people, 15 men, 15 women. So yeah, it is interesting to think about.
Yeah, I bet the information's out there. They've got all kinds of clinics in like South Africa where they do this shit. So if you really wanted to go and look, I bet you could find like trip reports, or you could maybe even fucking call down to South America and talk to one of the shamans or one of the people who runs these clinics, and talk to them and ask them. You know, ask them if there's a difference between men and women. Basically, what their epiphanies are. If men have different epiphanies than women. I'm with you, Gio. I think it would probably be pretty similar, but that would be pretty cool to call and see.
I think in my experience, it would be pretty similar. Yeah. Like, not doing ceremony work and where men and women. Yeah. There doesn't seem to be a bias. Both men and women seem to have, you know, very strong experiences. Of course, everybody's different and everyone's unique. So, I mean, there is actually variation. I mean, ayahuasca is so interesting. Like the intelligence of it is so profound. Like it knows what to bring you, you know? So if somebody actually requires a very gentle, maybe even non-visionary type experience, just something that is more introspective or, you know, subtle, then they could drink the same amount of the medicine as someone else. Meaning 2 people drink the same amount and one person is having an absolutely, you know, profound transcendental type experience, and the other person is having something more subtle, energetically, and so on. So the medicine, and then even on another day, same people drinking the same amount, it could be, you know, I mean, possibly as dramatic as the other way around. The person who had an intense one has a more gentle one, and so on, and vice versa. So,
Have you taken ayahuasca?
yeah.
You have? Where at? At your home?
Oh, many times and places throughout throughout the earth. And
Yeah. So I've taken DMT. I've taken a DMT intramuscular shot, which was like a 15 to 20 minute DMT trip.
wow, you did that. That's
Yeah.
huh.
Yeah, I had a buddy who was a chemist, and so we distilled it and purified it, and it's that's supposedly one of the better ways to do it. And I'm of the mind, I have the equipment. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Muscle shot, boom, you're done. 15 minutes. One of the greater trips because it's too long if you take the ayahuasca, and it's almost too short if you smoke it. So taking just like an intramuscular shot real quick is basically to me the perfect way to take it. But I've never taken it long form, but I've always heard horror stories. But yeah, I mean some people might look down on me, but I don't. It doesn't fucking bother me, dude. If you want to look down on me for taking an intramuscular shot from purified, they gave it to Rick Strassman. He gave it to
Why would
people
somebody look down on you?
IV. Do
What
what?
would somebody look down on you for?
Taking an IM shot of DMT, like an intramuscular shot of DMT, a DMT salt form. Because I think most people, huh?
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. But most people don't like needles.
Yeah, I don't
You
like
know.
needles. That's true.
Yeah.
Is it illegal? Is DMT illegal? Or no, wait.
Yeah,
It's ayahuasca. Is ayahuasca? Ain't that the shit the Indians used to fucking smoke or something? What is that? Is it illegal?
boy.
Ayahuasca is a plant brew. It's actually a tea. It's a distilled liquid tea that's made out of two plants that grow in the Amazon rainforest in South America. Yep. One of them is a vine, and the other one is a leaf. So the Banisteriopsis caapi is the species name for the vine, and Psychotria viridis is the species name for the leaf. The leaf is like a green leafy plant. And then the vine is a very, very thick vine that grows up these huge trees, grows up the side of them. And when you basically take both of those and then they cook them together, boil it in liquid for a very, very long amount of time, and they keep adding more and more plant material, and then they keep kind of distilling it down, meaning boiling off the water. So you end up with about 2 to 4 ounces of the liquid, and then you just drink that directly.
I've never even seen that, dude. But I ate mushrooms a few times when I was young, like when we were young, like in high school, and a couple times out of high school, there was a place we could go and get the motherfuckers. Like I went to like the Pink Floyd laser show on that shit. Man, I was always a little scared though, so I wouldn't really eat as much as them.
Dude, I went to
I don't like being out of my right mind and shit, man.
I went to
I've done a lot of shit, but I've never done a lot of nothing, bro. But
I've done
is it anything like mushrooms, bro?
I went to a fucking EDM show, high out of my fucking mind on LSD and fucking Molly, dude. It was fun as hell.
Oh, dude, that's quite a combo. Yeah, the candy flipping as it's
yeah, dude. It was
that's quite a combination, dude.
It was 2 pieces of blotter paper with I forgot the term for like the way they measured. It was like 200 or something like that each, and like
if you're gonna combine MDMA and LSD, you keeping the LSD around that dosage. What did you say, about 200 micrograms?
Yeah,
that's a good level to be at.
Yeah, I only did it because I was experienced with both, and like I kind of knew how to like keep an eye on.
They actually amplify each other, so
yeah.
The general thing is to basically take half of each if you're going to combine them like that.
No, I'm pretty experienced with it. Like, it's pretty nice though. Like, I was with like very good personal friends I've been with for like decades, and like we were all next to each other. At one point, we asked our friend to like tie us together with like a fucking LED rope, so we wouldn't get lost.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, it was very fun. We all very much enjoyed the night.
That's what they give PTSD victims. They candy flip them. They give them LSD, and then they give them MDMA.
Well, there's a lot of the MDMA therapy, and they actually have it in phase 3 with the FDA. It's about to be possibly legal after all these years. But I'm talking about MDMA in particular. Yeah, LSD still they have all the illegality on LSD. Boy, that must
Really?
be such a threat to them. Yeah, because they're still pretty strict on the legality.
There's an initiative to make it legal here in Seattle.
Yeah, no, there's actually a bunch of places. Well, you're talking about LSD, or you're talking about other ones?
LSD.
Mushrooms and really?
Yeah.
Oh, and did you say Oregon?
Seattle.
Oh, Seattle. You said okay.
Well, I mean, Seattle and Portland are basically like sister cities.
Shitholes.
But well, I just mentioned that because yeah, it was 50. You were saying that they were doing therapy with an LSD MDMA combination. Yeah, I mean that it can be profound because the MDMA is so heart opening that people tend to be in such a more like accepting, loving kind of place in their psyche, and that's why the MDMA therapy on its own can be so powerful.
I don't know, because
people can, like, if they have PTSD, they're like, the MDMA has a little bit of a kind of visionary quality to it as well, so that they can have like emotions, and then by having that like heart opening, accepting mindset, they're able to accept what happened to them, like in the case of PTSD.
Oh yeah, like the EDM scene is really heavy into it. Like you just see people who are happy. It's like everyone's joyful to be there. When you're on Molly at like these shows, like it just everything just seems so passionate. Every feeling is just like sublime. It's just a very joyful moment.
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's beautiful.
You know, because deep down everyone's there to have a fucking good time. It's nice.
Yeah. Like, are you familiar with the band Phish? Like PHSIH? PHISH? Yeah, dude, those shows, I mean, in the 90s and even up till now, although back in the 90s when they were in their like absolute peak, like, oh my gosh, people were taking all kinds of psychedelics. I mean, LSD, MDMA, mushrooms, often in pretty high doses, and kind of like what you're saying, like just the like group energy and the group positivity is so profound and can be so, especially with the music as well. And yeah, that can happen with like you were saying, some of the like electronic music as well, where there can be like these incredibly like unifying like group transcendental experiences that can be had. It's pretty profound.
Yeah, I never felt more like connected with other people. It was very nice.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's something that a lot of ancient cultures would focus on, having those kinds of experiences and so on. Whereas now, yeah, like it's kind of the modern world. I mean, it's cool that you were able to find a place for it. Like I mean, those Phish concerts, especially back in the 90s, those were like basically group ceremonies. Essentially, it's like a massive ceremony of sorts.
Sounds great, honestly. Maybe I can find some videos of it if anyone ever did it before. I'm just like the crowd. I'm always interested in that.
Oh yeah, no, the Phish shows are unbelievably. I mean, everybody's just dancing, and yeah, there's a lot of positive energy and kind of just like group love happening.
Yeah, that shit definitely opens up your mind, man. It gives you insight. Like anybody who's never tripped, like you're just asleep to so many things. I mean, the first time you do something like that, like shit that was so obvious right in front of your face, but you just didn't recognize it. Like it enlightened you to what's going on around you that's been in front of your face forever, and you just didn't really realize it, man. It expands your mind like crazy. Like I said, I was always scared, man. I was always real cautious on doing a lot of anything, man. Like,
well, you want to make sure that you're not scared when you do it, because that just feeds on itself.
Not scared like going in with bad vibes or nothing, but like I didn't want to lose. I wanted to always be in control. You know what I'm saying? So I was just let me say, it's not scared, but like kind of timid, like moderate. How about that? I was real moderate on. I've done all kinds of shit, but I've never done a whole lot of nothing, man. I'm just real moderate on my dosing and shit, man. I just wanted to, just in case, I always wanted to have control of my mind, you know. And so it was always in the back of my head, you know, don't do too much, you know, of whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
I've always been.
Yeah, I think that's good intuition to have, especially a good way to go about it, especially if you're in different like environments with people and stuff like that going on. Yeah. You know, depending on your set and setting. And also just to get familiar with it as well. And they're all different, I would say. In a lot of ways. Like LSD, for example, we were talking about that. The thing is, it doesn't have any plant spirit with it. It doesn't have any guiding, supportive plant spirit energy. So essentially, it's because it's just like a molecule, essentially, but its effects are incredibly unique and profoundly like just cosmic in so many different ways. And it's because it comes from lysergic acid, and lysergic acid is actually an entheogenic compound. It's actually found in certain seeds, like morning glory seeds and LSA, lysergic acid. So LSD is like comes from lysergic acid, but then there's like something unique about LSD, which makes it sort of like supercharged in a way. But anyways, with that, for example, like you don't have any sort of guiding support. So it's really just like a magnification of yourself and an activation of yourself. So yeah, that's where people can get a little bit into territory where they take too high of a dose and they're not really prepared for, you know, for what they're going to
definitely
experience.
First time I took it, the fucking guy I was at, friend drags me to like a work party, right? And they have like, I come down, they have like a hookah and like a warm, very comfortable basement in the middle of winter. Like, they're all listening to music. I weirdly remember some guy like rambling about the Silmarillion for some reason, you know, Lord of the Rings and that shit. And one of them just hands me like some LSD, and like I was a little afraid at first, but like my friend kind of like pressured me into it, so I just took it. Right, enjoyed it. It was a very pleasant night. The guy who was there also candy flipped, but he went next door to the neighbor who hated his guts, got him to call the cops on his own party, and my friend hid me in the attic from the cops.
Oh no, dude! Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
It was very surreal.
Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing. Like it's really important to, you know, to know that you're in a safe set and setting. Yeah, because if you have like actual stuff in the world that's a problem, then it can really exacerbate the situation. And sort of like if you were trying to like be in a lucid dream and then, you know, you got like cops showing up. It's like it's going to be hard to lucid dream, or, you know, I'm not really equating it directly to lucid dreaming, but yeah, it's like that kind of stuff can be disruptive. You had to hid in the attic. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, thankfully I was like half asleep at that point, and like I just fell asleep up there and didn't even really realize what was going on. He did ask me to keep an eye on him in the morning though, because he was still his roommate who called the cops was still kind of feeling it, and he was worried that he would like throw up because he was also drinking. Partied a little too hard.
Yeah, so in that way, like LSD doesn't kind of have that supportive spirit energy to it, whereas mushrooms does in a sense. But it's also, mushrooms also kind of leaves you to your own devices as well, but it does have some additional kind of spiritual support, but not fully. So you still have to kind of have a good set and setting and kind of know what you're doing with that one too. But when it gets to the level of like ayahuasca, peyote, and also from Africa, iboga,
Yeah,
those three just completely take care of you throughout the whole thing. I mean, you still want to have a good set and setting. Obviously, you don't want to be, you know, in an environment that's disruptive or anything like that. But yeah, those completely will support the entire thing from the beginning to end, and have the intelligence and wisdom to like fully be of support for what you need. Meaning, it won't stir up any more than you can handle, and just has that like infinite supportive energy to it. Like like nobody's ever necessarily had what would be called a bad trip. You could still have something that could be challenging to work through, but in the sense of like having something within your own mind that was, challenging to deal with, those always will process that in a completely comfortable and supportive way. Whereas, something like a high dose of LSD or something could be pretty overwhelming for someone who's not prepared or aware of what's going on with that. And that's why there's those stories of people who, like, back in the 60s, 70s, whatever, like took a really high dose and then they're like, essentially it's like being triggered times 1,000. So they're like in a triggered state and then they're not able to like process it. They don't have the support to know what to do to kind of work through it. So then they just kind of more get stuck in it and they start projecting it. So if they start projecting it, then they're like running around projecting whatever's being triggered within them. So it can be.
I think I've only ever had like one bad trip. Like, there's always certain points in a high where you might get like a little uncomfortable, but like, especially for LSD, but like, the worst time I ever had it was, when my fucking mom called me in the middle of it and I desperately tried to like, not like, fuck up.
Right.
And it was important ass shit. And like, she's dropping this all of me and like near like the peak of it. And it was so fucking scary and it ruined the entire high.
Yeah.
Nope. Speaking of, I'm good. I'll be right.
Yeah, but even with like the idea of bad trips, I kind of see there's like two categories of what might be considered a bad trip. One of them would be bad because you're not in a good set and setting. So, you're in an environment where there's, stuff going on and you got to deal with the real world or there's, something that happens like cops show up or something that's, like that. So that would be considered a bad trip in that way. Like it's just not in a good, safe set and setting. So it's like, it was like the session was kind of, run in a way that was not secure and kind of safe. And then there's another form of a bad trip, which might be considered something where somebody has something come up in their own mind, like emotionally or psychologically, that is challenging and is either overwhelming or to where they're, expressing some kind of projection process, or they get, like in the case of LSD, because it doesn't have the plant spirit energy with it, it's just so potent in its own like activating way. Like it's just such a magnifier of the human psyche that people could stir up some really deep unconscious traumas and things, that perhaps happened to them in childhood or, very deep energies, different, even in past lifetimes, like memories from past lifetimes. But anyways, a lot of deep things that they may not be kind of able to process because they don't have the support system and they don't have the mindset going into it and the awareness of how to work with it. And so they end up projecting it. So in that case, it's sort of like a bad trip that something in their own psyche gets triggered and then they were not able to either surrender to it or work through it successfully. And then those symptoms can be persistent where they can have like anxiety or something like that afterwards. Ironically, the solution is to go back in and actually heal it. But sometimes like, because of the medical system that doesn't understand any of how this works, they just end up, giving the person, some pharmaceuticals or whatever else, because there's even a name for it. It's like HPPD. So they even have like a categorization of it. But,
HPPD as in like something specific, or that's the general term of like that variety? I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, it stands for hallucinogen persisting perception disorder.
Oh shit! Are you talking about a diagnosis? Okay.
Yep. Here, I'll post the wiki for it. And I'll just read the first sentence. Yeah, it says it's a non-psychotic disorder in which a person experiences apparent, lasting, or persistent visual hallucinations or perceptual distortions after a previous hallucinogenic drug experience. Now they say visual and perceptual, but there's also the emotional. Like for example, so like back in the 60s and stuff when LSD was first. See, that's the thing. Like something like ayahuasca or peyote is never going to do this to you. That's the thing. But LSD can, in particular. Mushrooms, not so much. Most people are pretty good on mushrooms, no matter what. But yeah, with LSD in particular, like because if you're just like at some party and you take a high dose of it and you know what I mean. You just try it out. Yeah, you could get activated in some very, very deep. I mean, it changes the ego structure. It reduces. See, most people have defenses to their unconscious material. Is how I see it. So, like, you have your conscious mind, which is what we are experiencing right now. You have your subconscious, which is kind of between the unconscious and the conscious, and then you have your unconscious. So your unconscious is there and it's affecting you, but you don't have awareness of it. And so LSD tends to dissolve the ego because usually the ego is what defends between the unconscious material, which often can have traumatic or different things that have happened to someone, is what's there. So the LSD it removes those defenses. So in a good way, if you know what you're doing with that, you can actually surrender to it and heal and have profound healing from like anxiety, addictions, very, very, depression, like major psychiatric disorders. Because if you know that your defenses are going to be lessened and you surrender to it, then you can actually heal those things. But if you don't know that, then the defenses are being loosened and then the person's trying to resist it. And then that's when it can get, so that's part of what. So I'm just saying, like, there have been people with LSD in particular that like took some high dose, and then now they have anxiety, more anxiety or something else that has came after it, as it were.
It's like some it's like certain shit that you don't want to shit. Let me find a way to put this. Okay, like so there's certain shit that goes on around you that your brain doesn't even want to address head on. So you kind of tuck it away, like there could be shit going on. That's kind of what I meant earlier, but you verbalized it a lot better. But like, so could be shit going on around you that you don't really realize and your brain probably acknowledges it, but doesn't process it. Like you don't even want to know about it. Like that's what I meant when I said, you're aware of all kinds of shit that was right in front of your face. Like, dude, I'll give you an example. Okay, like I was going to rent this house from a lady across the street, man. And I saved up a bunch of money, dude. I had like $1,500 at the time. It was a lot of money. And I was like about to give her that for a deposit. And then another, I think it was like twice that much actually. But so I'm going to have a house and all this stuff, man. And I'm about to give her all this money. And she's telling me, well, the JEA bill, we got to go down there because I owed some money. So, she's explaining what I got to do and all that. And I'm thinking, she's awesome, cool and shit like that. And this is like one of the first times I tripped, man. I think I did like half a hit, dude. And, but still, it opened up my mind. Like, what am I fucking thinking, dude? This bitch, I mean, normally I'm like, she's cool, she's this, that. But, dude, it just opened up my mind. Like, I'd have to be an idiot. Like, I seen everything so different, like so clear. I'm like, I'd be an idiot to give this lady $1,500. I'll never, they'll never fucking. She's gonna wind up screwing me over. And it's hard to explain, but it came together. And she wound up ripping somebody off. I was like, I told her the next day, like, I'm not gonna be able to do it. Something. She wound up ripping somebody off, I think, and then a little later down the road, ripping another person off. Like she almost sucked me into the scam. But
wow, that is interesting. And mushrooms gave you the insight to that. Wow.
No, it wasn't mushrooms, man. It was acid, man.
Oh, LSD. Okay.
Yeah, it had a fucking little bird on it, man. Like a Woodstock bird on it. And
nice.
They were, my buddies in there. They're like, here, man. They had some and shit. And I'm like, man. I said, I'll do half, man. I'll do half. I didn't even want to do that, but it was awesome though, man. But I've never done more than half of it, man. But I've done that a few times, man. But I've never had a bad trip. But I've always heard that, it expands on whatever emotions you have. So you want to be around good people you like, people who you trust, and you don't want to take any drug like that with if you're in a bad state of mind or if something bad's happened. But it sure does open up your mind, dude. Just my instinct. I was about to pretty much donate $1,500 to this lady, dude. And then later on that night, when I thought about it, you know, what was about to happen, I was like, dude, there's no way in the world am I giving this bitch a red cent, dude. It just opened up my mind to what's going on around me. It was weird, but it helped me.
Yeah, no, I mean, one of the most common things people claim, especially on, different dosage levels of LSD are different, but in that, especially in that low dose range, like one of the most common things that people get are like, you know, insights about things, like either like a little bit of a psychic, you know, tune into something, or like intuition or emotion, or whether that's like an insight about their own life or their own past, or whether it's an insight about something actually happening in their life right then and there. I mean, there's so many people that have even used it in low doses, or even medium or low doses, like for creativity. I mean, obviously you look at music, you know, I mean, Jimi Hendrix and so many musicians have, in terms of that, and actually cannabis can have some of that, that as well. But yeah, like just getting insights about your life, or certain patterns that were going on, or, you know, ways to solve things. Even Francis Crick, you know, the guy who developed came to the, the double helix structure of DNA. He actually came to that on LSD.
That's fantasy, dude. I mean, it definitely makes you smarter, dude. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It makes you smarter because it expands your consciousness. So yeah, if you could use it to be, you know, more creative. I mean, probably half the shit we hear, you know, half of the popular shit with artists, multiple different kinds of artists, music, even drawing, you know, painting and freaking theater, all that. I can guarantee you half of the more popular shit than people probably at one time or another had been introduced to stuff like that. But it definitely makes you smarter, man. It expands your consciousness, man. It makes you see things so clear that you didn't see before. So I guess, you know, I've never really been around anybody who's like abused it so much. You know, I've heard a couple stories, but yeah, I don't even know why it's illegal, man. It's probably because of them couple stories that I heard, but it was, you know, great. It's been years, but I don't know what I would do if it even came around me nowadays. I mean, I'm a lot older now and shit. I don't know what I would do, but yeah, back in the day, man, you know, you could twist my arm pretty easy, man. But I was pretty moderate about it. But yeah, I recommend it, man. Especially, I don't know. I guess I can't really. It's not really good to recommend something like that, but I'm just saying, man. It expands your consciousness. It's hard to describe. You seem to be better at wording it, but it definitely fucking opens up your mind to all kinds of shit.
Yeah, the way you said it makes you smarter. I mean, there's actually research done where where like, I know with psilocybin, with mushrooms in particular, that it actually builds brain cells. It actually builds like the stem cells that actually create your brain cells. So like in terms of that idea of making you smarter, like, I mean, not only when you're, you know, in the experience, like certainly even in the experience, your mind can be very heightened and you can see things like, I mean, I've had times where like, yeah, it just feels like my mind is running at 100x, you know, 100 times more potency, just in general. But then it's interesting to think about the actual possible components of especially with something like mushrooms, where it's a plant medicine as well, that it's actually like building neurons in your brain and building like new pathways, and actually like literally giving your brain an upgrade. It's like that idea of actually being smarter is pretty interesting.
That's pretty well put. I'll give an example too. Like I told you of a real life experience, like where I almost gave this lady 50. I forgot. I'm pretty sure it was like 1,500 or 2,000. You know, it was a lot of money. Okay, to me back at the time. It's been a long time, but you know, I'd seen it crystal clear. Like, oh my God, I'm about to give this bitch money. I'd be a fool. I mean, it was crystal clear. So I would say it like this. So just to give an example of like everyday life, if somebody come up and they're, you know, let me use something common that everybody's like if somebody's coming up trying to sell jewelry or something, you know, and you see this gold and if somebody's selling it, you know, and they're well dressed and all that, driving something decent, you might actually buy some. Like they need some money, man. You know, it's $40 or $60. It ain't like they're trying to give it away. They ain't a crackhead. You know, you know, and a lot of people might have bought something like that. You know, and it ain't a big deal. It's a one-time little thing, but it's an easy scam selling fake jewelry and shit. But if you were on acid, somebody come up to you, you'd see right through that shit, dude. You'd see like horns on their fucking head as soon as they fucking came up to you. I mean, you'd see right through shit. It'd be so obvious to you. and it's not like you're paranoid about shit. It just expands your mind where you see so much more, man. Everything's a lot more clear. Life in general is crystal clear, and things that you might have been indecisive about, or there's not much indecision when it comes to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I've that's been my experience as well, and of so many others as well. Yeah, it definitely is heightening on so many levels. I mean, I've had times, dude, on in particular with LSD. It's such a potent, unique, substance. Have you ever had anything like this? I've had where it have to be a pretty good dose, like 300-400 micrograms. So a pretty good amount, but where listening to music, like it's hard to even put it into words, but like the sound waves were tangible. They were actual tangible things that I could like see and feel in a way that is nothing like the ordinary state, to the point to where I remember I had two speakers, one on the left, one on the right, and they were like pretty big speakers, kind of in the living room kind of thing, the larger room. So I had like two, decent sized speakers, and I had the music going, and I was moving my head, to the left, kind of like making a rectangle, to the upper left near the left speaker. And then I would go back a little bit, and then I went in the center, then I went over to the right, a little closer, a little further away. And I could tangibly measure and experience exactly how the sound waves were being propagated within the medium. It was amazing.
It's true, man. Like almost like you could see the what are they? How when you play the acoustics with the filings, or they're like on water and stuff, like how they show up visually. Like you might see something like that in your mind without even you don't even need the plate of water to see something like that, man. You could almost see it within your mind, man. Would be another way to describe that. Yeah, it just really opens up your mind, man. That's the shortest, best way I could put it. But you see, it gives you common sense, man. Just and not only that, it opens you up to things that are, I don't know, man. It doesn't change you in a bad way. I don't know, man. It's hard to explain, man. It's real hard to explain. It's just like expands your mind, man. It's the best way I could put it. It expands it, and everything you're doing, you're seeing in depth. You're very aware of what's going on times 10 of everything that's going on around you, and yeah, you learn yourself. Real clear. It's no emotions are hidden, man. They're all amplified. And you learn things even about yourself, man. But it makes me, you see through bullshit. I don't know, man. That's about the best way I could describe it.
Yeah, that was well said. Yeah, it seems to, in my experience, it's like wherever I'm at, it would like just instantly advance my life essentially into the next phase, like either more awareness or insights about myself, almost like for me, they've worked as like self development tools, as a way to help myself develop in ways that I wanted to, and to tune into things, and also to clear out, because I've worked with these a lot in terms of the therapeutic effects as well. So on that, and that's a whole nother like topic in and of itself, because there's the one side of like sort of life enhancement, either spirit or mind, enhancing. Then there's the other side of actually, healing from certain things, like, some people, having like anxiety disorders or depression or addiction, or, some unhealthy pattern or whatever it may be. And that's a whole nother category as well. So it seems as, especially if you use it correctly in the right setting and everything, for so many people, it just seems to be like, it's like a royal road into yourself essentially. And you can work through it. It gives you sort of like more capacity and more, essentially it's like they can work as like tools to help one to either heal or to advance oneself.
How do you, is ayahuasca, is that legal?
So ayahuasca, because it's a blend of two plants, it does contain DMT, dimethyltryptamine, The leaf is the part that contains the DMT. And when you mix it with the vine, that's what makes it orally active. So when you drink it, you actually have the full experience. It makes the DMT orally active. So when you drink it, you have the effect, which lasts for about 3 or 4 hours. So in all of South America, the entire continent of South America, it's not illegal at all. You can grow it, you can take it, you can charge people to do ceremonies, the whole deal. It's not illegal at all. It's totally legal in all of South America. And then other countries vary. It's actually legal in several other countries as well. In the United States, it's like, yeah, it is technically illegal to consume it, but it's not illegal to have the plants. So believe it or not, you could have the plants or whatever, but you just can't mix them up and drink it. So stupid. So yeah, technically it is.
Man,
It is.
dude, that right there in itself shows you how fucking stupid some of these laws are. Like, are you kidding me? I mean, if something's natural, who the fuck is anybody to tell me, that I can't drink it? Kiss my ass, I can't drink it, man.
Right. And in terms of ayahuasca, it's been used for literally since the dawn of time, eons and eons of time, safely. You cannot die on it. It doesn't. It will. No matter how much you would drink, you're not. So that it's not going to kill you at all. So yeah, I mean, it's.
When I hear people well, it's gonna lead to this or make people go rob shit. Like, dude, let me commit a crime before you persecute me for a fucking crime. If you think that whatever this is gonna make me go fucking rob places, whatever it might be. Let people do whatever. You're assuming. I mean, to a certain extent. I don't mean anything. There's certain things where draw the line, I guess. But I mean, not really. I mean,
in the case of hard drugs like heroin, cocaine, yeah. I mean, obviously people can get into where they're robbing and all kinds of criminality. Generally, that's more like those hard drugs kind of thing. But if you're talking about something like ayahuasca, I mean, the reason that the ayahuasca is illegal is essentially because, there was no illegality around any of these things, but they were also like pushed out of American culture to the point to where, like in the 1950s and 60s, people started going to Mexico and talking to the shamans there, and then bringing back mushrooms, to the cities in America. And then of course the 1960s was this huge time where this huge kind of renaissance, and so many young people were reconnecting with things like mushrooms and all of that. And because the establishment was trying to keep control of everybody, they just made them all illegal. After Woodstock and all that stuff, they just, like, across the board, all of them, anything that contains DMT, mushrooms, LSD, peyote. I mean, they just went across the board and just put them all into Schedule 1, which is ridiculous. Like, to say that those things are Schedule 1 is just so absurd. And so, I mean, I think there's a way in which, I mean, the shape of the earth discussion is happening now that they're trying to suppress, but I mean, they didn't want people to wake up any quicker, so that's definitely why they did it. I mean,
yeah, that's a good point, dude. It's something you said earlier, man. It made me think, like, because I've named that video that Austin Whitsitt, I pulled a little clip out of it. I thought it was hilarious, man, and everybody I showed thought it was hilarious. Globe earthers, flat earthers alike, where the lady she goes running off. There it is, flat. There it is, flat. Like, that was hilarious, man, and it only got like 300 views or something, and it's a short. I'm like, 300 views, like, dude, was hilarious and should have went viral, or at least should have got a shitload of views. That just shows you the shit suppressed. Like, even something hilarious and harmless, really, doesn't even get the time of day. That shows you that this shit's suppressed as a son of a bitch. But yeah, that's another thing. Like, yeah, anything enlightening, like we've been describing how it enlightens you and expands your mind. Yeah, that's probably exactly why. They don't want people waking up to all the obvious shit going on around them.
Right, and then another thing is they create hundreds, actually more like thousands, of pharmaceutical drugs to try to treat anxiety, depression, addictions. So they literally are creating the pharmaceuticals that they want to give people that have those issues. Whereas something like, if somebody were to work with one of these medicines like ayahuasca or peyote or mushrooms, I mean, various, and if they were to, and if that was available, they can actually get to the root of whatever's causing their issue and heal it within themselves to where they're not going to need to be addicted to Prozac and Zoloft and, all those kind of drugs that they give people. So it's even worse to where like they want the actual tools that help us to heal from these things naturally and have no side effects. They want those illegal so that they can sell us the pharmaceutical that you have to be addicted to for basically your whole life and, take every day. It's crazy.
That is so crazy, man. And when you're talking about taking something every day, like when I did my thing back when I was younger and stuff, dude, it wasn't no everyday thing. It didn't change the chemistry. Like the things that they're prescribing people, so a lot of them you have to take for like a couple weeks before it even to take effect. Like they're changing the fucking chemistry of your fucking brain and then calling some of these other things Schedule 1. I didn't know that. Like these things could even be therapeutic and help people with their own, within their own mind, and every now and then thing, man, a social thing even, and not take every day and prescriptions where it's going to change the chemistry of your brain itself, man. That is crazy. That's a good point, Gio.
Yeah, it's so. Oh man, it's just so intense that they do that. Yeah, well, because Schedule 1, like part of the description of it is a high tendency for addiction and no therapeutic value. So let's take something like peyote. Peyote is a cactus, so peyote has absolutely no addictive. None of these do. Ayahuasca, peyote, none of them are addictive at all, physically or. I mean, anyone could get psychologically, like there's some people that take mushrooms, like every day or something. So, but that's extremely rare. But I mean, I think like anything, like even people get addicted to, masturbating or whatever. So, I mean, you can get addicted to kind of anything in that way. But in terms of like mushrooms, all these ones we're talking about have absolutely zero addictive. There's never been any science or anything ever that has proven that they've had any addictiveness to them at all. So that's part of Schedule 1.
I'm sorry to interrupt, man.
That's not, well, just the last thing. That's obviously not the case. And then they say no therapeutic benefit. It couldn't be further from the truth. It's the opposite. They have all therapeutic benefits. So yeah, it's insane that they're Schedule 1.
I'm sorry to even try to cut in, but my wife, she walked in and she heard you and she agreed. She lived on a reservation for a while. Like her children are Indians. They're Cherokee Indian, half blooded. Her first husband was full blooded. Yeah, he was full blooded Cherokee Indian, right? So she lived on a reservation in Oklahoma, and she's been around peyote and obviously shit like that. And she said there ain't no way, like she ain't never seen nobody addicted to peyote. Like, and I was thinking about that with mushrooms. Who would want to eat like we go every now and then, man, we'd get a wild hair and go to a spot and get these things, man. Who would want to take mushrooms every day? I mean, it's crazy, man. And how are they saying it's not non-therapeutic? Like it's a happy drug, right? I mean, I don't get it. She said they used peyote on the reservations for people with mental issues and shit. Like it was very therapeutic, man. I mean, I don't get it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it threatens their pharmaceutical, monopoly. So yeah, they don't want people healing and actually, healing and resolving issues. They want to sell drugs to keep giving people Band-Aids. But yeah, no, that's awesome that your wife has those connections. Yeah, I mean, peyote itself is such a beautiful, beautiful medicine, and the way it's used in the Native American churches, it actually is legal to be used with the Native American church. So actually, you can actually use peyote legally, in Arizona in particular, and especially like with the Native American Indian and Native American churches. So yeah, so even though that one is Schedule 1, there is actually exemption for the Native American and religious use of peyote, especially in Arizona. So yeah.
She said it is in Oklahoma too, man, or it was. I don't know, but yeah, and everybody's different though, man. I mean, it's got it like you nailed it on the head, man. It's a potential threat to the system in general, but mainly the big pharma, like and their racket, for lack of better words, that they got going, man. It's
You can see how it gets baked in. Like, if you want, if you don't mind me cutting in real quick, like you guys are talking about learning from it, right? What you can learn from it. It's hard to describe to people that haven't ever had it how you learn. But you did a good job, Brian, in that you kind of got clarity on reading things, and there's an overall lesson that you take back to the real world from that that perspective or that insight. But it puts you in. It's like the contrast from the real is why you learn, is what I was getting at. And what they've done with this globe model is make the real completely abstract or completely the opposite of what their concept of what you understand the concept of your reality to be, which is totally contradictory to what you experience it to be. And therefore, then you're gonna have all these problems that may arise, directly from that, or just the society in general that leads you to pharmaceuticals. But I always say that flat Earth is like the hallucinogen of information, because it's because you're tripping when you learn about it, because you learn that everyone else is tripping, thinking it's a globe. Like if you were like, before, like, think back when it was just understood that we're on a stationary plane, like it seems, and if you had someone walking down the street talking about, we're actually spinning and people upside down, I mean, they would be put in a loony bin.
It's ridiculous. I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, just the idea of it. It's so
you
crazy.
get ashamed of yourself for not realizing sooner. Like, oh my God, how did I not realize that?
Yeah,
even if you ain't full fledged, like, how didn't I consider the possibility of some of this stuff? Like, I'm almost ashamed of myself for not.
You mean reality's like it seems? No way.
But she said, my wife said that on the reservation she was at, that they would give 13-year-old boys, like when they were becoming a man, before they did like their firewalks, they'd give them peyote and shit. But yeah, dude, it's like what do you call it?
For them to find their spirit animal.
Yeah, to find their spirit animal and do their spirit walk and shit, man.
Right.
Part of like becoming a man for the Cherokee, I guess it was.
Yeah,
but dude, it's oh man, I had one other thing to say, but I forgot. I'll chime back in.
I was saying you'd be put in a loony bin for all the crazy shit that the globe makes you think is actually happening with no experience of it whatsoever. Everyone else is tripping and you're not tripping, which makes you feel like you're tripping, because it's like to tell someone about flat Earth, you're literally walking up to them and asking if they want a permanent hit of acid. In a way, you could look at it that way. Like, most normal people are not going to want a permanent hit of acid, and that's the way it gets interpreted automatically, because it's so completely the opposite of what everyone else thinks. They know they're going to have to deal with that contrast and be out of place. So they, indefinitely, right? Because that's where we're at. We're going to have to deal with most people thinking that reality itself is completely the opposite of what we understand it to be. Did that trigger you, or did I just go off too much? And did that trigger your memory, what you're going to say, Brian? Or did I ruin it by going off too much on it?
And I need just a second.
No, I hear what you're saying, Dave, for sure, dude. I mean, I could see that correlation. I mean, the idea of like correlating the idea of the Earth not being a globe to, something like one of these experiences or medicines or substances like we're talking about. I can see what you mean by that correlation in terms of like, because these medicines tend to bring people to truth in various ways, either truth about themselves, truth about the world,
right,
the nature of their life, their reality on so many levels. So the idea.
Hey, I just remembered another example, Gio. Man, I'll forget again if I don't say it, dude, real quick, man. How I was saying, I'd opened your mind. I'll give you another example, like of how you get clarity. Like, and I was so young, dude. Probably still a teenager, maybe or close, anyway. But we watched this movie, and it was like Return of the Living Dead or Night of the Living Dead, and usually we watch something like that, you kind of suspend disbelief, and it's back then, certain shit was like Nightmare on Elm Street, whatever, is like scary, you get in there and you watch scary movies to be scared, right? And some of them were better, some were other. But dude, I remember I did a half a fucking hit, dude. It was like it might have been the first time I did it, man. I forgot, man, but pretty sure it was. And we're sitting here watching this, and like normally I watch movies like that, you know, and I'll, like I said, spin disbelief, be scared. It was like a zombie movie, but dude, I remember I never laughed so hard in my fucking life, dude, as when I was watching that movie. Like not only it ruined the movie if you wanted it to be scary, but your common sense just takes over. It's like, dude, this is. I remember the hand, like there was a hand, and they were passing it around in the back of the car, and then they threw it out the window and it flipped him a bird, dude. I mean, we were laughing so fucking hard. I remember, dude, like I felt my sides hurting the next day from watching this zombie movie that if I'd have watched normally, you know, I'd have been like a scary movie. But dude, you're too enlightened to be scared of something that you damn well know is fake and bullshit. It was just like a comedy. It was a straight up comedy, and it wasn't meant to be a comedy, but you're too enlightened to even suspend disbelief. So I wanted to give that example of just, you know, I wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, Flat Earth makes the regular world look like a bad comedy. You're right.
But I remember laughing so fucking hard, dude. And that was the first experience I ever had with psychedelic, man. But like I said, I never did a lot, man. Never did a lot. I can't count the times, probably a dozen, whatever, with that, and then probably maybe the same with mushrooms. We eat every now and then. We get a wild hair up our ass, and go out to the field, and it was not that far away from us. But a couple times, you know, I did it pre-planned, premeditated. Like we went seeing the Pink Floyd laser light show, and then they had a Led Zeppelin laser light show. There's a planetarium here where they have this thing that projects this solar system onto the ceiling, and it's a machine, and it's like an exact replica of. I mean that brings something to mind. Like if they can project the shit, I'm you know, the ground is flat. They can project an exact replica of the stars on the ceiling. Then why do we have such a hard time fucking debating the shit about the stars and all this shit when, you know, they can just project it verbatim right above us on a ceiling, you know? That'll be my next point when they bring that shit up. That'll be my next debate point. Like, what are you talking about? How does it work? I can fucking project the shit on the ceiling. And that don't mean that I'm standing on a ball, does it?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about anyone talking about the sky. It's like the sky could be anything. It's just a sky above you. You know, I mean, it literally could be anything. The stars could be moving exactly the way they are, just above you. And that can be modeled. It's not hard to do. You can have rotations. You can have anything you want. It's just what it is above you. But yeah, I know what you mean on that. No, that's cool. Yeah, so you actually took it at that show. Nice, dude. Pink Floyd. Yeah, that's a classic in that way. Yeah, music. Oh yeah, dude. Like, I think like dosage wise for using these in music concerts, like, you know, I think in general, like kind of the, you know, low dose or medium dose is always a bit best, you know, because you still got to deal with, like, you know, other people around you and the whole thing, you know, waiting in line to go to the bathroom. And, you know, so you want to be, you know, you want to kind of be able to have a little bit of.
Yeah, it was perfect for me, man. I swear to God on my life, dude. I swear to God, I never did even a whole one, dude. I swear to God.
Yeah, you want to enjoy the show. You don't want to be like curled in a ball. You don't want to be curled in a ball somewhere in the corner, like, or just like, you know, tripping out on someone's shirt more than the show or whatever. You know?
But I mean, that could actually be good too. It depends on what show you're at. Like Fish, for example, that band Fish I mentioned, many people have done very, very high doses at those shows, including myself. And in that environment, like it can also, because I've even had times, like I remember one on mushrooms in particular, it was a pretty high dose. It was in Raleigh, North Carolina at a Fish show. And, you know, I took the mushrooms and we went into the show. We were up on the lawn, you know, like up on the, you know, they have those big outdoor, you know, indoor outdoor amphitheaters where you got a, you know, big part that's covered. You know, it's pretty big, you know, whatever, it's 20,000 people kind of thing. So they have like the part that's covered and then they have the lawn, you know, up at the top. So I just remember we were up on the lawn, and I mean, I was able to just like, I just ended up like lying down for parts of it, you know, and I was in a very, very, very like, you know, deep experience. And so, yeah, I wasn't quite curled up in a ball. Like I was just laying on the lawn, but I mean, that was actually amazing as well. So, I mean,
Dude, I had a big, I just remember looking up, dude, I just had a big giant smile glued on my face, man. But I never, see, I don't know how much I was taking, dude. I just would just either split or whatever. And it was like $2 or $3, dude. And I never even did a full one. I never did a full one, never even once. I swear to God. But I did it several times, like probably a dozen times, but never a lot. I don't. But like I said, once again, I don't know exactly what I was taking as far as the dosage. I never asked or nothing like that. I just, you know, I just was always like, you know, I'll just take this, and I was real receptive. I didn't need that much, but it was perfect, man. And it was just
Gio, I've been to several fish shows myself, and it helps for that, you know, the fact that most people are doing the same thing, that you, especially when you got like the swirls in the middle, you know, with like the people are just flowing, and you got the girls are twirling, and it's like you can just flow with the crowd, and and everyone's just trying to help each other out. Everyone's just trying to let the flow, you know?
Yeah.
There's no stick in the mud to try to get around it. It's perfect. Fish. What's your favorite Fish song, by the way? Or not Fish song, but I guess, yeah, like, what do you enjoy? Like, You Enjoy Myself, I like a lot, but what do you enjoy?
I enjoy Yourself and Myself. No, okay, what was I going to say? Well, oh yeah, no, dude, I've been a huge, huge, huge Fish fan for virtually my whole life. Ever since I was like 13, I've been listening to them. And there were times in my life where I would be listening to them every day, you know, in college, like when I was walking to class, I always had headphones on listening to, I've even collected, like back then I was like, you know, I've collected their shows. I mean, thousands of downloads. And back then I used to
was the same way.
burn CDs.
Sure.
Yeah, I used to. Well, earlier in the early days, it was the tapes. You know, trading tapes of the shows.
Yep.
And then, but anyways, so no, I'm not trying to go on a whole long thing, but yeah. So I've been a huge. Yeah, and I've been to. I forget the exact number, but something like 50 or 60 shows.
Right on. Yeah, the set that I guess I don't even call it a set, but like the set of songs that came from his dissertation, from Trey's dissertation, you know, is,
Gamehenge?
you know, Gamehenge. It's that whole thing is, you know, probably just maybe I'm just nostalgic about those songs in particular, but I guess I would have to just say those songs in particular is what I like about them. The newer stuff, yeah, I like some of the newer stuff too, but I guess because it was like, you know, more of like a fable, or the whole story that went with it, you know, even though I don't really understand it still. I've looked into it a little bit, but yeah, there's a whole lore to go with it, you know. That's great. I think that they need to go flat Earth, by the way. Like, do they ever mention it? Is there any kind of like indication that they know the Earth is not a spinning ball? What do you think?
And the Deftones, I think the Deftones guy just came out.
Yeah, I think I heard that. Yeah,
I remember them when I was younger, man. They're badass.
Make sure Trey knows that the Earth is flat, or he knows it already. And do you think there's any kind of hidden meanings in their songs? I've looked for them in Fish songs before to see if they have any kind of like, we know the Earth is flat type hidden lyrics or something.
Yeah, no, I've thought a lot about this too. So here's what I'm going to say from what my understanding. As far as I know, as the four guys in the band, I doubt any of them are aware of it, to be honest. They're kind of blue-pilled a little bit. Sorry to have to say that. But they seem to be that way. Like, I think they all got the jab and the whole deal, you know. Now, they didn't like push the jab, but I think that's kind of, and I could be wrong on this, you know, because I don't know for sure. But from everything I'm not wrong on that part, I think, as far as I know. But obviously I can't say for sure, you know, but that's my understanding, is they're kind of pro jab. But I don't know, maybe they all didn't get it. It's hard to know. But anyways, but I think like when it comes to the shape of the Earth, I don't think that like consciously they probably think it, or perhaps aren't even fully aware of it. But in the lyrics, in some songs, I do think it comes through. Yeah, there's certain lyrics that are in there that you know. So yeah, so it's kind of, that's my understanding.
It'd be really surprising if they didn't, you know. Or I'm sure they've had lots of people in fact, well, my friend that the biggest fish fan I know, my friend just will not talk to me about it. So if they're along his mindset, they think that voting for Bernie Sanders is actually going to make a difference. That kind of mindset.
Yeah, asleep, totally asleep. It
right,
kills me, dude. People like
yeah.
pro
But just real quick, that I think that they must have had people messaging them, or they have to have had looked into it, and they've got time on their hands, and they would want to know, if they were presented with that idea. I mean, flat Earth is out there now, so much so that if you haven't looked into it, because it's not just a meme any longer, then you're just you're out of touch, right? You have to at least have heard about
I hear you on that. I would imagine they've heard of it, but at the same time, like I've heard them, like they're pretty globe. Like they actually did like one of their New Year's shows a couple of years ago. They actually did this whole thing, which was like a skit thing. It was like and it was all about like Einstein and relativity, and I've heard Trey say the planet Earth and that kind of stuff, and they talks a little bit about like outer space and whatnot. So,
oh my god,
I know I kind of do.
You know what, man? Flat Earth, to me, it's more than just about the Earth. It's like it's a mindset, man. It's like, look, whatever it is, okay, whether we ever figure it out, whether it's something that nobody even knows exactly, but it's more of a lifestyle. It's woke to the bullshit. Like it's like who cares? Like besides, it goes beyond the shape of the Earth. Like seeing NASA's bullshit, and seeing through it and seeing the media's bullshit. That's why it kills me. Like pro jab, I'm not going to go in depth, but like, so people are acting like, you ask them questions, they're like, no, we don't trust the government, and yeah, we know that that they're full of shit in the media. But all of a sudden, with just this one thing, they want to speak out, and yeah, they're all of a sudden they're all behind it. Like, what the fuck, man? So
yeah, dude, I know. No, it's crazy with some of the like artists and shit. As far as I know with Fish, like they never really came out and like told people, but like in their concerts, for example, like during the thing, like I think at one point they were requesting the jab to get into their show. So, they were doing that for a while, and then definitely like the mask requirement. They even canceled their New Year's shows because of Omicron or whatever. It's like, oh man.
People who won't talk to you though, man, what I forgot to say in that little rant is no matter what, dude, the fucking place we live presents itself as flat and stationary. No matter what, say what you want, but when we lay shit out, when we lay out straight lines and level lines, they're straight, and we don't feel motion. That's what we are presented with. And if you're gonna go by common sense, what New Perspective said earlier, he's dead right. Like if you're talking about spinning around on a globe and standing upside down, yeah. You'd be committed, man. If we wasn't brought up like that, you'd never. It'd sound like crazy talk, man. Because common sense, it's flat stationary.
They made our concept of reality a total fucking hallucination that we can't even experience. It's not even you don't even get the fun out of it, right? But hey, Gio, would you be able to get a letter I bet you know enough people, or you probably figured out how to contact those guys if you ever needed to, or I'm sure I could figure it out too. We need to compose a letter and just let them know in the most straightforward way that this is something you find out, not something you believe, and that if they haven't found out about this, then it might be something they'd want to know, and that we're big fans of theirs, and we'll know if they figured out that that they got our message, because I think it would change their lyrics completely, or maybe I think it's going to change music in general.
Well, dude. I mean, the potential, like once this truth starts to hit more, like within, oh my god, dude, the potential for music and lyrics is unbelievable. Like, there's going to be a huge renaissance in that. There's going to be a huge breakthrough in music, just like there was in the 1960s. I think that there's going to be several waves of that. And with this truth in particular, and yeah, with Fish in particular, I've thought about that. Like, if they knew about this, I mean, in terms of getting in contact with them, yeah, it's possible that we could get a letter to them. I mean, in some way, get something at least sent their way. Whether they fully read it or not would be up to them. But yeah, it would be interesting to do that. Kind of, word it really well, like kind of keep it concise enough, but just kind of let them know what's up, and then let them know they can
put a few things in there that only they would know, a fan would know, like some of your experiences. Oh, by the way,
Yeah. Oh no.
have you
That,
ever
yeah.
seen you
I
ever seen
mean,
him play at the Evergreen State College? Did you ever see any of those shows?
yeah, that's another other thing I was going to ask you to geek out on fish, but it is on the live stream. I don't want to bore other people, but
Well,
yeah,
that's where I went to
what
college.
let me just ask this: what years did you see those shows? That's awesome.
94 or what was it? 90? No, they played at Evergreen and yeah, maybe 94, 95. I'm trying to think. I don't remember the year so much. You know, it's all one big year, one big plan, one big time in my life that I went to to see them. I do have a funny story about seeing them in Portland, actually. But
Was
I
this
wondered if did you see the Evergreen shows at all?
Evergreen College?
Yeah, the Evergreen State College.
So I just looked it up. They did play there in '94.
Yeah.
May 20th, 94.
Yep. Were you there?
Nice, dude. If you saw Fish that early, that's amazing, dude. That was a special time. My first show was '95, but yeah, my brother saw a bunch of '94 shows and even earlier. He saw a lot of those early stuff, but yeah, dude, you that's awesome that you saw him back then. And
Look
have you
up
seen
when
him,
they played in Portland when the Spotted Owl conference was going on in Portland. That show was great. That was the greatest show because I actually saw them. It was like a bar, dude. It was like I was standing across the room from them. That's how small the venue was.
Wow.
I'm not sure. It doesn't matter what year it was, but my friend comes in. My friend Rio comes over and he's like, "We got to leave right now. We're going to Portland." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Fish is playing a free concert in Portland." I'm like, a free concert? He's like, "We got to leave right now." So we just like grabbed our shit and went. Right. We got down there and we started walking around. Like it was a concert going on in the park for the Spotted Owl thing that was going on. And we get there and Kenny Loggins is playing, right? And Fish had already played, right? We're like, oh shit, yeah. But they didn't really play. They just went and sang like the Star Spangled Banner a cappella, right? But they had a show going on that night in town, and I think it was the Roseland Theater. Who was it? Was it Rose something Rose? But yeah, and so we're like, oh shit, would they have a show tonight? Awesome, like. So we're gonna go try to get tickets for that. We skipped the concert in the park, and so we're walking around trying to find a bank machine. And as we're walking down the block to find the bank machine, just like these cops on horses start treading, going by us, and then these police start pushing us back, and there's like a crowd forming, and we're like, "What's going on? What's going on?" And they're like, "Well, the president's up there." It was Clinton, right? President's up in that building. I guess people were trying to get a look at him. So we're like, oh shit. So that was right where we were trying to get for the bank machine. So we went around the block, and as we came around the block, this like charge of people started rushing towards the street, and we all got separated, and I just pushed my way through, and Clinton's out in the middle of the street shaking hands with people, right? And I pushed my way through and made my way up right next to him, and I actually got right up behind him, and then one of his security guys is like pointed to me and goes, "Don't push." And Bill reached his hand back and shook my hand. And I'm like, "Thanks, Bill." I called him Bill. I didn't even call him like Mr. President. I was like, "Thanks, Bill." And his hand was like totally puffy and big, Like I was like, "Oh shit, I just shook the president's hand. I shook the president's hand, Back then I was actually a fan of his, right? And my friends were like, "No way, you got it." Huh?
I said, did you get a sniff of that hand? Wonder where.
Did I get a sniff of it? Little Lewinsky on my fingers. That whole thing was a triumph anyway. But
that guy's been robbing the world for years. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And that whole Lewinsky thing was just a fucking fake ass thing. It's so crazy
that was such a psyop. Talk about a psyop. Oh my gosh, that was
grabbing by the
beginning to end.
But anyway, so then my friend Rio was he's such a huge Fish fan. He's not even the guy I'm talking about that would vote for Bernie Sanders. There's another Fish fan, a friend of mine, and he was asking everybody and their sister twice if they had tickets, right? Because there's so many people with their fingers up looking for tickets. No way are we going to get tickets, especially for three of us, right? And then he's asked. I'm like embarrassed almost because he's like so spazzing out, asking people that would not even know who Fish was. You could just tell from looking at him. But actually, one of the people that you would never think knows who Fish was had 4 tickets. Some mom with her kid. Like I was embarrassed that he would even ask her, but she had 4 tickets, and we got into that show, and it was like really one of the best shows ever. Literally like 20 feet away from them.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. And there was I got to see Fishman do his vacuum cleaner solo thing. You ever seen him do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen him do that several times. Yep, that's pretty wild.
Hey, did you hear my latest, Gio? Did you hear my latest argument, man? That we pinned him down with last night. Like I've thought about this shit, but I've never really fucking thought really in depth. Or, I mean, I know how the Coriolis works for their globe and everything, but it dawned on me because we were talking about the hurricanes and everything, and I showed them with the tornadoes. I showed them where they don't always spin counterclockwise and everything, and I dawned on it, and I freaking laid it out in my head and then on paper, like, so this is opposite of what they're saying it should do. If it's going counterclockwise, then that means the fucking wind that was moving slower got out in front of the wind's moving faster. So that's exactly backwards. And then Jeremy kind of took over from there and asked him, about which way does this shit go, and if we're going from the equator to the North Pole. So come to find out, the Foucault pendulum and the hurricanes are exactly opposite. They go exactly opposite, and not to mention the way they have the hurricanes. They're saying that it's due to Coriolis. That's exactly backwards. If it was Earth spin causing hurricanes to spin counterclockwise, they'd spin clockwise because the faster wind would get out in front of the slower wind, so it would have to spin clockwise. So if it was Earth spin, then so they're exactly backwards with their argument, man. You hear about that one?
Oh, if you were asking me, Brian, I might have to ask if you could maybe, because I heard parts of it, but I also had to somewhat step away for a second. So could maybe just say it one more time, or if you could. Sorry.
These hurricanes come from okay, so you look it up, and they attribute the counterclockwise spin to Coriolis effect, Earth curve.
Counterclockwise in the north. So
a hurricane coming, they all come off from around the equator where the warmest water is, and the ones north of the equator, just like off the coast of Africa, they all go north, and I guess it's Mother Nature's way of equalizing, just the hot going to the cold. They start moving north. They all come pretty much about the same direction. Sometimes they do some different shit, but so if it's coming from Africa, picture this. Picture it's on the coast of Africa, just above the equator. Now, to go counterclockwise, the slower moving wind, okay, and say it's coming towards us. It's just forming. So it's got to form. If it's Earth spin making that happen, okay, then it's moving against the slower winds. I mean, the faster winds. It's exactly opposite. So if the hurricane's coming from the equator, and so the bottom of the storm closest to the equator is going to be the one with the faster, more Earth turn, right? And the top closest to us is going to be slower. So that's going to make it spin clockwise. So if it was Earth turn, think about it, draw it on paper. If it's Earth turn, then if it's Coriolis causing it, then it's going to spin clockwise. I mean, it's hard to get out of that one, man. In other words, think about it. Okay, the stars.
Well, there's like a vortex and then a counter vortex. So there's two things. There's the path of the hurricane if you were to look at it from above. And when they come up off the north like that, they go up the coast, of the United States, up towards New York and all that. So in that way, the path of the thing is clockwise. Like if you were to keep thinking that, New York, then you go up around to Iceland or whatever, you'd be making, clockwise. Whereas in the South, they go off and they go counterclockwise. But then what they say, which obviously it's hard to verify because it's sort of dependent on their data and whatnot from their, satellites or whatever. But the storms themselves, well, first of all, I've heard that storms actually go both. They go clockwise and counterclockwise, different storms. However, there is like more of a mainstream concept that in the north, the hurricanes go counterclockwise, so the opposite vortex. They go counterclockwise in the north, and then in the south, they actually go clockwise. And they have their explanation of Earth spin to try to describe that as well. But it's a little bit contradictory because if it was just the Earth rotating, it would be the same. But instead, you've got counterclockwise of the actual rotation of the storm itself, but you have a clockwise, like in the north, for example, actual movement of it across the Earth. Of course, on a planar type Earth where you've got the sun moving around, you could have the vortex and counter vortex. So it's actually kind of a hole in their model.
Right, though, bro. You're absolutely right. I live in Florida, and I've been through a dozen fucking hurricanes. I've lived. I mean, I'm right here, and almost every hurricane that you hear about on the news, we get some effects of it. I've only been in a couple direct hits, but I mean, I've surfed in Hugo, the aftermath. West winds usually come behind hurricanes, but you're right. I mean, I've got pictures of a tree on my house to show you that it's not always counterclockwise winds in the storm period. It's both ways. Sometimes it's blowing, if it's going up the coast, sometimes it's coming in from the counterclockwise position, but sometimes it's exactly opposite. The tree that fell on my house, it came from clockwise, a clockwise storm. There's no way that a tree would have even blown that way if it was and it'd have to be on the whole other side of me, and it wasn't. It was on the coast, going up the coast. It's not even possible. So I don't know, man. In my opinion, and from what I could see, and what I could show you pictures of, that they don't all spin counterclockwise. But if you think of the stars, like if you see the stars moving, then on the ground would be exactly opposite. If it was Earth spin, it'd be opposite of what we see in the sky. Just like the North and the South Pole. Like if you look up, if you picture up or the Northern Hemisphere, you're going to see one thing down. It's going to be opposite. So, but like I said, if you draw it on paper, but besides that, when Jeremy asked B-Ball, what way would a plane drift? It was backwards from the way the storms drift. And the Foucault pendulum, the way it processes clockwise. It's the Foucault in the Northern Hemisphere spins clockwise. That's exactly counterintuitive. I mean, that's counterfactual, really. If the storm spin counterclockwise, then the pendulum in the plane should reflect in that.
What about tornadoes, Brian? Do they all spin the one way? We don't get them here where we are, but I know you guys get them up there. Are they all clockwise or anti-clockwise, all of those, or do you get a mixture?
I've only seen a couple tornadoes, man, but that's what I posted last night. Where that's the first thing I found was, the tornadoes. It says predominantly spin counterclockwise due to Earth curve, but they don't always spin counterclockwise. And so there was some examples. So I posted them yesterday during the discussion. But this is before I realized, wait a minute, that's backwards. That's absolutely backwards. And I didn't even need to look anything up. Like I just wanted to know about their other arguments. Like, wait, then why didn't the Foucault pendulum go counterclockwise, motherfuckers?
Hey, Well, that depends on what you're doing. Like you can have Coriolis doing clockwise or counterclockwise depending on what you're doing. I'm not sure how the mechanics of tornadoes work. But for example, if you have two objects and you spread them apart, that's one rotation you should expect. If you bring them together, it's the opposite. I'm not sure which one would be more analogous to a tornado.
I'm sure Globers could get Coriolis to fit whatever scenario they wanted to.
No, actually,
Sure.
no. Well, if you heard what I just said, like
Think about this. So make a picture of a storm just a little bit above the equator, off the coast of Africa. It's about the head.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Flap your,
picture the Earth rotating.
You're
Picture
breaking
the
up
bottom of
slightly.
the storm. Picture the storm.
Brian, flap your wings, buddy. Flap your wings. He'll come back. He'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that rotation can go the way we need to go. The rotation is gonna go according to like Newtonian mechanics. There's no arbitrary anything. Like if I describe you like a pendulum and you apply just the laws of physics, simple laws of physics, there's no you can just arbitrarily choose the direction it's going to spin. It's pretty much fixed. But if you describe
Can I get a
different
mic
scenarios,
check, Reagan?
oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's
mate,
fine.
you're
Go
right.
on,
Yeah,
go on, Brian.
you're good, Brian.
Okay. Just don't work with me.
Oh, you're breaking up again. Sorry.
You
I'm sorry, Brian.
go on.
Damn hurricanes.
Mm.
Getting one right now.
What an interesting video, Don.
Oh, you should definitely watch that. You should definitely.
Man, I just did. That's like a must watch. Look at that. That is crazy.
Yep, harnessing energy up in the Atmo.
Look at that. Boom. What do you think, Bacon? What do you think of that?
Think of what?
The
Herman Paulson. What do you think of Herman Paulson from 1920s?
I never heard of it.
You never heard of Herman Paulson? Yeah, that's the.
Oh my god! Every time you bring something random and then you ask, "What do you think about this?" I say, "I never heard of it," and you were like, "Oh, you never heard of it? I just googled it."
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you never heard of it before you heard of it, and I don't think you heard of it like before last year. So don't come as if it was something that should be obvious to everyone.
No, that's not how I'm doing that. No, I said you never heard. I was just wondering
That's
if
how
you
it
heard
sounds.
them.
That's how it sounds.
That's how you're taking
Every
it.
time. No, that's how it sounds.
Can't believe you never heard of him.
Everyone's heard of Herman. Come on.
Yeah, no, dude. I never heard of him until just recently. I discovered all of his information and his work. I'm still looking into it. That he made an electrostatic generator using Tesla's ideas. Using the Atmo though. 3,000 volts in the high. That's how much he got. Whew, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a high tension. Not tension, a high voltage. Sorry, I mistranslated. Because voltage in Portuguese is tension.
Oh, right. Okay, I didn't know that one. I just noticed that higher with this guy that did it here, he redid it on Remstar.org. Higher he went, more charge he got. That makes you wonder why you're not allowed to fly drones at a certain altitude, not just because of planes, but can the electromagnetic field grab it, right, and mess up the electronics and take it off.
Isn't this just electrostatic charge?
Yeah, it's electrostatics. Yeah. Well,
yeah. So no electromagnetic, no magnetic field, right? Just electrostatic charges.
Yeah, they're the same property though.
Yeah, but they work like you don't have magnetic fields just by having electrostatic charges.
Isn't it?
You need them moving.
Isn't it all connected though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you need static charges to move. So for you to have like magnetic fields, right? Or
And
you can
vice
just
versa.
or you
And
can
vice
just call
versa. Yeah.
everything electromagnetism.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you good, Brian. You good, buddy.
Dog, I think the cats unplugged my Wi-Fi, man.
Mm-hmm.
The kittens. Bacon, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so what I was trying to do is walk you through this. So picture a big storm system that covers like a large portion of like a bunch of, like, say 25 degrees worth of latitude. Uh, so a big one, big storm. Picture it's coming from just right on the say the equator. It's sitting on the equator. So the bottom of the storm, we'll call it the bottom, just for the sake of picturing it in our head. We'll say the bottom of the storm's sitting on the equator, just barely above it, and the top of the storm's like 25 degrees latitude above the equator. So it's a big storm, and it's launching, and it's going to come up to the United States toward Florida. Most of them start off in pretty much basically that direction. Okay, so what's happening to go counterclockwise? Okay, what's going to have to happen is the slower winds are going to have to get out in front of the faster winds. If the Earth spin has anything to do with it, picture a storm going counterclockwise. Just picture it starting to spin counterclockwise on that equator, and it just I mean it the way it's described with the airplanes and everything, the faster winds are supposed to get out in front of the slower winds. If it's moving north, and that's what way they move. They
I
all
don't
move
think
north.
I don't think that's the like tornadoes or hurricanes are because there's I mean the storm is just moving. I think it's like when you have like warmer air going up and cold air going down, and like it forms like a flow, of this different density uh, of airs that have different density, and I think what it's going to determine if it's going to be clockwise or counterclockwise is like how are they. It's a bit complicated to explain. For example, if you have a sink, and you open like the hole and you have water in it, the water is all the water is going to the same point, right? So the water is moving inwards, and that gives you one rotation. If it's moving outwards, that gives you the opposite rotation. And I'm not sure which one is going on with clouds during or with the atmosphere during a storm. Like, is the air moving inwards or outwards in a hurricane or in a
Well, I
tornado?
mean, that's what I'm saying. That any way you look at it, you got the slower winds out in front of the faster winds. If you're talking about an airplane coming north, then you're going to say that since it's coming from a faster spinning place, then it's going to deviate accordingly, right? So if you're moving into a slower rotation, then you're going to deviate because you're coming your what do you call it? Your momentum or your damn, what do they call that? Brenda says that it's God, I can't even think of the name. Like I'm thinking preservation of momentum or some shit. Conservation of momentum. Okay, so if something's conserving the momentum, okay, if it was spinning 1,000 miles per hour, it's heading north, and now the ground is only spinning 700 miles an hour. It's going to try and conserve momentum. So
That's true, but that
so
same reasoning can give you clockwise or counterclockwise if you're moving outwards or inwards. So, for example, if you have something, any object, anything, just moving outwards from like a center point, the point that is going north, it's going to it has a more momentum, right? It has a sideways speed higher than where it's going towards, and the thing that is going south has a slower momentum, right? Because it's going to a part of Earth that rotates faster.
yeah, but think about this: if I'm at the top of the storm and you're at the bottom of the storm, all right, and we're heading toward Africa, I'm at the I'm 25 degrees. You're down at the equator. You know, we're lined up with each other on the same longitude. We're coming around the globe. We're going with the Earth spin. Okay, and I'm at the top. You're at the bottom. So let's say we're holding hands, or we got a string in between us. So it's got to happen to where when we start spinning, okay, we where you would think that you know, as soon as we hit it, you know, the winds where you're at would outrun the winds where I'm at. So you'd start coming around, you know, like the plane deviating. You'd start coming around, and I would fall in behind you because your winds are faster, and we'd start spinning clockwise due to Earth
Yeah,
rotation, due to the
but
fact that
that's
you're moving faster, right?
yeah, that's an inward movement, taking like the midpoint between me and you. But if the air is going like, let's say that there is the air, it's like, think of the midpoint between me and you, and picture now there is a wind that is coming from that point to you and to me. And if you apply that same logic, you get the opposite rotation now. Let me try to draw that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but still, you still have to go with the physical, the fact that it's supposed to be physical, okay? And if it's physical, and let's say if we're going with the Earth curve, let's say we're coming around, we're crossing the continent of Africa, and you're on the equator, okay? You're on the equator, and I'm at the top. I'm at 25 latitude, and we're coming up to Africa, going. Basically, we're going with the spin of the Earth, but we're going faster than the spin of the Earth. So we're catching up. We hit Africa. We're going over the continent. Now we're coming up on the coast where the hurricane's forming. Okay, you're on the equator, so you're going faster. Okay, now you're gonna. So when it turns north, they all turn north. You're gonna go out physically. You're gonna have to get out in front of me because you're going faster. There's no way. I mean, I see what you're saying as far as conceptualizing it, but this is supposed to be physical. And if you're physically going faster, when we go to turn north, you've got to get out in front of me, or else you're not going faster, bro. So if the Earth is going faster at the equator, you've got to get out in front of me because I'm only going 600 miles an hour and you're going 1,000, and that's clockwise, bro. Any way you look at it, that's not counterclockwise. If you're going faster, then you should get out in front physically. But I see what you're saying conceptually, though. You can think of it opposite, but I don't know.
Well, it's unless like it's still everything I'm picturing here is also physical. Like I'm still picturing the wind moving physically and having a higher or lower speed compared to the ground speed, to the speed of the surface, and you can have both ways depending on what's going on. Like you're just describing a particular way, but there's like a different thing that can be happening that it's gonna produce the opposite rotation, and that might be how
Well, let me
hurricanes
ask you a
work. But I
question.
don't know. Like I'm not a meteorologist.
Clarify for me. Follow me on this. Let me ask you a question. If I'm on an airplane and I take off from the equator and I head straight up north, say the hurricane just keeps going east, even though they go northwest. I mean, say the hurricane keeps going west, we go straight north. What way is the plane?
One second, I'm a bit lost.
Well, forget
Can
about
you say
the
that again?
hurricane. Forget about the hurricane. We're taking off from an airplane from the equator, and we're heading straight north up a line of longitude. What way are we going to drift due to Earth spin?
East.
Right. We're going to drift east, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the nose of the plane is going to drift east. And so if you started spinning the plane, I mean, I'm just saying the nose of the plane is going to have the tendency to spin. Let's just say this: the nose of the plane is hitting an area that's moving slower, just a tiny little bit than the back. So that's gonna cause a clockwise spin, even with the airplane, much less the storm. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to point out to see if you can relate with my line of thinking.
I'm not sure if like that's how it works because the plane moves as a whole, right? I'm not sure if that works.
Yeah, but I'm just saying for description's sake, it's going to move us east, and you got to admit, even no matter how microscopic, the front of the plane is positioned over an Earth that's moving a tiny bit slower than the back of the plane. Now, even if it's a gajillionth of 1 mile per hour, or even if you want to measure it in angular, however you want to say it, the further north you go, the slower the ground speed.
So you think it would the tip of the airplane would have a
No.
tendency to tilt west or east?
No, I don't think that. I think that on a ball Earth, you would drift east. But if you wanted to think about the rotation, you could think of it as in the nose is going to be slower. It's going to. I mean, I'm just trying to get you to visualize.
The nose would
I'm trying to visualize because the storm should go clockwise, bro. There's no getting around it. You could, unless there's some crazy shit happening. I'm just trying to describe the physicality of the way the shit should be turning, and I'm just using the plane. And since you didn't quite get what I meant by the storm itself and the equatorial, position being faster, I'm just equating that to a plane. So it's going to start drifting east, and so you could picture the nose moving a little, moving first. It's in a slower speed than the tail.
Well,
just
I
a
think
tiny bit.
if anything, the tip of the airplane should tilt west. I think, not east.
Yes, it should tilt west. Exactly. The nose is going to go east, and the tail is going to go west. That's clockwise.
No,
bro.
no. The nose would tilt west, right? Because
the nose.
Sorry.
Why the nose?
Because the Coriolis. I mean the airplane is like this one thing, so it has the sideways speed is the same for the whole of the airplane.
Okay, let's say
the
Coriolis.
Yeah, one second. The difference between the speed of the airplane and the difference between the speed of the airplane and the atmosphere is going to be bigger at tip of the airplane, right, than in the back of the airplane. And
That's
because
not
the
true.
tendency,
No, it's not.
oh,
The
why,
nose.
why?
If we're heading north, then the spin of the Earth is going to be slower at the tip.
No, I'm saying the difference is bigger. The difference between the
I mean at
Earth.
the nose.
Yeah, I'm saying the difference between the speed of the airplane and the speed of the ground is gonna be bigger for the nose, right? Because it's the part of the airplane that is getting away from the equator first.
Okay, well, let me simplify this, dude, so you don't waste any time trying to think backwards. Okay, picture a airplane the size of the quarter size of Earth. So let's say the tail is at the
That's what I'm doing.
equator. Okay, the tail's at the equator and the nose is at the North Pole. Okay, the nose ain't gonna move at all because it's over the North Pole. The tail is gonna, with the spin of the Earth, it's gonna start. It's gonna start hauling ass west. With the spin of the Earth, it's gonna go clockwise, bro. I don't see how you're. I mean, I could. It's a valiant effort, bro, but there's physicality to this claim.
Yeah, but
And
I understand, but just picture like the whole of the airplane, let's say, has the sideways speed of the equator, right? So at the back of it, the tail of the airplane is in the same speed as the atmosphere, right? But the front of it is faster, and because it's faster, the atmosphere is gonna feel like a west wind, just to the tip of it, not to the back of it.
How's the front of it faster? The front of it is actually and the ground is moving slower.
Yeah, the ground, exactly. The ground. That's what I'm saying. The ground is lower, so the tip of it is faster than the ground. But the back of it is in the
they're
same.
both conserving momentum. Let's say they're both conserving momentum of the ground.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to describe. So you have the airplane at the ground speed of the equator. So the tail of the airplane is still at the equator, but the tip of it isn't.
Right, dude. Right? That's what I'm saying.
So let's.
If it conserves the ground speed, then the tail that's sitting on the equator is gonna shoot out, and it's gonna spin clockwise. Then the nose.
But it feels.
If you're talking about conserving momentum, bro, there's no getting around it. The tail at the equator is gonna come out faster if it's conserving the momentum.
The airplane is like a single thing, right? So it doesn't twist. And if it doesn't twist, the whole thing has the same speed. The whole airplane is only moving at like a single thing. Then the tip of the airplane is gonna be facing winds that are actually just Coriolis wind. Let's say it's just the atmosphere moving at different speed, and that wind is gonna feel westwards, right? Because the tip of the airplane is moving east faster than the atmosphere. So it's going to feel more resistance on the tip than on the tail. And that resistance pushes the tip of the airplane west, not east, right?
So it's not conserving momentum. That's fine if you want to say
it is.
It's not. No, it's not, bro.
Well, it's the same speed as the tail, right?
You're trying to make the. Hold on. What you're trying to do is you're trying to talk freaking rotation into existence by saying that you're trying to say that the winds are faster further north or either the earth speed, but neither. Listen, the earth moves slower in a globe earth. The further north you go, the slower the rotation, bro.
Yeah.
So you're going to conserve momentum.
If you conserve that momentum, when you get to the atmosphere that is further north, if you're conserving momentum, that atmosphere is you're gonna feel like it's pushing you west, right? Because the airplane, because the Coriolis wants to go east, and atmosphere doesn't want to go east. So for the airplane, the atmosphere is pushing it west.
Hold on, the wind and the atmosphere. Hold on, the atmosphere is moving. I mean, I don't know how bro. If you look at it like this, I don't know, man. I don't know how else to describe it. I guess you could look at it either way, but if you're going to conserve momentum, bro, then you're going to have to go with the pendulum, and that's clockwise. That's if you ask me. I don't know.
Yeah, but like if you get the exact same logic of the pendulum and apply to something that is so what's the direction that the tornadoes spin in the north hemisphere?
Bro, to be honest, I mean the tornadoes. I posted something yesterday saying that they
The majority.
usually spin counterclockwise, but not always. And hurricanes. I stopped looking when I seen the tornadoes, and I grabbed my globe and realized that it's going backwards. But so I don't know if I could even find that citation. But I having experienced, probably about a dozen hurricanes, a couple direct hits, tree on my house, caved my roof in, about killed my wife. But I can tell you that it seems to be both, but it says that it's always counterclockwise. That means that
But
that the
that's
winds
what you.
that means that the winds that are further north are outrunning the winds that are further south.
Okay, but the thing is, that's what would happen if you have something moving inwards, right? Because if you have something moving inwards, like a sink, so the thing that when you open that you have a sink full of water, and you open it, and the water start sinking, right? What happens is the water that is like to the south of it, when it gets to the middle of it, where the hole is, it's faster than the hole, so it goes go eastwards in respect to the hole, right? And what's the water that is at north of the hole, when it gets to the hole, because the hole is moving faster, it lags behind, so it goes eastward. And if you plot the movement, that is counterclockwise, right? Right?
I'm having trouble following it, but I mean, I
Here, let
kind of
me.
see what you're saying. But as far
Is
as
the
the way
sink
you're describing
moving?
it, yeah, man. But I'm just looking at this globe right here, and I'm just picturing of conserving momentum, and if it's conserving the momentum of the spin of Earth, as the winds move north, they're gonna they're gonna tend to the east, and the further you go, the more the winds are gonna tend to the east. But the winds that are left back at the equator, they're gonna they're not gonna tend. I mean, let's just say this: if we're flying along, I don't know how to describe. I mean, Do you have a globe, a physical globe, handy?
No, but I can get a 3D one.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna help. I'm just trying to get you to set something literally on.
Bacon, you don't always carry a globe in your back pocket. You got it ready.
No, no, not yet.
I'm just trying to find a way of
Just try to
explaining
picture it.
that the
You gotta get
bottom,
a, you
the
gotta get a
wind.
briefcase. You gotta get a briefcase that has a pop-up globe. So you open it up, and boom, the globe pops up.
I got two globes, man. I just my baby's mom, my two youngest's mother. God rest her soul. She just passed away, man. I can't even believe it. I'm still in shock about the shit. But she gave me a globe. It was broke. The screw had come out, and it's nice. It's smaller than my other globe, but I had a bunch of nuts, various sizes, and I had one that fit. So she didn't
Right.
want it. Yep.
Just sorry, interrupt that, but just try to think of using the exact same logic of the pendulum, the exact reasoning you're using, like just conservation of momentum going through different latitudes.
I understand what
should
you're saying, dude. If you're thinking about the whole storm, you could picture it going counterclockwise if you're thinking about the whole thing at once. But if you're thinking about it as far as breaking it down and each part and what each part should be doing. The like an airplane sitting at the equator, if it was giant, it's the further north, the more deviation to the east. So if you're just thinking of it like that, so the further north, the slower the globe is spinning. So the more deviation east. So that means the nose is going to deviate the most if it's a giant airplane, and the back's really not going to deviate at all until it starts heading further north, and that's going to be clockwise. So if you think of the whole thing as one system and try and picture it, I could see the way you're saying it. But as far as conserving momentum, it's backwards in my opinion, man. But I do see what you're explaining. I could make sense of it.
All right. Well, yeah, but like to answer like why hurricanes are the opposite of a pendulum. Just, I mean, this shouldn't be. I mean, if you study how hurricanes work, and then you think like based on how they supposedly work, it's on the opposite rotation. I think you could have a good point there. But if the claim is just that like, well, everything that is rotating because of Earth's rotation should rotate in the same rotation, like same direction, then that's just not the case, because the pendulum and like the water in a sink shouldn't rotate in the same direction. The water in the sink should be counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and pendulums should be clockwise, right? They should be opposite. So, and they're both just following the exact same principle.
Well, just picture it's the Earth turning and not the airplane, if you think of it like that. But if you think of then they both should go counterclockwise if you think of it like that. But if you think of conserving the momentum, there's no way of escaping the fact, because it's heading north, bro. The storm is heading north. It never ever
it's not
goes.
it's not the movement of the
It never
storm.
goes south, bro. It never
It's
goes
not the
south, so it comes
movement.
north.
It's not the movement of the storm itself. I think it's more complicated than that. That's what I'm saying. It might be necessary to first study how hurricanes form, to then like say whether or not they're correct or incorrect rotation. I don't know how they work or how they form.
Let's say this. Let's say let's say this. Okay, we have let's say we have a merry-go-round, two merry-go-rounds, one north of the equator, one south of the equator, but they're touching. They're touching. Okay, so picture them like gears. Okay, you with me so far? They're on the coast of Africa. They're on the coast of Africa, right? They're on the coast of Africa, and they're like two gears. They touch at the equator. One,
right?
You with me now? Okay. So
hello, mic check. Did Brian fall?
Yeah, no,
or did I fall?
No, Brian fell out.
Right.
The cat must have got his modem.
Hurricanes. Catnado. Pussy Nado would be alright.
Are you guys trying to discuss on which direction the hurricane should rotate due to the Coriolis?
Sort of. Yeah.
Hey, Bacon, just a question. You know about Hurricane Emily?
No.
All right, so it was observed to have the strongest field, 8 kilovolts per meter. That would be 8,000 volts per meter. What effect would that have on the direction or rotation, if you will, of that hurricane or those winds?
Volt between what and what?
Between the most readings of the hurricane itself, and the right here. So I got it from.
Between volts are between two things, right?
Okay.
So what are those things that have 8,000 volts?
The hurricane, the fields. It was reading. They had readings excess of 8 kilovolts per meter. They said it was
I don't know what that is. What that means. Kilovolts per meter. I don't know what that means.
the kilovolts. So volts, kilovolts times 100. That's 8,000 volts.
Yeah, I know what a kilo something is, but I don't know what kilovolts per meter mean. Like, I don't understand what that means.
So like every meter there was 8,000 volts.
Yeah, this is not making sense to me.
It's
Like,
just it's a
you know what a
change in
volt is? What do you think a volt is?
A charge.
No, that's not what a volt is.
He's just talking about change in potential, right? It
Yeah.
changed from one end of the meter to the other end of the meter. It went up by 1,000 volts.
Right. Right.
What effect would this have on that?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like volts in a hurricane should determine like impact rotation or anything.
Wait, so you're telling me electromagnetic fields wouldn't have an effect on hurricanes if there's a charge there?
No, I'm not saying that. I just don't understand how that has anything to do with how it's rotating. And I don't understand like how every meter would have 1,000 volts. I'm not sure.
I'm
That
having
makes a lot of sense.
I'm having some bad luck, but I was right here. So let's picture this. This is where I left off. I'm a giant pole, and I'm 1 foot off the earth, and I extend a 1 light year from wherever, and out into your universe, and I come all the way down to toward Earth, straight line, a straight pole, and I stop 1 foot off the ground. So I'm stationary, right? You with me? Now, there's a merry-go-round right where the hurricane forms, and it's a gear. There's one sitting on the equator and one just sitting below the equator. So there are two gears, and they're touching at the equator. You with me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You have two gears, like one at the
Yeah,
north and one west, one in south.
Picture them as gears. Picture them as gears. They're merry-go-rounds, though.
Okay.
They're merry-go-rounds, and one's they're touching. They're joining at the equator. One's sitting on the equator. The other's sitting just under the equator in the south. You see what I'm saying? But they're touching at the equator, and then you have a pole. Let's just say you have a giant pole on the other side of our Earth at the equator that's sitting 1 foot off the ground. You with me now?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
There's a giant pole stretching, a straight pole stretching a trillion miles from 1 foot off the ground. Okay, it's stationary in space.
What do you mean the pole is floating?
The post is floating. That's right. It's stationary. It's stationary in space. Okay, just go with me, man. Just go with me. Okay. Now the Earth comes around, and the two merry-go-rounds, which are the gears, okay, spinning toward the west. Okay, now by the time they hit the pole, that pole that's
You
floating
mean
there,
east?
yeah, east. Sorry,
Right.
it's coming. It's going east, and it's
Mm-hmm.
going toward the pole, toward that pole that's stationary in the universe.
Right.
By the
What, the
time,
pole is at the equator?
yeah, the pole's at the equator, right at the middle of the gears, right where the gears touch. So
Mm-hmm.
by the time the merry-go-rounds come and hit that pole, then they're going to start spinning. Their momentum and the pole's momentum basically is going to start them spinning, and the one in the north is going to start spinning clockwise, and the one in the south is going to start spinning counterclockwise because that's momentum. That's the momentum of the Earth rotation because the pole's not rotating. The pole's sitting there.
That's no
The
momentum.
rotation's coming toward the pole, and it's going to send the gear in the north. It's going to send it spinning clockwise.
Yeah, but that's not related to momentum. Like both merry-go-rounds, both gears were not rotating, right, before they hit the pole, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it's not related to momentum. It's just the pole now is forcing them to rotate because it hit them.
Well, if you take that gear, the bottom of the gear is faster than the top of the gear because due to the Earth spin being faster at the equator. So as it starts moving north, okay, it's going to be slowing down. The bottom is going to the momentum is going to conserve, and so it's going to get out faster than the top of the gear, which was spinning slower. I mean, I don't know how. I don't know how you don't understand what I'm saying, whether you agree with it or not. It's to understand my concept. If it's conserving momentum, the momentum is faster at the equator, so it's got to get out in front as it goes north. That's what Coriolis dictates: is that the faster moving shit at the equator, okay, is going to conserve its speed as it goes north. So it's going to outrun the slower shit that's not conserving as much momentum north, so it's going to move out in front. That's going to make, no matter how I look at this, trying to describe it physically, it gives me a clockwise rotation, bro. That's my argument.
Right, but just picture you have air on high, like let's say you have a lot of air in a higher layer of the atmosphere. That air gets cold, so it starts sinking, right? As it sinks, let's say it works like the water in a sink. If that's the case, just picture what should happen with the water. What rotation should it have? If the water that is closer to the equator, when it goes north,
If the
it's
cold
going.
air, you say if the cold air is sinking from up higher, so it was moving faster. The air up higher is moving.
Yeah,
It's
so
moving. It's moving faster than the air at the north. So by the time it gets, let's say down to the drain, by the time it gets down to the drain, it's gonna. Let's see. Wait. I mean, so that means the other air at the top also has to be moving faster. Um, can you think of a different example?
I'm not sure. Let me just make a quick drawing here.
I'm not sure what makes you think it's related to momentum. If it hits the object, that's a reactionary force.
Yeah, the pole. I
Conservation.
think the pole is a bad example. So, I'm sorry. I
Like you,
sent on Livestream one text. Right.
like you could do that example that you're talking about anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's at the equator. The two gears are still going to run into the pole. So which in relationship to Coriolis, that would only take effect after they were rotating.
Can you see the drawing? Livestream on text, Brian.
I'll look. Hold on.
like the blue arrows represent like the cold air sinking, getting from
That's West Coast, man. Oh wait, that ain't you. Okay, yeah, I see your drawing.
right. So the air that is going from the equator north, it's faster, so it gets on front of the hole or the eye of the tornado, and the one that is
Yeah, but
coming.
that's not the way it works. Look, if it's the wind, then the wind is going to be faster at the equator. Wait. I'm trying to wrap my head around your logic. Whether I agree with it or not, I'm trying to understand it. So hold on.
Yeah, I'm not sure how hurricanes work. That's just my
Why
guess.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you just draw an equator line and draw
It's
everything
there.
above
It's the red line.
draw everything above the equator?
But I mean, Coriolis doesn't work in the equator.
Okay. The red line is the equator. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, and the blue arrows is like just the direction that the cold air is sinking. So they all would point to
Backwards,
the
bro.
eye.
Look, the way you have it working here. Look, now draw an arrow the way the Earth is turning. Just draw a sign
It's
on the
left, right.
equator.
Left to right.
Draw an arrow on the equator of which way the Earth is turning.
It's left to right, but I'll draw it.
Right. So that's not going to go the way you're saying, bro. Think about this. If you draw the arrow from the left heading to the right, when it hits that blue cross, it's going to, okay, let's see. If it hits that blue cross, that would make it spin. That'd make it spin counterclockwise. Yep. But that's backwards from the way the wind's going, bro. But yeah, that would work. I see the way you're thinking. Seems a little bit backwards, but okay. I can make. I've at least made so I can make sense out of what you're saying at least.
All right. I mean, I don't know how hurricanes work, but if I picture them working,
that's opposite. Basically, to me, that's opposite of
what is opposite exactly?
Momentum. Well, because the momentum is going to be basically the direction the shit's heading. So if anything's not spinning with the Earth, okay, then it's that's why I used a pole. I tried to just get something that had nothing to do with the Earth's spin. So I thought of a 1 trillion mile pole. So and that's to represent wind, right?
The red arrows there represent the deviation in the wind.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and I think they would. I mean, that's how they should deviate, because if it's coming
that's
from
still
north,
clockwise, though, bro. If you just look at the bottom arrow, look at the bottom arrow.
That's counterclockwise.
Look at the bottom red arrow. Don't look at the top one. Just look at the bottom one.
Yeah,
okay?
that's
clockwise.
No, but the rotation of the tornado is in the center. So it's where all those arrows.
But that's why I said don't look at the rest of it. If you picture just that red arrow, even your own handwriting is trying to go clockwise, and you you kind of
that's not where the tornado is rotating around. It's not rotating around that point.
Bro, you've got it looping off to the right, clockwise.
Okay, let me.
I see what you're saying, Bacon. I totally get the gist of where you're coming from, but like I said, you got the bottom arrow starting off straight like it would do in real life on a spinning globe, and then deviating off to the right. Okay, you're literally showing it start to go clockwise, but then you drew something coming in from the top, which I don't know why.
But that's because we have like a massive amount of air sinking, and it's sinking in the middle. That's where the blue arrows represent. It's all the air that is sinking.
Look, if you take that arrow, bro, and you move it to the other side of each blue line, take the one on the bottom and put it on the other side of the blue line, and then, or just put it on the blue line, and then take the one from the top and put it on the blue line. You're now got clockwise with your same drawing.
But that, I understand.
What do you mean, you're having to manipulate your arrows.
No,
and even your own arrows, if you did them correctly, would show a clockwise spin, bro.
No, the what you're telling me to do is not what I'm suggesting. Like, what I'm suggesting is that you have a mass of like a body of cold air sinking in the middle. That's my premise. So the blue arrows represent that cold air sinking in the middle. And given that premise, the blue lines just represent the air sinking in the middle. The red lines represent what you should expect, how they should you expect them to deviate. And given that deviation, in the middle of the hurricane, you'd get a counterclockwise rotation.
I guess, yeah. But what you've literally, I mean, if you just think of it as far as momentum goes, and you don't go higher and lower, you've got two arrows both clockwise. You know, I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
but none
I'm
of
just
them are
saying.
clockwise.
Even your arrows are going along with the globe Coriolis.
But no,
And,
no, but
your
they're not.
arrows are conserving momentum because
But
that's
they're not
exactly what
clock.
an airplane would do, bro.
Yeah, exactly. But a hurricane isn't an airplane, so the the red arrows are rotating clockwise, but not around the hurricane. Around the hurricane, they actually make it counterclockwise, right? And that's what I mean. If you want to know how the hurricane is gonna rotate, it's gonna be the rotation around the center, not any other rotation that you're pointing at.
Yeah. Okay. Well, think of like if you had a pole that was a mile in diameter, and it went up a trillion miles. Okay, at the equator. Okay. And it represented stationary in a fixed frame. That pole is in its own frame, and it's independent of the globe rotation, and it goes underwater, and it's sitting 1 foot off the bottom of the ocean. Okay, so the Earth is spinning into that pole. Are you with me? So what it's going to do, it's half a mile north of the equator, half mile south of the equator, because it's a mile in diameter. So what it's going to cause is a vortex. Okay, the Earth spin, the physical spin of the Earth is going to cause vortexes going clockwise in the north and counterclockwise in the south. The physicality of it, besides any of the stories, just the physical nature of the thing that's not spinning is going to cause clockwise rotation of the water. Clockwise momentum heading north and counterclockwise heading south. So the momentum of it is exactly backwards than what we
Yeah,
see the
but
storms.
the hurricane, like what I'm saying, like I'm not a meteorologist. I don't know how hurricanes work. But the hurricane, I don't think hurricane is like just a single wind that is going north or south. And if it's something more like what I'm presenting, like you have cold air on top sinking, that would create an opposite rotation from conservation of momentum. I'm not saying that's how hurricanes work because I don't know how they work. So I think it would be best if we both would we'll look it up how hurricanes work, how they form, or something.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, and also Bacon. Like I said, living in these storms, the winds are usually spinning counterclockwise, but the one that knocked a tree down was a clockwise rotation. I'm not saying they all go that way, but it seems to me like generally I get clockwise winds, but not always. And I guess really the winds could blow any direction, but if they're but I must say, I'm gonna go out on a limb and just say, just from personal experience, they seem to go every which way, bro. To be honest, and I know that would depend on what side the eye is on, but I'm just off my memory. I'm just going by the majority of the hurricanes, and the majority of them, the eye goes up the coast, and we catch the leading side of the hurricane. I don't remember the last
And
one
Brian,
that came up on its backside.
and Brian, either way, it could be the toroidal vortex that's causing the tendency for them to go one direction or another anyway. So it's not necessarily a globe proof that whatever's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on with the
Yeah, I
weather.
So
don't
in
think
other words,
anyone's
yeah,
arguing that. I don't think anyone's arguing that.
I agree. So in
But
other words,
I was going to try to
whatever's
butt in
causing
anyway.
the stars, whatever's causing the stars to go counterclockwise in the north.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be what's also causing the hurricanes to predominantly go counterclockwise. But if, like I said, if it was Earth curve, it'd be opposite of that. So you see the stars going clockwise, so the momentum on the ground would be exactly opposite of that, right? If
Right.
it's the momentum going opposite the stars, that's fucking clockwise because we're seeing the stars go counterclockwise. I mean, every which way I think of it, all I could come up with is if it was a rotating Earth and it's conserving momentum, following all the laws of Coriolis, the way they describe it, we're getting clockwise, like the pendulum.
Yeah, these Coriolis winds that we'd have from the atmosphere not being in total sync with the Earth are definitely not identifiable enough for that to be something we can prove either at this point. So, but I wanted to interrupt and there's somebody here that is actually a friend of mine. I call him a friend. He's actually a Glober that I ended up DMing with. I don't know if he's listening. Ent Monk, are you there? He's in the chat. He's in the live stream. Ent Monk's probably going to chime in. He's a baller. He's got a lot of knowledge and shit. And you guys would probably love to have him on your side. But I threw everything I had at him, and he still thinks it's a ball. So I don't know if you're there, Ent Monk, but introduce yourself when you get back to your mic.
I mean, it's a stubborn stance. An honest stance is that if I think it's a ball, but I understand your arguments. You know, you present a fair argument. You know, that's if somebody like that, like Bacon, you know, he at least will relate with me, and he'll tell you, he enjoys the debate. It's a good debate and all that. And that's the kind of people I like talking to. It's the people who are like, you're an idiot. It's a fucking ball. That's the people who
definitely
are
like for that reason. Then he totally took. He read all the shit that I wrote to him and watched the links and was, you know, he knows the model's in trouble. And he's got a lot of knowledge in, you know, different areas of science. I think he works as a designer or in the mechanical design department somewhere or something like that. I don't know if you're there, Ent Monk. Can you hear us? He's probably not even listening. He's away from the keyboard.
Well, if he speaks up, I have a question for him. Just one interesting question, and there's no really right or wrong answer, but it's just kind of like a framework for his thinking. It's kind of an interesting question. I just want to see where he sits. There's no right or wrong. So if you hear this, when you get a chance, Ed Monk, speak up, and I'll ask you this question. And once again, there's no right or wrong. It's not a gotcha. It's just an interesting question that. We'll start
he just messaged me. Geo, I think, Ent Monk, if you're listening, you need to agree to the rules, but I mean, you should be able to talk. Can you make Geo, Ent Monk? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's off mute.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Hello.
What's up? How you doing, brother?
Doing good. Doing good. It was nice listening to the Coriolis stuff. I was pulling up some of the stuff I made last year when we were talking about Coriolis.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's hard to keep track of. Coriolis is really hard to keep track of all the. It's complicated to talk, especially just by talking.
It's conservation momentum. So if something's coming from the equator, it's conserving more momentum as north, so it's going to deviate accordingly. It's going to deviate, opposite. It's going to deviate off to the right, toward the east.
Yeah,
because
it's hard to
momentum.
It's hard to talk about, like, just because it's so hard to keep track of all of the, when you're talking about how hurricanes work and stuff. It's tough to keep it all, and I have trouble keeping it all.
Trust me, bro. The globe does that. The globe model does that in a lot of ways. When you talk to us, you'll get mind fucked a bunch of times because we're gonna bring up points and you're gonna be like, oh shit, wait a minute. Just like Coriolis, you've got to rationally come up with something in your head that goes exactly against the conservation of momentum and the way they describe airplanes and pendulums and all that.
But
to hold your stance, you're gonna have to mind fuck yourself into thinking it could not conserve momentum, right? Being a hurricane.
With Coriolis, when I was talking to New Perspective, I made this little game on there's just a programming language you can make simple little games on, and I made a simulation of the Coriolis effect try to like make sense of it better. And I was gonna send it to him, and I never did. I was just pulling it up to see if it still worked. And
You
trying to
did,
see
you
if it,
did,
you
yeah.
know.
You never sent the full thing.
I never
You
did.
showed me
All
the
I
examples.
sent, all I sent was just videos because I couldn't figure out how to get it onto like embed it in a website or something. Now I figured out how to do it, but I'd have to like port over all the code that I wrote. But it helped me make sense of it a little bit.
Hey, Brian, when I add into the you said a conservation of momentum. When you think that the different seasons, like when the elliptical orbit occurs, right? The periapsis, you know what that is, right? Where it's the shortest, where the Earth is supposedly close. Wouldn't that have a huge effect on it? Like, wouldn't that like cause them to actually speed up?
That's a good question, but they really, I mean, this might not be the answer you're looking for, but they happen in the summertime when the water's its hottest. Man, they say that they feed off the energy from the heat of the oceans and shit.
With Coriolis effect, if I can like the gist of kind of what I realized about Coriolis effect and why I think it still could work on a globe is that it has to do with scale. It has to do with how fast the plane is moving north or south, because how fast the plane is moving north or south is going to impact the speed or the rate at which the winds, the Coriolis winds, like you're saying, or the deviation is going to happen, right? Because that's what I think is what explains it for me. Is if the deviation is happening really fast, right, as the plane goes north, then obviously we'd see the winds increase. The deviation would be too much. The pilot would have to manually kind of counteract. But if the deviations are tiny over time, right? If the deviation is really slow, then the pilot wouldn't necessarily know that they were correcting to go back or dealing with those winds, because the deviation would be less than the average deviation that happens with just wind and air pressure changing.
Yeah, but the wind's going all directions still. So what's the difference between winds and Coriolis winds?
So the Coriolis effect, it's just an average difference, right? It's just an average difference in the wind as the plane is moving north or south. It's not like all the wind is going one direction or the other. It's the average speed of air molecules in the atmosphere at some latitude.
It's not real. What their better excuse, because they say it doesn't really happen with airplanes because they're powered flight, but they try and use it for artillery and bullets and shit, and say it's a tiny bit, spins to the right. But what that really is the Elias effect, and it's when you take all the artillery and especially rifles and tanks and all that, their chambers, their barrels are they're rifled. They're set to make the projectile spin to keep it going in as straight as possible path, so they spin pretty much clockwise. They're rifled for the bullet to spin clockwise, and it's just like if you throw a curveball. If you want a ball to curve, or if you kick a soccer ball or something, if you get that spin, or even in tennis, if you hit a slice, if you spin something to the right, it's going to curve to the right. So that is in reality, it's the Elias effect, dude. It's real, very much real. It's not Earth spin, dude. That's a
great point. That's something new. I never heard that one.
So this Elias effect, right? This Elias effect, it wouldn't change. The Elias effect wouldn't change if you were pointing the barrel north or south or east or west, right? Because it just has to do with
it happens all the time.
Nor does Coriolis, dude. It curves to the right.
More
whether you're going north or south.
The Coriolis effect, or the related effects that when people talk about ballistics, would change based on whether or not you were facing north, west, east, south, right?
By the way, to test the Magnus effect.
Which effect?
He was saying the Elias effect. I thought it was the Magnus effect, the spin drift.
I don't know. The effect that you were talking about, is that the Magnus effect?
Yeah, Elias effect. But what is that? How do you spell
What's the
that,
difference between
Brian?
them?
I never heard of the Elias effects. That's new.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's called the Magnus effect.
Yeah, I never heard of liar.
So if that effect is real, right? Even if that effect is real, it wouldn't change if the gunman is facing north, south, east, or west. The argument that we would make about the Coriolis effect is that the effect would change if you were facing north, south, east, or west. So the way to test that would be to fire a rifle a bunch of times and take the average in good conditions, pointing north, south, east, or west. If the Magnus effect, if this Elias effect was the only effect at play, it wouldn't change over those directions. But if the Coriolis effect or the these Earth rotation effects were in play, then we would see the bullets change very slightly in these different directions.
There's a flaw with your thinking, because the winds, you have prevalent winds in different areas of the world, right? And this effect would be magnified with faster winds. So you would expect it to deviate more in certain directions. You have easterly winds, the northeasterly winds, the trade winds. So you would expect for it to have deviation to a specific direction.
Yeah. I think there's a possible way to control for that. If you did this in a very long building.
That's what I was thinking.
If you did this in a very long building, you would be able to control for winds, because the winds would not be affecting the air currents inside the building. So you could, even if you just had a really long building, you shot at north, you shot at south, right? You should see deviation, and they should be in the same direction. Well, they would be in the same direction. So if actually a better way would be to do it, to have a long building going east-west, shoot it west and shoot it east. Yeah. And the momentum should carry the bullet higher, I think, if the momentum is going with the rotation.
No. Wait, you had it half right each time. So you would need a long building north-south and another long building east-west, and then you shoot it, north-south, and then another one east-west, and there should be more deviation as it goes north-south.
Yeah.
This conversation is goddamn ridiculous, dude. If you ask any sniper who doesn't know about this debate, we have a cousin, really two cousins, but the one I'm speaking of in general, they're both snipers. But he served and he was over in Okinawa. But he was, he's a sniper pretty much. Just been shooting his whole life, dude. He don't know about this debate. They don't talk about fucking Earth curve, dude. The Earth doesn't curve bullets, dude. That's fucking insanity. What they do is they take a shot, and then depending on where it hits, they adjust, and it's never going to be perfect, man. But we're talking about Earth, a bullet curving because the fucking Earth is spinning. Walk outside, dude. There's nothing curving, dude. It's crazy, man.
So I agree. It's overblown. Like they talk about it. I know there was in some movies. it's in some movies and stuff, like where they have these snipers and they talk about they accounted for the Earth's curvature, the Earth's drift. I think it's overblown. I think that the effect, if it was real, the effect would be so small that I think there would be very, very few cases when people would actually have to incorporate it into, their ballistics calculations.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
You want to hear one of the strongest proofs against Coriolis being thing?
Sure.
The free market.
Okay.
So you have companies here that are competing against each other. It's all about the bottom line. They're trying to provide a service or a product to the consumer at the lowest price point, right?
Yeah.
You would think that if they could cut their trip by like 10% or something like that, by just going, directly where their destination, the airlines.
Yeah.
By going directly where the city is going to be, after accounting for the spin of the Earth, then it would save them, a lot of money in terms of like the YQ, the fuel surcharges and stuff like that.
That's not more efficient.
Why wouldn't it be more efficient if they're going straight, traveling straight, and going to where the city is going to be?
Instead of if you were flying from New York to Houston, Houston's going to be where Florida is by the time you get there. then the argument is you could fly straight to where Florida's going to be instead of flying all across the way to Houston. But then you have to think about if the Earth really is turning, would you be flying against the winds then, or with the winds and all of those kind of things?
I don't know if that's a great argument, though, man. I don't know if that's a great argument. Let me put this up for everybody to consider for 1 second. Everybody consider this for 1 second. If somebody's at 10 degrees latitude at the prime meridian, and somebody's at 40 or 50 degrees north at the prime meridian, okay, and we find something, we're talking about something that's, let's say, 90 degrees away on whatever longitude that may be, okay? So directly west of you, or directly east of you.
I'm lost.
At 10 degrees. Okay, you're at 10 degrees. We're both on the prime meridian. I'm at 10 degrees north, and you're at 50 degrees north. Okay, now we take something at 90 degrees longitude. Okay, two things: something on 10 degrees, something on your latitude, 10 degrees, and something on my latitude. I'm at 50 degrees north, right?
Yeah.
So if we were able to hover,
I'm 50 degrees north,
and the Earth came around, right? The Earth came around to us. If we were able to both hover in a helicopter, me above 50 degrees north, you above 10 degrees north, which would hit first? At 90 degrees longitude would hit
I'm
first for you or me?
At first, I thought I was 50 degrees north.
Well,
okay,
the easy way isn't observed by just hovering.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if we could hover, but my point is they're both rotating at the same speed. The 90 degrees longitude is going to hit us both at the same time. It's not going to come faster because you're in a spot that's moving faster. So the way they describe it is fantasy land anyway.
So
I didn't get it.
It's confusing. It's confusing to keep track of. But what we have to remember is, like, with hovering, like a helicopter hovering, a helicopter. The easiest way to think about it, a helicopter is swimming through the air, and so is a plane. They're swimming through a medium, right? And the medium could be moving. If you're swimming through a river that's moving downstream, you could swim across the stream, but even though it feels like to you you're going across the stream, the medium, the river you're in, is also moving sideways, right? A helicopter, a plane, these are all vehicles that they use blades and thrusters to swim through the air. That air could be moving, just like the river could be moving when you're swimming.
Well, the winds are moving,
but the
and so I was going to say it's a false analogy because there's winds going in every direction. You can't have the current flow against the current.
Right.
But you can't have winds against the wind.
Sure, but there can be this chaotic. There can be chaotic, currents within a river, right? But the average movement of the particles of the water in the river is one direction, right? There could be parts of the molecules of the water, currents in this river that are going upstream, slightly north, slightly west, but the average movement of the particles in the river is this whatever direction is downstream.
That's a clever way of making it seem possible, but I don't think that just the average makes a difference. It's like,
then that's all I can do.
What are you arguing against, man? There are trade winds. There are like westward winds, and
So I want to
stuff like that.
Yeah,
I want to respond to.
It's an actual thing.
Yeah, that's how.
I want to respond to %, whatever your name is, about this like.
Get in. Don was
oh, sorry.
In, like 30 seconds ago. Don,
go for it.
3, 2, no.
Don,
it's yours. Go ahead.
I think he was going to say the same thing I said.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And plus, I was going to add to it that the helicopter hovering is an inertial reference frame, right? It's not locked with the Earth. It's free from the Earth. And then gases are unbonded. They're not bonded. They're free to move in all directions. So I don't know. Just locked. The Atmo is not lockstep with the Earth.
Sure. So let's just like do this thing with the balloon. I've heard it with the balloon or with a helicopter. So if let's imagine you're on the globe and you're in a balloon and you're sitting at the surface at the equator. What is your speed vector? You're going whatever 1,000 miles an hour westward or eastward. I forget which direction, right? What's your speed vector in space along, is you're 1,000 miles in some direction. Now
Eastwardly?
eastwardly. Now when you turn on the helicopter, what speed vector does the helicopter gain when you turn it on? What direction is it?
East, if it's globe.
It's up. It's away from the center of the Earth, right? The
Okay,
helicopter blades, they
I was
create
gonna say,
a force
it's
vector.
gotta be up, right? If the blades are pushing wind down, then the vector would be up.
Yeah. So now you're adding a velocity vector that's upward, away from the center of the Earth. Do you change the velocity vector east or west? Do you change that vector at all when you add the force vector upwards?
No.
Obviously.
You wouldn't, right? Is there any force that would change that vector east when you start to go up? Is there anything that would?
You mean any force?
Yeah.
Like a
wind?
Like a wind.
Sure.
Why would there be a force to counteract that eastward?
Oh, to counteract it?
Yeah.
If it was like a fucking hella mad downdraft or something, I'm just throwing that out there.
Sure. Let's say that the Earth, there's no like it's just a sphere of air that's rotating at the same speed of the Earth itself. There's no like relative wind. Yeah.
Well, it kind of actually goes against your case that you're trying to make because of a fight against the Coriolis.
Well, hold on. This is just because Coriolis only happens when we're going north or south. Coriolis would not affect the movement of a helicopter just moving up and down, right? Coriolis only happens when we're moving north or south.
Well, if you talk about the Coriolis,
Well, that's not
winds
exactly
per se,
true. For the most
if you
part,
want to guess the winds or with the winds, right?
Yeah,
So
to go up higher, if you're on a globe and the atmosphere is spinning with the globe, for the most part, you're right. But the winds, the higher you go, have to be
faster,
spinning faster to keep up.
I see what you're saying. Well, let's put that into perspective. This difference between, it's like the if you're looking at a vinyl player, right? And the speed of a point closer to the center is going to be going slower than a speed out closer to the edge of the vinyl record, right? Now, to put this into perspective, in the globe model, that vinyl player is like, I don't know, it's like fucking a couple thousand miles
Yeah, it
wide,
wouldn't be much.
right? Do you think the speed of a point 1,000 miles is going to be much different than the speed of a point 1,000?
I'll give you that. It wouldn't be much,
Right.
but you still got to consider the fact that there's nothing in physics or in reality that would give that atmosphere the energy, the wind, because it translates to wind one way or another. There's nothing in reality to give that wind the energy to spin faster than the wind lower, But I see your argument. It wouldn't make very much of a difference, man.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just so when the helicopter goes up, then when it goes up in the atmosphere, then it's not going to change the horizontal vector at all, and because the air is also moving with it, as the helicopter goes up,
I'll agree with that, but
change.
you'd also have to agree. You'd have to agree that the same would be true if there was no rotation, right?
Sure, but that's what I'm arguing, right? I'm arguing. So here's the like kind of where this argument fits in the bigger discussion, right? I'm arguing that if the globe model was true, we could still see what we observe now in real life, right? Because we're comparing models. You're saying in your model we wouldn't observe helicopters the way they work, the way we see them, and I'm saying no, it could still work the way we observe them.
You could argue, I see what you're saying, and I could make sense of it. But you could argue that, what he just said, because technically, if you want to get technical, gases are unbonded. They don't even bond with themselves, much less with the ground. So if we're talking reality, it's just you know, you could make an argument that if we could hover and wait, because like I said, gases ain't bonded to nothing, not even each other, the molecules. And so
Except for the diatomic
if the globe was spinning, you'd be able to hover and wait for South Carolina to come around, you know. But I see your argument. It would be
but gases.
It works for me.
Gases aren't bonded to each other. You're right. They're not like solids. But gases ultimately are just particles with mass that interact with other particles that are still subject to the laws of conservation of momentum. So if these gas particles
think about it though, man,
they retain their momentum.
If you take a jar of smoke and you start spinning it, the smoke doesn't spin. You know, you could use liquid.
Have you ever done that?
Like either, but it will eventually catch up. Like the liquid, it won't spin at first, but it will eventually catch up. And the wind, I mean, I don't know how long it doesn't catch. I mean, I guess maybe eventually it might catch up, but usually it just sits there. But if you had shit in the jar to like if you equate that to like mountains or something, to help push the wind, then it would probably catch up faster.
Exactly.
But then if you think about it in reality, dude, if we're thinking of mountains making the wind catch up faster to stay in lockstep with the earth and it work its way up to a vacuum, I mean, it's just counterintuitive, dude. I mean, if you really think about it, you're thinking about shit spinning and then getting a little bit fast, not much, but a little bit faster as it gets higher to go in lockstep. All the way up to a vacuum. I mean, it's really kind of nonsense if you really think about it with an honest perspective, or at least you could see where we view it like that.
I understand. And this question, which is an important question that's difficult, that is also important to answer when we're talking about this, which is this whole vacuum thing and how can air exist in a vacuum. But before we go there, I think it's important to see, like, when you spin a bucket of water, right? There's friction with the bucket and that most outer layer of water, and that gets it moving. And then the water, one layer in, has friction with the outermost layer of water, and it gets that moving. Right? And eventually, the whole bucket of water is spinning, you know, at the same rate as the outside bucket itself.
Yeah, and that bucket of water is in what? That water is in what? A container.
Right. Okay. But again, you know, we can go to this question of why a container could work. Do we want to? I could move on to there.
I mean, it is like diverging from the topic. If you guys want to switch it,
I mean, we could go to that. That's a tough one for y'all. If you want to go straight to that,
so
either way, I'll leave it up to you.
I don't think we've kind of come to, you know, a conclusion with this Coriolis thing.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't think we will, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean. Where were we with the Coriolis? Like, where did we end? If we want to kind of,
let me ask you this: if we're going to keep talking about Coriolis, so if a storm, let's not even call it a storm. Let's just, I mean, did you see Bacon's little drawing in live stream text that he presented?
I saw it. Yeah, I looked at it a little bit.
I mean, did you see the little arrows? I mean, he had to draw them on a particular side of a plus sign. And I told him if he even takes just his own arrows, it'll follow the Coriolis the way it's described to us, conserving momentum. If he had just took them, he has both them arrows literally spinning clockwise, but he's got them on a plus sign that he's manipulating to make the plus sign represent the hurricane spin counterclockwise to describe it. It's he's literally showing that if it's going to conserve momentum, it's going to go clockwise. There's no getting around that, in my opinion.
Let me get some background because I haven't really. So, which hurricane is it? The northern hurricanes or the southern hurricanes that are clockwise or counterclockwise? How does it go?
It's counterclockwise in the north.
It's counterclockwise in the north.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's no hurricanes. Are there like weather patterns that have some sort of like rotation in the south that we can look at?
Yeah, there are some in the south they say that are clockwise, but I could make the argument that why ain't all storms why if it's the Earth spin, why don't all storms, just because they're a little smaller, they still should spin if it's Earth's curve is affecting weather patterns, then they should all spin counterclockwise or actually clockwise in the north.
True. Yeah, if Coriolis is happening and it's moving the winds, then how come the hurricanes are not like they're going in the opposite direction?
It's not. We can't think of the Coriolis. We can't think of it as like the Coriolis is moving the winds. That's the wrong way to think about it. the way to think about how Coriolis affects storms is all of these all of these air particles in the atmosphere are going all different directions, but because of Coriolis, the ones that are moving north end up having more, eastward momentum than the ones going south.
Right, but if
due
you
to
think
Coriolis,
about it,
yes.
South,
the way they
the ones
describe
going
it,
south also have the same east. Well,
comparative
to the right.
to the ground below them. They have more momentum.
Yeah, they have the same deviation to the right as the ones going north.
Yeah, but what it ends up, they have more momentum. They have more momentum compared to the air around them and to the earth below them. And what that looks like when
not only do they head, the way a plane would deviate east, they move to the west for one thing. For one thing, they're beaten up on Coriolis by going the wrong way. They all head toward, they start off heading toward America, which is the opposite of Coriolis. Another thing is they have the winds that are up in the higher latitude. Let's say the winds that are at like 20 degrees, 30 degrees latitude are outrunning the winds that are supposedly moving 1,000 miles per hour. So everything about it is backwards. They have the winds that are slower outrunning the faster winds. According to Earth curve, it's backwards, bro. I'm sorry.
As much as I want to continue this, it's so hard for me, and I imagine for anyone listening, to keep up with these directions. Like, I really can't. Maybe you can, but I can't. So I kind of would want, I would want to continue this, but if we had like a whiteboard that we could draw stuff on, but I kind of want to give a shot at this. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to add to it too that the electrostatic. You know about Hurricane Emily?
What about it?
Yeah, she a crazy bitch.
Okay, so Hurricane Emily had a reading. Let me get back to it. Really, my bad, guys. My bad. So the hurricane excess of 8 kilovolts per meter. This is huge, comparable to the strongest fields we have expect to find over a large land base. So that's from NASA right there. What effect would electrostatics or electromagnetic fields have on it? That's the question I want to know.
So what effect would electromagnetic fields have on the hurricane?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how, but I think these electromagnetic effects could work the same on a globe or a ball.
Globe.
It doesn't necessarily point one way or the other.
You mean
or a globe or a
I see
ball?
what you did there. You tried to make it globe or ball. That's not a choice. Globe or ball.
I promise that was accidental.
Your only 2 options are globe or ball.
I promise that was an accident. I wish I was.
Yeah, this would work on a flat Earth or a stationary plane.
It's funny. It's a negative in the center of the hurricanes. It's more positive charge on the outer edge. They call it the rain current or something like that. The rain rim. It's more, yeah. It's very interesting.
Yeah, and Monk, I got a question for you.
Well, do we want to do the air on like the vacuum
flat or
thing?
plane?
Oh shit, that's a good. I'll have to come back to you on that one.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Do we want to do the
What was the
like
question?
vacuum
Wait, I
thing?
missed the question.
Is the Earth flat or a plane?
Globe ball.
Say it's like
What's your answer?
It is a plane, as in the Earth is an airplane that's traveling along a much larger Earth.
All right. Our straight line's curved.
You killed it.
Okay, let's talk about vacuum. Why is it possible?
There's no vacuum.
Okay. I'll frame my question. I'll frame my argument. The flat Earth argument about the vacuum is that the globe model cannot be true because the globe model would predict that all the air would fly off into the vacuum around the Earth. My argument that I'm going to make right now is to say that in the globe model, we wouldn't expect all of the gas around the Earth to fly off into the vacuum. So that's what this argument is. The way I make that argument is by reminding that gases are nothing but particles that have mass, like any other object, right, bouncing off of each other. Those particles still have mass and still have an attractive force from the Earth. So what we're looking at when we're talking about the atmosphere,
Attractive force.
I mean, but remember, what the argument I'm making is from within the globe model. I'm trying to make an argument that the globe model.
I don't think anyone would
predict.
disagree with that. That within the globe model, you guys believe that gravity keeps the air to the Earth.
Right. Yes. Yes.
No one disagrees with that.
Okay. Then what is the flat Earth argument? What is the flat Earth argument about the vacuum then?
My argument is I took PVC 70-foot long and attached a bunch of pieces 70-foot long, and I did an upspout, 2 upspouts at each end. So enclosed PVC pipe, little half inch or 3/4 inch, I forgot. I made a video, and on each end it was open, but I put a balloon. I loosened 2 balloons and put one on each end. And what I did is I put at each end, the last 10 foot of each pipe. Okay, it was 70 foot long, but I wrapped it in a U, so they were each next to each other. Each upspout was, I U'd it around where they were both next to each other. And at the end of one, I had it sitting in boiling water, the last 10 foot of the pipe. So the air was sitting in boiling water. The other end I had sitting in ice water. And I was able to, the balloon on the heated side, with the boiling water, it stood the balloon. There was enough pressure to make the balloon stand upright and blow up a little bit, while the balloon on the cold water side went limp. And I even squeezed the balloon from the hot side, and it bounced the other balloon on the other side of the 70-foot of pipe. And then as soon as I let go of it, it reinflated, and the cold one instantly went limp. So I proved that we can make even in 70 feet, we can make a pressure gradient inside containment. But my argument would be that to get that pressure gradient, even to get pressure period, much less a gradient, we can only demonstrate that. And in reality, it would only happen in containment. That'd be my argument.
I like that. That's a very interesting experiment. I've never done that, but it makes sense to me. So
I got a video.
Let's talk about this Let's talk about this containment thing. Okay. Now, let's say that we had a magical ability to disappear the PVC and the balloon instantly. Okay? We had the magical ability to disappear those things instantly. Now, in the first, fraction of a second after we disappeared the PVC and the balloons, would the pressure gradient in the air in the region of the pipe still exist?
Say that again. If we disappeared the PVC,
if we disappeared
and the only thing that was left.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if we disappeared the PVC and the balloon, and obviously, so let's just to clarify. Obviously,
yes.
after a fraction of a second, even after a very small amount of time, the pressure gradient wouldn't exist. But right after we disappeared it, like a fraction of a second after we disappeared it, would the pressure gradient still exist?
Yes.
Why? Sure.
Because it takes time for.
It takes time. Sure. It takes time for the air particles that were inside the hot balloon to dissipate out, right? And it would take time for the air particles around the cold balloon to bounce air particles into that space, right?
Yeah, what's your point?
Equilibrium.
It would take time for it to go. That what I want to do with that example is to say that pressure is not some thing that exists. It's not a real thing that exists. All it is a story that we tell about what air particles are doing in a certain region of space.
I don't know about that.
High pressure is just when air particles are moving very quickly. There's a lot of air particles, they're bouncing off of each other very quickly. Low pressure is just where there are air particles. There are fewer air particles bouncing against each other less often.
I just posted a short video. It's just a few minutes long of me. If anybody wants to see me, showing a pressure gradient inside containment. I showed my little setup. It's anybody gives a shit. It's I put it in Livestream tech. Like I said, it's a short video, and I demonstrated a pressure gradient inside containment just for
I give a shit, Brian. I give a shit. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's a very cool
I'll agree
experiment.
with you. I agree with you that pressure doesn't actually exist. It's just like a metaphysical quantification of the force that's applied to
yes,
a wall.
Yep. So when we think about this, that like so if we imagine a box and there's a bunch of really bouncy balls in this box, and we just throw them all into the box, as the balls are like bouncing and while there's lots of bouncing happening, where are there the most balls bouncing off each other, and where are there the least after like a couple seconds? Where's the most bounces happening?
Marbles?
Just like bouncy balls.
Yeah, they'd be at the bottom.
They'd
be at the bottom. I mean, I see your I understand your the way you make sense of it in your head, man. It just once again, it's just kind of counterintuitive, man. But the vacuum is so strong, and it's not a vacuum, but it's described. We can't recreate a vacuum that strong on Earth, and vacuum is way more powerful than gravity on every level. So in reality, it's just kind of counterintuitive, all.
But remember, vacuums can't be strong, right? Because vacuums are not a force, right? We established pressure is not a real thing. Pressure is just a description of what's happening with air molecules in a certain area. So when we say a strong vacuum, what we're really talking about is just a region where there are no air molecules bouncing off each other. It's
differential, right? So
that's all a vacuum is. All a vacuum is. Yeah. All a vacuum is just an area where there are no air molecules bouncing off of each other. Now in this box,
to say relative to something.
Yes, for sure.
A vacuum is always relative. A vacuum doesn't exist in and of itself.
It does. My definition of a vacuum is just an area of space where there are a perfect vacuum. Is just an area of space where there's no air molecules bouncing off each other. Okay, sure. Maybe we can't create one, right?
A vacuum is always a low pressure air environment.
Yes, but like the way I'm defining what vacuum is just by saying a perfect vacuum. Obviously, there aren't real perfect vacuums, but the ideal perfect vacuum is a region of space where there's no air molecules bouncing off each other. Okay, so in this box of balls that's on Earth, the balls are being pulled down by whatever force you want, gravity or downward force, whatever. After they bounce for like, I don't know, 30 seconds, eventually all the balls will be, stacked up in layers on the bottom.
Sure.
At the beginning,
if they're more dense than the air.
Yes. But in the first few seconds, most of the balls, the area of the box where there are the most instances of ball bounces is closest to the bottom. The area of the box where there's the least instances of balls bouncing off of each other is going to be closer to the top, right?
Sure.
That's a pressure gradient. Now, if you keep going up, right? If you keep going up above eventually you're going to get a slice of the vertical slice of the box, horizontal slice of the box where there are no ball bounces. That's vacuum. Okay. Now,
it's more vacuum, sure.
Yep. That is an image of the atmosphere. Because all gas molecules are just particles that bounce off, that interact with each other. That's all they are. And they're influenced by the forces acting on them. And gravity would be the force pulling it towards the Earth.
Sure, but I think you'd have a hard time proving it. It could be argued that what you're proposing is a false analogy, because this is an actual physical object of density, a solid in air, right? But for the air, it's a gas in this medium.
Yeah.
of nothingness.
But the way we define a gas,
it's going to equalize by the nature of the gas.
But what is the process of equalization? The process of equalization, like we talked about with the balloons earlier, it's just the process by which the faster air molecules
entropy
bounce against the air molecules around them. There was
in principle I agree with you, but you're claiming basically that the little particles of air are basically like solid balls, and that they're going to go down. You have to prove that. So you need a very big container or something like that, and you have to show that there's that air won't equalize. That there's going to be there's only one type of gas in there. Otherwise, it's remember, like vacuum.
I'm arguing
it goes towards the bottom.
I'm arguing an internal defense of the globe model, right? Because I'm arguing for an internal defense of the globe model for why we should expect the atmosphere to work as it does on the globe model. And in the globe model...
I'm with you, but you're also arguing
in
that
the globe model
with real life.
But in the globe model, right, what we're operating on is a model of air particles in which they have mass and are therefore attracted to the center of the Earth, which means that there's a force on them going down.
Absolutely, but the globe model is meant to reflect reality, right?
Yes, and again, that's what this argument is.
1 second. In reality, do you have an example of an experiment or an observation wherein they had a vacuum chamber and they had load cells at the bottom or something like that, measuring the force or the pressure, and then at the top as well, and showing that in this vacuum chamber, wherein there's only one type of gas, that there is more of the gas at the bottom?
I think that there probably are experiments like that, but I'm operating from maybe this would satisfy you. We can start with the physics of air. We can start with the physics of air particles, right? And when I was in engineering school, the professor had these super long, boring ass lectures where they derived the properties like pressure all the way from the bottom, from just air particles interacting with each other. You can take those derivations and move them up and up in scale until you can be making predictions about which altitudes have which pressures, right? That's a prediction. That's a prediction from the model you have of what air is about what pressures exist at what altitudes. And it turns out they're accurate. When we take this model of air from the lowest scales and calculate them up in scale, we can make predictions, correct predictions.
Here's the thing, though. As far as the pressure goes, it's the same with water. This is fluid dynamics. If you take a cylinder of water or air, okay, let's just talk about water for now. You would take a cylinder and it's 1 foot tall, and let's just say it's a couple inches around in diameter. You're going to have the same pressure at the bottom of it as if you had a cylinder that was 1 inch in diameter at the bottom and it V'd out at the top like a cone kind of. And let's say it was 20 foot in diameter at the top. Well, that's kind of too small and stupid, but like 1 foot at the top. Even with all that water at the top above it, you're still going to have the same pressure at the bottom, the same weight. I mean, the same pressure as the cylinder. So in other words, it works columnized, and because the other water, the pressure, if you poke a hole in the bottom of the 2 inch cylinder and the cone cylinder, the water's going to spit out the same distance because the pressure works in columns. Same thing with air. It's fluid dynamics. So when they say 14.7 psi, so if you picture a column of air on your head, the way they describe the 14.7 pounds per square inch column, if you went up 100 miles, if the air was as thick as it was here at the bottom, even 100 miles up, you still wouldn't get but about half of 14 pounds worth of air. So even the pressure doesn't even line up mathematically as far as the model goes, man. It would only be about 7 or 8 pounds of air on top of your head.
I'm not.
And that's considering that the air is as thick as it is here at the ground all the way up. So there's something else going on.
It's not. It's not. So you're right. Air is thinner. Like my family lives in Colorado, and the air is thinner up there. Like when people come to Colorado and they don't acclimate when they fly in, from they like can't get enough air. There's like air, you can buy oxygen in the airport because people have.
Yeah, and the golf balls go further too, man. Like
exactly because
they're golf tournaments, their drive average longer.
Yeah, the air is thinner, meaning the pressure is lower, which is also the same thing as there are fewer air molecules bouncing off of each other, right? Like just like the fewer balls bouncing off each other in the box at the higher levels, the higher altitude you go. And you can predict the pressure of altitude just based on this model of air molecules that I was talking about. You can predict the altitude, how the altitude will affect the pressure
right, you can predict it, but you got to start with a base assumption, and but remember the PSI at sea level. But like I said, that's the part that don't work. People think of a whole atmosphere like on top of them and all around them, but that's not the way pressure works. It works columnized, like I said.
So let's talk about like a column of air. A column of air. One of the ways we could model it is as a spring. If you think of a really long spring that goes up, which part of the spring is going to be the most scrunched up? If you just have a vertical spring.
Well, that's maybe not a good analogy, but I still understand what you're saying.
The bottom of the spring is going to be the most bunched up, right?
Why?
Because it has the most weight. A portion of the spring at the bottom has more weight on it.
Right, it's got the weight of what's sitting on it plus the weight of the spring itself.
Yes.
In other words.
And then up closer to the top, a portion of the spring closer to the top has less weight on it than a portion of the spring closer to the bottom. So it's going to be less scrunched up. The atmosphere, due to the way that air molecules are bouncing off of each other, like these bouncy balls that I described, works the same way. And that scrunchedness of the spring is the same as pressure. It's the same as, which is why higher up in the atmosphere, the altitude, with the altitude, it's lower pressure. Now, if we keep going up, if you go to the top of this spring, right? After the spring, there's nothing. After the top of the spring, there's nothing pushing it down, right?
Then what's loading it?
Then what's what do you mean what's loading it? It's just a spring sitting on the ground.
There has to be something that's like something above that's pushing it to load.
In this analogy, we're just talking about a spring.
Every force known to man is a pushing force. There's no such thing as a pulling force, and that technically they don't even call gravity a force. But if you want to say the one exception to the rule would be the pulling of gravity, but in reality,
just think about
everything pushes.
A spring in our world right now, right? I'm not going to try to talk about whether it's pushing or pulling or whatever. A spring in our world right now, you're just setting it vertically on the ground. It's a very tall spring. Can we agree that the things that I said before, that the bottom is going to be most scrunched up, higher up is going to be less? It's not loaded. The only thing loading it is it's its own weight. Okay. Let me clarify. The only thing loading the spring, is its own weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So the bottom part is being loaded with almost the whole weight of the spring. Closer to the top, it's being loaded with less weight. The top of the spring, what is loading it?
The weight of the air above.
Sure. But in this, if we're talking about visible scrunch, we can say nothing.
It's not going to be that loaded at the top.
Nothing.
There's pretty much nothing.
Go along with nothing.
And yeah, let's say a vacuum even. It's a spring, in this example, in a vacuum. There's nothing loading the top. Is it being pulled up?
So when you're talking about this gradient of
air, hold on. Is anything pulling the top of the spring up?
No, it's not being pulled up. No,
right.
There's no such thing as a pulling force.
It's the same thing with the atmosphere. The atmosphere is like this big spring. at the top of the atmosphere, like, you know, where we're talking about that border between vacuum and not vacuum, the vacuum is just lack of any pushing any air molecules, right?
Yeah, but just because
The
you
only
can't
forces
breathe,
affecting air molecules near the top of the atmosphere is gravity pulling it down very slightly, and every once in a while an air molecule that bounces back up. There's no sucking force, right?
I mean,
just
I
like
don't
there's
think you
no
can say that.
force pulling the spring up.
You got a multitude of different gases also too that are different
Yeah,
densities.
but all gases. Sure.
You're not just talking one gas in
Sure.
particular. So have the same example just with one gas, and what is one gas on its own? How is that going to act in the same sort of scenario?
I'll answer that.
Okay.
I'll answer that. Think of different gases. All gases ultimately are still particles with mass bouncing against each other. So different types of gases are going to have different properties. They're going to have, you know, different interactions with other gases. But it's all ultimately just going to, think of it just like different sizes of bouncy balls, different bounciness of bouncy balls.
Yeah, but
if you have a bunch of different types of bouncy balls in the box, the
you
result
must
is ultimately
presuppose
still going to be the
perfect-
same.
You must presuppose a perfect vacuum for what you're saying to apply.
Why can't there be like every once in a while there's a bouncy ball coming from the top for some reason? Is that going to affect the state of the box in any way, in any like significant way?
No, because you're saying that these particles, like that these little air particles have weight, and in a medium that they're gonna obey or behave like bouncy balls in a box.
That is our model of air. That's the model of air that runs your cars, your every combustion engine that you've ever used is designed with this model of what gas is.
Let me give you off the wall.
I spent 4 years in engineering school learning about thermodynamics. This is what every engine. These are the base assumptions for how gases work. That is behind every engine that you've ever used.
Yeah,
but gas law. Listen, you're saying that, but hold on. There's no gas law with gravity in it, bro. That's just that's a model. That's a band-aid, bro. But I agree with you as far as the concept.
Model of gas. The model of gas is that they are just little objects with mass to them that have the pull of gravity.
Law, Boyle's law, any of the gas law. There's no gravity in the.
But those are laws. Those are laws that just describe how gas molecules interact with each other. But the definition of what a gas molecule is just a particle with mass to it, and mass is affected by gravity.
You're saying that the gas has a mass such that in a certain environment, it's going to overpower its tendency to evacuate, to equalize.
Where does this tendency to evacuate? What do you mean by a tendency to evacuate?
Reality, bro.
It's a particle, right?
It's reality. If you have a hold on, real quick.
So in a vacuum, right? You have the gas wants to equalize. It's entropy, and you're saying that the entropy is somehow going to be overpowered, and I don't think that's
what is this want to equalize? Let's look at the model of what we know gas is.
Let me give an example.
Well, hold on. I'm going to answer percentage real quick. This tendency to equalize. When you look at the small scale of like what's actually happening in this gas, how does that actually happen? How does this tendency to equalize happen? How does it propagate? Let me think of a better way. The way it happens is by particles of gas bouncing off of each other.
True. Entropy.
It's by particles of gas bouncing off of each other, right?
Okay.
There's not a tendency. There's not like a force in the gas that makes them want to go to a vacuum.
Yes, there is. It's called
they're bouncing. It's gas molecules that are bouncing against each other.
Let me give a demonstration.
I would definitely say there's a tendency.
Hold on, percentage.
Definitely a tendency.
Let me give an example, man. If we take a tank of bromine on one side, it's been demonstrated, and an evacuated tank on the other side. If you have a bridge in between the vacuum and the bromine gas, as soon as you take away that barrier, they instantaneously, almost, equalize, and there's no change. There's no gain in energy. There's no gain whatsoever in energy. No heat increase. No nothing. It's entropy. It's differential. So that's the force.
Let's slow down time.
Differential itself. So
let's slow down time and go to the moment when you remove the barrier between the tank and the vacuum. Okay, slow down time. We look at what happens exactly when. Motion. Sure, slow down motion, and we go to the moment exactly when we remove the barrier. What are we going to see at the molecular level in the gas when at the area of the barrier?
You're going to see gases in slow motion or freeze the time, hauling ass toward the void.
Why would they be hauling ass toward the void?
It's second law of thermodynamics.
Well, no. What for? Because again, they're just particles. They're just bouncy balls bouncing off of each other. Why would they be hauling ass towards what would push them in that direction?
Entropy, described by the second law, man.
Entropy is a tendency, but it's not a force.
Other bouncy balls.
Other bouncy balls, right? It would be other bouncy balls that would be pushing them towards the void.
Bouncy balls is not a good description because everything about bouncy balls is a bad description because you're going to get energy with the balls moving over that way.
Direction, there's no energy loss. It's an elastic collision. So there's no energy loss.
And it's unbonded. Everything about bouncy balls.
No. They bounce off each other. There's a change of direction. It means there's a force, but there's no energy loss.
That's the definition of an elastic collision, and that's why I'm using the analogy of bouncy balls.
Right. It's a good analogy.
Yeah.
You should listen.
So here's the thing. It's the differential that's the force. Okay. So the more differential.
No, they're the same force. When they bounce off, it's the same force. Just like it bounces off the walls of a container, they bounce off each other. Those are Gaussian collisions. There is no energy loss. They're perfectly elastic.
That's what I just described.
When the barrier is there. When the barrier is there, right?
I got a point.
When the barrier is there between the gas and the vacuum, when the barrier is there between the gas and the vacuum, what is happening to the particles at the barrier, the gas particles?
After the barriers drop?
Before,
they're freaking,
the wall,
they're squished.
They're hitting the wall. They're hitting the wall.
Yeah,
when we remove the barrier,
they're pressing against the wall. Fair enough.
Not just pressing; they're bouncing because they're free flowing. They're gas particles.
They're not bouncing; they're pressing. Listen, the force against the walls are constant. They're not fluctuating. It's constant.
It's constant because
if the temperature is constant, you could move it around. You could shake it up.
Sure.
You can even the only thing you could do is if you spun it up like really, really hard, you could probably get a little more pressure on the outside, but it'd take a hell of a spin because the pressure it's pretty well constant. There's no bouncing around. But I mean, I see you using that as an analogy. To me, it's not a good one, but my point is this: if we take like I said, we can describe a differential of the pressure in the container. But to have the pressure to begin with, you got to have containment for the entropy for it to want the gas wanting to equalize. Takes a whole lot of distance. I even had to use 70 feet in my example, showing a pressure differential with in boiling water on one side and ice water on the other, just to get a small differential, probably half a psi in 70 feet. So in nature, it takes a barrier up there. Almost done, Janet. Almost done. So it takes like 50, 60 miles, maybe even 100 miles of space of sky and big temperature differences to get a differential of 14 pounds of pressure. And but still, without that barrier there, there's no way nothing you could contain all that pressure.
No matter how much you raise the pressure in Tahoe, it'll always be less than at sea level at below 30, 40, 50 below zero.
Same thing in my pipe, Janet. Same thing. If I raised the temperature, the water wasn't quite boiling. It cooled down and stopped bubbling for me to
No,
get
you're
a
missing the point.
differential in my
No matter
pipe.
what we,
That's the
I'm
second
sorry.
most
If I
important
raise
one
the
to get.
temperature, if
You
I raise
you
the
missed the point. The
temperature in my
temperature
pipe,
doesn't determine the pressure. The law of atmosphere changes the pressure. So no matter what
listen
the
to me.
temperature is at top, it's at a mountain near you, 6,000, 10,000 foot, you can make it 50 below zero. It never will be as dense as the hottest day recorded on Earth at sea
That's
level.
the same thing in my pipe, Zanuck. If you let
No,
me
it's
finish,
not.
it in my pipe. If I've got the and put it in ice water, if I put it in liquid nitrogen, okay, it's still going to be less pressure than the side sitting in the boiling water, okay. And I'm having to use
Yeah, because
extreme
the temperature is
temperatures.
not
Listen,
changing the
I'm having
pressure
to
as
use
much.
extreme temperatures. Quit interrupting me, bro. I'm almost done. I'm having to use extreme temperatures because I'm showing the differential within 70 feet and not 70 miles. But I can demonstrate a
What are you
pressure
talking about?
gradient inside containment. I posted the video. I'll repost it where I showed a pressure differential in containment with just hot and cold water over 70 feet. In reality, it takes since the temperatures aren't quite as extreme, it takes a lot more distance.
The pressure depends on the
But
weight
it's
of the
still got to be a
water.
containment. There's
Okay,
got
now
to
let
be
me talk for a
containment, bro.
second. The pressure does not relate to the temperature that much. It only changes the temperature ever so slightly. The weight of the water depends on how much water you have acting on the scale that you're weighing it with. That
Straw man me.
pressure gradient in the water from the bottom of the container to the top of the container will depend on this hydrostatic pressure. It has nothing to do with the temperature.
Irrelevant to my point. That's irrelevant. My point is
You're
the
saying if I have
temperature
a
was used in
well, hold
my
on.
example.
Let's say I have a container.
Did I
And
interrupt you, dude? Did I interrupt you,
oh,
Zanuck?
well, let me finish. Yeah, let me finish my sentence. So if you have a container, let's say you have a swimming pool, and you could freeze the water on the bottom of the pool and boil the water on the top. What do you think the pressure differential is going to be?
I'll
Or
tell you
freeze it
what
on
the
top and
differential will
boil
be
it
in
at
a
the bottom.
70-foot pipe. I've never done it in a swimming pool. I've done it in a pipe.
It doesn't matter if it's a 75 pipe. That's not where you get the pressure from.
To get a
You get the
differential,
pressure from boiling it or freezing it. You get the pressure from the weight of the water, the
listen,
hydrostatic weight.
the example that I demonstrated was a pressure gradient inside of a pipe. I used 70 foot of PVC. I'll post the video. I put the last 10 foot of one end in boiling water, almost boiling water, hot water, and I put the other last 10 foot in ice water. Okay. I was able to get the balloon on the hot water side to inflate and keep itself erect. When I squeezed it, it instantly inflated the balloon sitting over the limp on the cold water side. As soon as I let go, it reinflated. I was able to do about a half a pound or a quarter pound PSI in 70 feet in containment. So I demonstrated not only pressure inside containment, but a pressure gradient inside of containment. And so I want to see you demonstrate pressure without containment, and I want to see a gradient without
Okay.
containment.
All right, no problem. You measure the pressure at your feet. Go up on top of a 5 or 6 story building.
No. You don't use
You can see
the
the pressure
world.
differential. There it is.
We're
Done.
replicating the world, Zanuck. Don't use what we're trying to
Yeah,
fucking
don't look at the
replicate as
reality.
the
The reality
example.
shows that there is a pressure gradient.
I just put some
Which
gifs.
means there's containment, bro.
I just put some
No,
gifs
there's no
to,
containment.
to,
If there
to
was
aid
containment,
this.
There is,
you would,
dude. You go outside.
if you had
Hold on.
If you had containment, then you would not have a pressure gradient because that's part of gas laws too. The reason you have pressure gradient
then demonstrate that.
because the gas or the water has weight. That's the only way you have a gradient. You don't have a gradient by virtue of a
I
containment.
just showed a gradient, bro.
Because you cooled one area and raised the temperature of another area. That can change the pressure. That can give you a pressure differential throughout a container.
Yes.
Sure,
And
we don't
containment.
disagree with that.
Now show
Why are
me
you
that
talking over
without
me?
containment.
Why?
Because,
why are you talking over me?
Dude, you're not letting me make my point. You're straw manning me to
listen. I
fucking
was
death,
responding
bro.
to you.
You're straw manning me to death, Zanuck.
I'm not straw manning you. I said that's not. It's agreed.
We're trying to replicate reality, right?
Brian,
Listen, if you have an area of your tank, whatever, I don't know what your PVC pipe, whatever, 40, 50, 70 feet long, and you boil one side and freeze the other, yeah, you will change the pressure locally in those areas. What I'm talking about is that we have bona fide, measurable, predictable, quantifiable pressure due to the law of atmospheres on the surface of the earth. And as you go up, the pressure goes down exponentially till it's nothing. Till it's nothing.
Now,
And there's no
now
continuity
what I'm
as you
asking
go. And that is That is not due to a container. That is due to the virtue of gas having weight. And we can prove gas.
Let me go now. Let me go, Xanax. Don't carry on with another point. Let me go. I've waited. Okay,
Go
now
ahead, Brian.
we're trying to replicate reality. Okay, now reality, in my mind, demonstrates that yes, there's containment. But for the sake of argument, okay, let's try and replicate reality in a lab or in wherever. Okay, so don't use reality to prove reality. So what I've done, hold on, I'm almost done. So what I've done is I've recreated a pressure gradient within 70 feet, okay, to show how it works in reality, okay? So show me pressure without containment, and then show me a pressure gradient inside containment to mimic reality, please.
I don't even understand that last sentence, what you said. Show
to mimic
me
reality. Show me something that mimics
reality?
your reality.
Can you please tell me then? Okay, I'm going to play your game. So your 70-foot
Not
pipe.
a game, bro. We like demonstrations, bro.
Okay, I'm going to play along. So tell me about your. I don't quite understand what you did. You have a 75-foot pipe that's vertical.
I'll post a video real quick, bro.
Okay.
No, it's laying on the ground, and I have it wrapped around like a U. So both ends of each pipe are right by me, and so it shoots out 35. It's 70 foot long. It's about 75 foot long, and I have it in a U shape.
PVC pipe.
Yes, and I
with
have
a couple
gutter.
of U-bends on it.
I have 10 foot of gutter at each end, and an upspout. So it's totally open. It's wide open, and on each end I stretch out a balloon and loosen them up, and put the balloons over each end of the PVC. And I put one end in a gutter, in hot water, not boiling water, but hot water, and then the other end in a gutter. I set the PVC in the gutter like on your house, and ice water. And on the hot side, the air that's in there creates a gradient, and it's not a big one.
Tell me where. So now, okay, I kind of understand where you're going, but tell me where you're measuring the pressure in this contraption.
Just demonstrating a gradient. That's what I'm asking you for.
Where are you measuring the pressure? What are you using? What are you using to measure the pressure?
A balloon. I'm not
Why
quantifying
are you talking
it.
over me? I'm asking a simple question.
You just asked a question, dude. You said where.
No, where are you measuring the pressure?
Okay, if I answered, am I talking over you, bro?
No, but I was trying to say, what did you measure it with, and where did you measure it? That's what I couldn't get out.
Okay, I measured it with balloons. I'm not quantifying it. I'm demonstrating it. Once again, I'm not quantifying it.
PSI.
I can estimate about how much it would take to make that balloon erect. I estimate about probably a quarter pound is pretty conservative, about a quarter pound PSI.
No,
but that's an estimate. I'm not trying to quantify it. I'm trying to demonstrate it.
Balloons, or more 1 PSI or 2 PSI. But go ahead.
No, it's not inflated. There's not enough air in there. It inflates enough to stand it up, while the other side's limp. Then when I squeeze the erect side, it's just enough air in there, enough pressure to make the balloon stand up and blow out, just a little bit. When I squeeze it, the balloon that's limp on the cold water side, it bounces it. And then when I let go, it instantly re-inflates just that tiny bit. I'm going to show you. I'll post a video. It's a short video. Watch it.
Brian, about half an hour ago, you were saying, you have a pipe that's about 3/4 of an inch, and, it becomes like limp with a opening on one end and so on and so forth. And now you're talking about this thing inflating and getting erect.
It makes no sense.
Going like very sexualized.
That's funny, dude. I wasn't even thinking like that, dude. That is fucking hilarious. But I'm gonna post the video. It's real short. I recommend watching it so you know what I'm talking about. It's real short video.
Yeah, show me the videos so we can go over what you thought you saw.
Hey, Zanik, I got one simple question for you, okay?
Sure.
All right. So if it's just space-time, then what about 0-point energy?
That we went over this yesterday.
Simple question.
I don't know how they're related. Why don't you tell me?
Okay, well, you can look at it as vacuum energy, right?
I don't know about right, but I know there is the word vacuum and energy in the descriptions of 0-point energy, but I don't know if you're using them correctly.
So then it can't just be space-time out in space then, right? Because there's 0-point energy.
So if you're saying that, well, like we said, we have a vacuum, an absolute. Let's say we can generate an absolute vacuum, zero vacuum. Doesn't mean there's not gamma rays that are passing through. Are you counting the gamma rays that are passing through it?
Why would we be talking about hypotheticals?
Or cosmic particles?
Supposedly we have a 10 to the negative 17 tour near perfect vacuum surrounding the Earth. But it's not actually just space-time there. There has to be 0 point energy there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's like an entire thing of energy there, and yet we've attributed physical properties to space-time and acted like it's the only medium, and even invoked different dimensions.
Does energy have mass?
What is mass? You know,
Any amount of matter.
That's amount of matter.
Any amount of matter is mass.
Okay, so that's the like commonly understood for a long time, but it's not that simple in the heliocentric paradigm, actually. So,
well, the quantum race will argue with me about that and tell me what a fundy idiot I am, but that's the actual answer, because mass can be measured in units of measure of mass is going to be the kilogram or other types of units of measure, but matter is just what makes up mass. It's just any amount of matter. That's what mass is. Any amount of matter.
Just space-time has no mass, correct?
Space-time isn't talking about mass. Space-time's talking about space and time.
Does space-time have any mass?
No.
Okay. Does light have any mass?
No. Doesn't have rest. Zero rest mass.
Okay. So when it's moving,
it's not a perfect vacuum.
Well, it has effects of mass, but it doesn't have.
No, of course it's not a perfect vacuum. My point is that like the closest we can even get to replicating the supposed heliocentric vacuum claim is on Earth, and we have 0 point energy here. You have stronger of a vacuum, you just have less impedance to that 0 point energy. That's all it is. So that's the primary background of quote unquote space, and it's why is it so disregarded?
Well, why do you go up in space? If you can go up in space and measure in something close to space, 0 point or 0.015 psi, many thousands of factor of 1,000 less than the atmosphere you feel on the surface of the Earth. That's pretty much close to a zero vacuum, to a no vacuum. I mean, to no pressure.
Okay,
right?
that's my point.
So what is it measuring? It's measuring collisions of atoms or molecules, correct?
So here's the deal, man. So is energy and mass interchangeable?
No.
Okay, well, your paradigm
not
says
directly.
that.
No, there's an equivalence factor, but it's not directly interchangeable. Mass is not matter.
No, your paradigm says energy and mass
are the same.
Are interchangeable effectively.
No, not really. No,
energy equals mass times the speed of light squared.
Squared. So they're not related directly, are they?
They're interchangeable.
No, you can't. Mass E equals mc squared. If it's not m equals e, it's not e squared. It's E equals mc squared.
Yeah, he means they're proportional. There's a relationship between them.
Right.
Well, yeah,
they're not the same even in the equation.
They're different forms of the same thing. They're different forms of the same thing.
You're not squaring the mass. You're not squaring the energy. You're squaring the speed of light.
Zanuck, my man, in your paradigm, there are different forms of the same thing.
What do you mean forms?
What does forms mean? Modalities.
What is your interpretation of the word forms in this context?
Versions of modalities.
Do you believe
mass
in
and energy are not the same. They're not interchangeable. They're related. Mass can have energy.
I know there's background energy in a vacuum.
Certain amount of mass can have entropy. I mean, you can measure these kind of things.
They're joined at the hip.
But Janik,
I put that video in. And if you want to get the express version, go to 3 minutes. Watch between 3 minutes and 3 minutes 30 seconds. You want express version.
Not sure what you're asking. I believe in. I know for a fact that there's still energy in a vacuum. Yes. Do I believe in all the pseudoscientific interpretation?
Do you believe in the stuff they say about 0 point energy?
I don't believe in stuff people say about anything like that. No. But I do. They do have observations, right?
What is that? What is the energy that contained? What is the energy that's contained in a vacuum, or a vacuum, even in space?
Yeah, there's always energy potential in even a vacuum. But here real fast, Zanuck, I'm trying to get you to answer a simple thing, right? It's like, so you're saying, you asked if it had matter. Well, it's energy, and you asked if it had mass. And in your paradigm, energy and mass are effectively interchangeable. So
paradigm is this? Why don't you give me the equation for that? I thought you just said E equals MC squared.
How about E equals MC squared, right? They're joined at the hip, right?
See, I just said that, and MC squared is not interchangeable with energy.
It's mass times the square root of the speed of light. So the mass, the amount of mass, is directly reflected in the fucking amount of energy.
You just told me that's not the same.
So you
they're not
convert-
interchangeable in the thing.
They're
way
convertible,
you're
but they're
describing them
not
to be
interchangeable.
They're joined at the hip.
Yeah.
It's not one to one.
JC just he just posted this in the chat. It's not just any energy equals mass. It's not how it works. This mass is not interchangeable directly with energy. They're related, but they're not directly interchangeable.
They are different forms.
They're
different
joined
forms
at
of
the
the
fucking
same
hip.
Yes,
thing.
energy, mass
How
has
do you
energy.
not understand this?
But, okay, energy. Hold on, you just hit it. You just hit the nail on the head. Mass has an energy value. You can actually extrapolate how much energy is contained in any mass, but energy does not have mass. What mass does energy have? If I have
Who said energy?
a joule,
Dude, why are you even? You just stopped everything to say energy doesn't have mass.
If I have a joule of energy, how much mass is that?
Bro, nobody's saying that energy has mass, man. Why are you strawmanning, bro?
No, I'm not
within
showing
his within his paradigm,
mass and energy are interchangeable. So I'm saying
showing
if I know mass
my
can be converted to energy. I know mass can be converted to energy, but energy can be converted to mass?
They say
What's it or flat Earth?
They say
How about photosynthesis, man? How about photosynthesis?
How about it? That's a process that takes
energy.
That's an energy conversion system.
Right, creating mass.
Doesn't create mass. Energy doesn't create mass. It has to do with the conversion of mass to another mass.
Where's the mass come from? If not from the energy, Zanuck?
They say that energy has momentum equal to mass.
No. So when you have photosynthesis, what does that do? And that's converting what? Sunlight is converting what?
Energy into mass. The sun's energy.
No, what is it?
Mass.
There's an equation for it. Everyone knows how photosynthesis. What's the conversion?
So are you saying that the plant has a digestive system, or is the sun's energy?
Something in the presence of sunlight will give you C6H12O6, right? Will produce glucose. How do you produce glucose with the energy? What does it need? It needs water. I'll give you a hint. It needs water. What else?
Energy. To start off with, it needs energy.
No, you just have hydrogen and oxygen, and you have energy. How does it be
created? Show me a plant growing without energy.
Hold on, stop it.
Oh, dude, look what you guys are doing, man. I'm trying to make a profound point.
C6H12O6
I'll back off. Sorry, man.
How does it produce
Zanuck, you gotta chill, man, because I'm trying to make a profound point. You're not
even
letting it happen.
Well, you got Brian in there conflating the whole.
No, Zanuck,
you asked the question, bro. You asked the question, so I answered it. You said my name after the question.
So I said,
Zanuck, just chill, dude. Here, let me make my point.
How do you convert water and with the presence of sunlight to get C6H12O6? Brian, answer me.
I'm backing off for Witsit. I'm gonna end it with this.
No,
Zanuck. No one wants to answer the question. You can't force him to answer the question if he doesn't want to, Zanuck. He's telling you he's backing off. So let him back off so Witsit can make his point. Come on, Zanuck. Come on, man. Yeah, Zanuck, we get it.
This is pretty deep. I'll try not to say too much at once, but it's like mass spectrometry measures charge. Okay, so we're talking about charge potential, energy, and then mass. So you have rest mass as energy, right? The fact right here, the fact that feeding energy into a body effectively increases its mass suggests that its mass when it is at rest, which for now we'll write MO and call its rest mass when multiplied by C2 can be considered a quantity of energy. So the introduction of energy changes mass, and that goes back to what is mass. And again, mass spectrometry just measuring charge, because all it is energy, and there's a material nature to whatever that energy is. Specifically, its resonance.
Spectrometry measures mass over charge, measures the mass to charge ratio.
Yeah, just measuring charge differential.
What's the argument being mass to charge ratio?
What is the argument being made? It doesn't actually measure anything but the charge.
No, it measures the mass to charge ratio. right? It ionizes an ion. And the larger that the ion is, the larger radius it'll take in a magnetic field that it sends it around. Then it'll hit a detector at a certain spot. So if you have like chlorine, which can have 2 isotopes per one charge, you'll get 2 different masses for an element that can have multiple isotopes per each individual charge.
Right.
But you get different masses for those elements because they have different amounts of neutrons, because mass is a different thing than charge.
Okay, well, yeah, so there's a proportionate relationship between the charge and what you call mass. I don't think that I was disputing that. I'm actually making a point about that. You're just measuring charge differential and then taking the proportionate relationship of what, dude.
No, mass spectrometry measures mass per unit charge. That's what it measures.
Okay, is there a proportionate relationship with the charge and what you're calling mass? Oh, did I cut out? Is there a proportionate relationship between the charge and what you're calling mass?
That relationship is different for each type of molecule, and that's why its measurement is useful.
Right, so it's just the element, effectively, combined with...
Each element has a different ratio, and that's why we use mass spectrometry when we're trying to find out the makeup of something. I don't remember, what does this have to do with flat Earth? I kind of
Well,
lost
you're not
the
seeming
train
to
of thought.
understand the point I'm trying to make, which is that in your paradigm, energy and mass are effectively interchangeable in layman terms. They're interchangeable. So they're different modalities of the same thing. And so whenever we're talking about a vacuum or background energy, his question was, does it have mass? I'm like, well, that's effectively interchangeable. So like a vacuum isn't empty. There isn't just space-time. There isn't nothingness. It's background energy, right? And so if we have 0 point energy or vacuum energy or background energy on the Earth, we definitely have that in a much more intense, we'll say, vacuum, right?
Okay, I think I know what you're trying to get at. So like we have this relationship of mass to energy. We use this in different calculations, not just mass spectrometry, a bunch of stuff. We use like this relationship between mass and energy. So why would these things work if mass and energy were just interchangeable? Is that kind of the point that you're trying to make?
No, my point is that it's obviously not just space-time in this quote-unquote vacuum of outer space. There is energy there because there's energy in a vacuum.
So, I'm not sure. I just don't know what you're trying to argue.
Well, energy and mass think everything is just charge, right?
Paradigm, man. Energy and mass interchangeable within your paradigm. There's some truth to that, meaning that we can change what we identify as mass with charge differential or energy input or introduction of energy.
What does this have to do with space-time?
My point is that there is an energy, and within your own paradigm, energy is interchangeable with mass, which means there's a substantive nature to a background in a vacuum. It isn't just space and time.
What isn't just space and time?
That's not all that's there in a vacuum.
Okay, sure. But space-time is just other variables in the model. Like what does this have to do? I don't understand what the argument you're making is.
Dude, my man, the heliocentric model, utilizing the theory of relativity, does not acknowledge a substantive quality or a substantive characteristic within space.
So the root of the argument is you're saying that the theory of relativity has this internal contradiction, and therefore heliocentricity is wrong.
That's the glue. That's the current glue of it, and it has many intrinsic contradictions. Yes, and also it runs in the face of, like, say, quantum observation.
We can have a functioning heliocentric model without needing to incorporate relativity. That's my response to the argument.
Well, you're going to go back to
Newtonian. We can just use Newtonian mechanics and do just fine. We had great models of the planets and the stars and all that before Newton came around.
Yeah, so you're just going to stick with Newtonian even though we know it doesn't work on the scale beyond this?
I mean, we're on the Flat Earth Discord, right? Like, we're arguing about Flat Earth. We're not arguing about whether Einstein was right.
Okay, well then you need to change everything. You need to scrap all the atomic clocks and all that. You need to go back to just Newtonian, and then we need to prove that gravity is an intrinsic property of
I'm not
matter.
trying to do that, though. I'm trying to convince you that the Earth is round. I'm not trying to convince you that Einstein was right, or that I'm just trying to convince you that the models that the Earth is that incorporate the Earth being round work, right?
Any model of the Earth being round,
not any model.
The prerequisite is gravity.
A prerequisite is gravity, but there's lots of different descriptions we can use of gravity. Newtonian mechanics just uses a simple force to describe the effect of gravity, and it works to produce predictions.
It hijacks the proportionate nature of electrostatics, and it says that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter, which has long been abandoned. And even him himself said the idea that innate brute matter would act on other innate brute matter through the vastness of a vacuum is an absurdity.
Who are you talking about? Who are you saying?
Newton said that. He said, to me, so great an absurdity that any man with competent faculty of thinking in philosophical matters could never fall into it. So, and do not attribute this to me.
So like you're saying Newton has this quote where he's saying, why would you think that objects in one place could act on objects in another place without anything in between them? That's what
he's saying it's an absurdity.
Well, I don't really care. His math works to describe this thing. And when we apply his math to a system like the solar system that's modeled in heliocentrism, it works to predict the stars, the position of the stars in the sky, everything. I don't care what Newton had to say. Newton had a bunch of predictions of when the apocalypse would happen based on the Bible. They were horrible. I don't care.
But you realize he also knew that it works in the solar system, right?
Yes, because we can apply those predictions now.
That point's irrelevant. Then he was proposing it, addressing that subject, and then he went in further detail to say that this could happen with nothing in between it is an absurdity. Now that's brought us back full circle.
I don't care.
I'm almost done. Well, it brings us back full circle because we had to scrap Einstein because of the substantive nature of reality and observations. We're back to Newtonian, who himself said that type of mechanism is impossible and absurd on its face without some type of medium. So we've come full circle back to how it requires a substantive medium.
So So let's say in this argument, right? I've given Einstein. Let's say there's this whatever argument you had earlier. Einsteinian relativity doesn't work. We're talking about Newtonian mechanics. Newtonian mechanics and things that Newton said about the metaphysics of how these mechanics work are two different things. The quote that you gave of his is a quote about the metaphysics behind the mechanism, behind the model of the Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, that's why it says philosophical. He says
it's philosophical, but it's not. But ultimately, the model that he gave, Newtonian mechanics, regardless of whether or not his metaphysical argument about mass attracting mass works, it turns out when you model the motions of the planets and the stars as if there was a force attracting them without anything between them, it works to predict things.
He knew that. That's why he proposed it, bro. Like what you're saying. You're saying, Newton came up with this, but he didn't understand it. But turns out that when you use it, it works, dude. He knew that though. What do you mean? Turns out
he knew what?
He knew it worked in the solar system, man.
Okay, he knew it worked in the solar system. So what does this have to do with whether or not it's accurate now?
Okay, well, you keep saying turns out. Like, no, that's why he proposed it, but he explained that it doesn't work. And it's very simple, right?
No, wait. I thought you were saying that he did know it worked.
Mathematically, to describe the motions on the local scale, but...
that's all I want. That's all I want.
I understand that's all you want is math, but I'm explaining to you the reason. He said, look, this is the math that works it out, but...
A metaphysical objection to a model is not good enough to reject it. What we care about with the model is the accuracy of the model.
No, the fundamental logical postulation itself is obviously relevant, and you're saying that there's basically instantaneous action at a distance without intermediary medium.
I choose my models. If I'm developing a car engine, I'm going to choose my models based on whether or not they make proper predictions, not whether or not their philosophical grounding is correct or not.
It's not a prediction, man. It's a post-diction.
It is. We use Newtonian mechanics to build a model of the solar system, right? And how planets attract each other and move through space.
No, we see the planets.
model. We can use. Okay, well, we can see the planets, right? We can also build a model using Newtonian mechanics and compare that model to what we see. And when we do that using Newtonian mechanics, it checks out.
Duh, that's the only reason it was postulated. It couldn't even have been postulated in the first place if it didn't check out mathematically. It's a post-diction.
Wait, so are you conceding? Are you conceding that the Newtonian model of reality checks out with the way that we see the planets?
That's literally how it was come up with.
Then that's heliocentrism.
Oh yeah, you're right. Presuppositions conflated as predictions.
We can make new predictions. The Newtonian model makes new predictions about where the stars and the planets are going to be.
So outside of the solar system, Newtonian physics makes predictions of stars' locations.
Okay, let's back up. You're saying that Newton came up with this model, right? Which is just like a little mathematical toy. You can plug in a time value and the original positions or the starting positions of bodies in space, and find out where they're going to be. Right?
And he said it never works in actuality.
Well, no, the whole point of why it gets used, like you said, is because it does work to predict where the planets are.
It doesn't predict, it describes a cycle that's reoccurring. It's called post-diction. It's a cycle that's reoccurring. Mathematical description of that is not prediction.
Let's talk about like Halley's Comet. Okay. Someone after Newton used Newton's calculations. They used his mechanics to say, okay, if Halley's Comet is an object of a certain amount of mass, I can plug it into this model of the solar system and predict the next time it's going to come around. Yeah. And that prediction he made, that guy made, it might have been Newton. I can't remember if it was Newton or the other guy. That prediction was accurate. He predicted using Newtonian mechanics. He didn't know when it was going to come around, but I don't know, like 76 or whatever years later, the prediction that he wrote down 70 years or 100 years before turned out to be correct, and it was based on Newtonian mechanics.
It's just a cycle in the sky. So,
but the precise properties of the cycle,
man,
he derived from Newtonian mechanics.
Yeah, stop interrupting so much, man. So, like, the point is that if there's a medium there, right? No one's disputing the relationship of the things we see in the sky and the cycles they make. And no one's even disputing the mathematical utilization of Newtonian mechanics in the sky as to be good for post-diction purposes. You're invoking this supposedly prediction, whatever, it doesn't matter. There is a relationship. But if there's a medium there, can we use that same math and have a medium and use something like electromagnetism?
Electromagnetism uses very similar math to Newtonian mechanics as they relate to mass. I mean, the electromagnetism uses very similar types of equations to predict motion. I mean, Newtonian mechanism can be applied to any force.
The source. Thank you. Now you understand. Now you're starting to understand my point, which is
hold on.
The math's not exclusive to your fairy tale of a vacuum, and in fact, your vacuum is literally impossible.
So in Newtonian mechanics, we can postulate tons of different forces. Newtonian mechanics is just a way to take some forces, some objects with mass, and calculate what they're going to do based on the forces acting on them.
Okay.
What's impossible about the vacuum, real quick? Sorry to interrupt real quick, but what's impossible about the vacuum? What's it?
It's impossible to claim there's no substantive quality to outer space as a near perfect vacuum with just space and time, because there's always background 0-point energy.
Yeah, but why is a vacuum categorically? Would you say categorically impossible?
We don't need this. We don't need this to decide if the heliocentric model is true. Like
that's why I'm asking the question. Are you saying that it's impossible?
I'm trying to help you out, buddy. You're just y'all behind the globe. We're going to catch up in about a year and be like, "Damn, Austin was showing me how this is the only way I can even pretend the Earth's a ball."
Austin, real quick, why is it categorically impossible to have a vacuum?
I didn't use that word.
What was the word you used? I'm sorry.
I don't know, but it's impossible for the reason I just explained. For one, the mechanism that you have to invoke, if you go back to Newtonian, is it requires a medium, and even Newton himself said that. It's common sense because it's saying that gravity is an intrinsic property of matter, and that these two pieces of mass or matter have this distant relationship instantaneously based on an intrinsic property that requires some type of medium to basically transfer the energy.
I think the theory is that space-time is then invoked, and that is what causes things to be attracted or to appear to be attracted.
That's right. But we destroyed
Newton's-
space-time, so that's it. Now you're getting it.
You haven't.
How did you just destroy space-time?
Because it's not just space-time. There's a substantive quality. It's
What
background
do you
energy,
think?
which
What do
under
you
your
think's
own
between-
paradigm is interchangeable with mass.
Okay, so
Newton's instantaneous action over space at a distance is what he and what Einstein disproved. They knew that it couldn't be an instantaneous action over space at a distance. Both of them knew that.
Yeah, well, they don't know that, but yeah, sure. But this is the problem,
No,
right?
they knew that. They
Well,
knew
no,
that things cannot interact in two different locations in space instantaneously for a distance. That would make zero sense. Then I
You
could
would
communicate with my wall without touching it. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, unless there was a medium that connected the two, but still, it wouldn't be immediately. Agreed, but
That's exactly what Einstein did.
We understand. Yet no, Einstein has a problem though for many intrinsic contradictions. One of which is that energy and mass are interchangeable, and we've now discovered there is a background energy even in a vacuum. Certainly, a much stronger Tor vacuum.
That's just the simplified version, though. It's not just any energy that's interchangeable.
So you're saying that the 0-point energy isn't interchangeable with mass? It's
not mass. Obviously,
Oh,
you would see
under
that
certain
mass
conditions,
all around
under
us.
certain specific conditions, is it interchangeable? Not directly.
Okay.
It has to be under the constraints of the confinement of a fundamental action.
Oh, cool, man. So is
It's not
energy
just any or it's not just any energy. That would make zero sense.
Is energy substantive?
No.
Okay, but it turns
So
into
the
mass, and then it is substantive.
You can under certain conditions, yes.
When energy, so like the whole point of the research in like fusion energy, the reason why it's so difficult is like Zanuck was saying, and like he's been saying too, is you have to have very specific and difficult to reach conditions to turn mass into energy or vice versa. It's not like a normal, situation that happens often. It happens at the center of stars, and it happens in the fusion reactors, right?
Yeah, it has to be energy under the confinement of a fundamental interaction, like nuclear energy.
None of that's the point.
Electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, that's not the
atoms,
point.
etc.
You can't make any type of like confinement claims about 0-point energy, okay? Because you tried to fight that it was even there for a long time, and only recently has it been acknowledged that it was there.
Define 0-point energy.
Yeah, it's just the background energy potential. That's all it is.
Yeah.
No, define it further than that. What is it made of? What's constituting this background energy potential?
Oh, I mean, I don't put limits on it. You're asking me what the modern version of the story is?
I'm asking you to define what you mean by 0-point energy, right?
Oh, I'm attacking your paradigm from within. Like what I mean is that there's a background energy.
What the paradigm says.
Okay, it's vibrational energy at its lowest state possible.
I want to say something real quick about like this conversation. I like this conversation. I like thinking about these higher physics things, and they're fun to talk about. But I just want to express a frustration with like these types of math, like this kind of higher energy physics, the kind of physics that was being developed in the in the 20th century, right? These are not the kind of physics that we have to rely on if we're just trying to prove whether the Earth is round or flat.
Wrong.
It is why the kinds of physics that humans used to come to very strong conclusions about the shape of the Earth are very simple Newtonian mechanics, and that's why these kinds of arguments frustrate me on a server where we're trying to figure out if the Earth is round or flat or not. I just don't think we need this kind of complicated shit that you need PhDs to understand.
Hey, Edmond, real quick, I want to add real quick. Edmond,
the Greeks.
Do you remember when our conversation? Remember when our conversation got to the point where I was saying that the math could be reverse engineered, and it doesn't matter if the math works out. It doesn't make the Earth a ball. And
you're free to reverse engineer it, bro.
Yeah, just because the math works out doesn't prove it's a ball. So you have to go deeper than that in the discussion to really understand or get to the bottom of the fact of the matter.
If the math
I'll tell
works
you
out
what.
if the math works out to make predictions about what happens in the future, then it can't be reverse engineered, because if it makes predictions about events that we don't know,
but if
we already know
that
they're
we don't
going to
know that
happen.
happen.
We do know they're
if they're
going to happen.
repeating cycles, is not predictions; they're post-dictions. There's
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, man. You reverse engineer the math, make predictions about the future, and I'll take a look at it. I'll publish it. I'll try to get it published in a scientific journal. You do that, and I'll do the rest.
Okay,
I wasn't
let's look at
saying
the,
that because it's reverse engineered, I could do just as good a job.
let's talk about the cycles thing, because that's good.
I don't think you can, and I would like for you to try. And
I wasn't
if
claiming
you
to be able
can,
to reverse. I wasn't claiming to be able to reverse engineer anything.
here's the back out.
What do you mean back out? I wasn't claiming to say I can do it just as good as they are.
Anybody, it's an open challenge. I'm willing.
All you gotta do is
to
use electromagnetism.
I'll put my reputation in the scientific community on the line to attempt to publish any of your guys' reverse engineered or whatever kind of equations or mathematics or whatever you do. It's legitimate. I'll try to publish it. Send it to me, and I'd be willing to do that.
Okay, so
I don't
we'll
know
use
why that's a rebuttal,
electromagnetic.
but go ahead.
We use electromagnetic mechanism in a fluid-like medium, and even though the Earth is provably flat, we'll just to help you out here. We'll let you use your ball, and it's electromagnetism that is the mechanism for everything, and it has a substantive medium. So publish it. It's pretty easy because the math's basically the same.
Well, is it really?
No,
Because
you gotta
compared to gravity, where you have the inverse square law with the inverse cube law, they're not really related in that respect.
Oh, so
of course they are.
We couldn't use electromagnetism to show the planetary movement of the body, Zanuck? Is that your final
Electromagnetism is a different strength of force. So if we try to plug electromagnetism into objects the size of planets,
no. So dipole magnets will have a inverse cube law relationship with distance, and in gravity, we've shown by millions of examples that it's inverse square. That alone right there disproves that idea. So next,
I gotta disagree. Gravity and magnetism use the same form in Newtonian mechanics. They use the same equation form. The difference is the strength of the force. Yeah. Magnetism as a force is much weaker. So if we try to plug it in to objects the size of planets, it's not going to deliver good predictions because it's a much weaker force.
That's assuming that that's assuming the planets are the size that they say. That's assuming that the planets are actually that size.
But remember, we're arguing.
You can see.
But we're arguing. But this is it's so difficult because like what happens in these arguments is I try to make a claim about what the model predicts. And then a flat earther will say, but that only happens if it's what you say will happen. But that's the whole point of a model. I'm trying to argue that in the perspective of the model, this is the prediction it will make. And if the prediction is accurate, then
the argument.
But he was talking about the motion of planets, and you say they're the same. They're actually equated.
The debate. The debate is not about. Wait a second. The debate is not about. The debate is not about if the model works. That's not the debate. The model could work perfectly, and it still could not be a ball. It's not about that.
But I want to ask that question again. So I know the strengths are different. I mean, you want to get it as like a concentration or a strength per unit volume or whatever whatever unit measure you're going to use. That may be true, but they're also this for dipole magnets. You have a decay with distance, which is not consistent with gravity. Gravity is follows the inverse square law, and dipole magnets follow a inverse cube law. So they weaken much faster with distance than gravity.
Gravity and magnetism, they have the same form. It's a different strength. It's not the difference between
the decay is much greater.
The decay is different, but it's not a difference of squared versus cubed law.
It follows the inverse cube law, of course.
Okay, let me look up the equation.
You gotta understand, man. If you apply like Maxwell's equations to a different type of medium, you can strengthen the magnetic field. And the distances and sizes and everything you've just presupposed with your vacuum fairy tale. So it's very easily worked out. I don't think you have to change anything. You would just have to, determine the mass. I mean,
I
the
just
medium.
got them telling me that the decay that we measure for gravity is inverse square. And he's going
It's
to look
also
up
that
and
for
find out
magnetism.
that the decay for dipole magnets is an inverse cube relationship.
The magnets also follow an inverse square law. It's not an inverse cube law.
Some monopole magnets do, but not dipole magnets.
Maybe you're right. Yeah. But the point is there's another variable that on a force other than the distance, and when we try to use the force the force of magnetism to explain actions, to explain phenomena at a higher scale, like the scale of planets, it's not going to work out as well. So we in order to describe the motions of planets as we witness them, we need a different force, and that force is gravity.
Why is it not going to work out as well?
Because it's a lot weaker.
Coupling constant.
I just explained how if you had a magnetized medium, it would make it stronger, though. So we're going to try again, or what?
The coupling constant is what he's talking about, right? If you set the strong force equal to 1, the gravitational and electromagnetic coupling constants, the gravitational constant and the alpha, the fine structure constant, they are of different values at different scales, completely different scales.
Yes,
well, I think we could all agree. Wait, if it is a flat Earth and the planets are going above us and circling above us in the way that the Ptolemy model might indicate, then we're not going to assume that they're the size that the heliocentric model claims anyway.
Sure.
So the size is not really a good argument.
So you'd come up with your own model to describe that. But we're talking about what the model would look like if it was heliocentric.
Yeah,
right?
Heliocentric model is not the argument. Whether the heliocentric model is perfect or not is not what the debate's about.
But this debate, all that we can debate in science, all that we have access to epistemologically when we debate in science, is which model is more accurate.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to debate the flat Earth model because there's not a flat Earth official flat Earth model, and they, at least not that we know of.
Then, from my perspective,
just say the debate's over.
Which model am I going to choose? Which model am I going to choose?
A model. If you see this debate as
if
just
I
choosing a model, then you might as well just go with the
if there's no, the answer
you don't
is
need a model. All you need to know is the Earth is flat, right?
The answer is if there's no viable models, you don't choose any of them.
But no, there are viable models.
No, there's not. No, there's not though.
Some represent the data better than others, and the data for measuring what the surface looks like seems to comport with the models of the round Earth, not the flat Earth. And we talked about this on a date.
Weren't you just saying that Newton's models did work? Weren't you just saying that they did work?
We looked at the dude. They looked at the sky. He came up with math to try to explain the proportional relationship between the planets and us by looking in the sky. And we have the cycles recorded for many, many years. Okay, that's all that is.
And he made a model. And what you can do is you can plug numbers into that model and get accurate predictions for where the planets will be in the sky.
They were doing that thousands of years ago.
That's an accurate model.
Dude.
Sure. That's an accurate model.
Okay, but geocentric stationary flat earthers were doing that thousands of years ago. The Chaldeans did that in 2500 BC, bro.
Okay, then they've got a model. Can their model also predict the speed of the sun through the sky during the day? Can their model also predict when an asteroid is going to make a second turn 76 years later? It can't. But the Newtonian mechanics can.
Right.
It can account for the speed of the sun in the sky. It can account for the consistent size of the sun in the sky through the day. The flat Earth model cannot.
Yeah,
what's it called? Like the Antikythera or something. It predicts all kinds of
mechanism.
What causes the centripetal force to have the sun allegedly go around in circles over the flat Earth? What possibly?
I'm not even claiming. I'm not claiming what the sun does. Like I think that there could be like a naturally occurring hologram.
Why does the sun have a consistent speed during the day? Why does it track across the sky at a consistent speed?
It doesn't.
Yeah, who says it does?
It does actually.
Take pictures tomorrow.
No, there's variations.
Take a video tomorrow. Take a video
so there's
tomorrow
a variation
of the
at the
sky.
horizons.
Due to
So
refraction, yes.
There's not.
it's always due to your God
Well, no, we
refraction.
measure that change just at the horizon. Why isn't it coincidence that all the things we know about refraction and all the things about the density gradients and the angle of incidences and all these things that account for why we have refraction all happen where we think they will happen at the horizon?
No, you always invoke refraction where
how that
something
works?
debunks your model. On a flat Earth, it would take longer for the sunrise and sunset because those are the moments that it's reaching the vanishing point. On the globe Earth, it would be exactly. I'm not done talking. On the globe Earth, it would just be the same speed. We're just rotating.
Why? No.
blocking the
At the
sun,
globe
buddy.
Earth,
Yes.
we actually predict that it will take. They're doing that little half a degree at the horizon. That slows down. In fact, it slows down a little earlier, but it's mostly in that area of the 1 to 5.5 degrees before you don't see the sun anymore. That's where
the Earth was
so the
flat.
whole sun gets lifted up optically.
If the Earth was flat,
yes, slowly
the sun,
because you have refraction.
The sun would increase in speed
downward
much
refraction
greater.
Downward refraction causes objects to be loomed up, and that's what happens with the sun for that little period of time.
So we're not actually seeing.
A few minutes longer for it to sky. I'm still talking. Hold on.
Okay.
It's the sun will take a little longer for it to set due to it being loomed up in that through its motion.
Okay, so no one's ever seen the sun actually set.
Hold on, we're gonna get bogged down. If the Earth was flat, the sun would. We don't need to worry about these fraction of a percent at the edge. If the Earth was flat, the sun would speed up very significantly during the middle of the day. Like if you're standing on the side of on the sidewalk and you watch a car go by, right? And you start watching it when it's a mile away. When is your head spinning the fastest?
Obviously, right when it passes you.
Yes. By a great degree compared to when you were seeing it from
a
far
tangent
away.
function.
Duh.
Yes. So think about how much faster the sun should be traveling if it was only like, I don't know what you guys think, a couple thousand miles ahead of us or above us. It would have to be traveling very significantly, easily measurably faster than when it was at the horizon.
That's not true. You don't know what kind of medium it's in. No, if it's in a dense medium, that destroys your entire argument.
No, but we're talking about the visual. We're talking about what it looks like above us.
Right, real quick with your example, the car's not going faster when it goes by you. It just appears to go faster.
Exactly.
The
Which is why. But in the flat Earth model, the sun is traveling in order to make time zones work. Right, in order to make time
zones are a concept.
For sure, but in order to make sense of when different people around the world experience sunlight, right? The sun is traveling a constant speed in a circle, around the above the Earth, right?
It's possible.
That's the only way to make time zones work. That's the only way to make sense of why in the flat Earth model of why people in different time zones experience the sunlight.
Monk, have you guys talked about
physical
the path?
Flying through space?
Have you talked about the path? Have you talked about the path?
It's a more dense medium.
Like, where does it go when it disappears? Does it make a U-turn?
It's a very simple answer, okay? It's a more dense medium, and if it's super far away, and that's right, 3,000 to 4,000 miles away is super far away, and we don't know how big it is, and we don't know the source of its light production or its energy output or what medium it's in, to try to then say, I know what it should look like optically if I strawman a flat Earth is an ignorant argument, bro.
I don't care about the medium it's in. I just care about. I think it's easily established from the flat Earth model that it's going to have to be making a constant speed circle above the Earth. We have to accept. I mean, is there any?
No, that's not
why
true.
Not? Why not?
Because there's videos I can send you about that. It's not true because there's different fluctuations in its path and the way that it circles around. I've actually heard lots of people say that there's speed variation.
But time zones rely on this.
Back to your example, you said the sun would have to be traveling faster, but it wasn't a good example about the car.
We're spinning the rate at which our head is spinning is faster. The car would be maintaining the same speed, just as I argue that on a flat Earth model, the sun would be traveling the same speed in a circle, right? But because it's traveling over us. Because it would in the flat Earth model, it would be traveling over us.
Your example of the car seeming to go faster is not the same as saying the sun would have to go faster.
Okay, think about this. Instead of when you're standing on a sidewalk watching a car go past and the car is going constant speed, and let's say the the sidewalk is 10 feet from the line that the car passes, right? Let's map this onto what I'm imagining in the flat Earth model. The sidewalk is just the ground. The 10 feet between you and the car's path is just the distance between the ground and the ring that the sun is traveling around at a constant speed. As it passes over you, it's still maintaining constant speed, but as you look, the speed at which your head is going to be turning.
Angular velocity.
It's gonna be faster when it's right above you. Just as when the car is passing, the speed at which your head is turning is going to be faster when the car is right in front of you.
New perspective. That's called angular velocity.
Regardless, it's not the same thing because you're talking about.
It is the same thing.
It's not the same thing. The car would appear
What's
to go
the difference?
Because right when the car's near you, it seems to go faster by you, right?
Yes, but when we're talking about when we're looking at the angle of the sun,
I'm saying all I'm pointing out is it's not the same because we're not talking about the sun appearing to go faster. You're saying the sun would have to go faster.
I'm saying that the image of the sun that we see in the sky would have to increase in speed throughout the day.
It would have to appear to.
Exactly. Yes, it would have to appear to, and
that's
it does.
What I'm saying.
Why the flat model?
Okay, but now on top of that, just like a flat earther will argue that there's momentum, and
we don't need to worry about momentum.
Hold on, we're talking about just like a flat earther would say, there's momentum and acceleration changes with an elliptical orbit, like the sun going around the Earth going around the sun. There would also be momentum changes in the sun going around in its circular path.
That's not.
What do you mean
acceleration
changes? What do you mean acceleration changes?
Well, hold on. That's a rabbit hole. Let's stick with why is the sun? We see when we look at the sun, and imagine this. Imagine you just have a protractor, and you just point the protractor at the sun. The degrees of the protractor are going to increase at a constant rate as it passes over you, right? If you see what I'm saying?
Listen. What he's trying to say is the sun is taking an elliptical path. It's not taking
I don't care about that.
Circle.
That's a misunderstanding of my argument.
He's saying that's what answers whatever question it is you were trying to ask.
Then let me just start
because you're asking the same question all over again. He's giving you an answer.
Scratch. Let's take a protractor, right? And you take the needle of the protractor and you just keep it in line, pointed at the sun throughout the day. Is it going to sweep across the protractor at a constant speed?
So is your argument that it would
Hold on, answer the question. Answer the question.
Real quick, is your argument just about the time zones or is it about something else?
My argument is about what we should expect the sun to look like, what we should expect to see the sun do if the Earth was flat.
Oh, well, that's hard to answer because there's all these kinds of answers about what the sun is, how far away it is, what it actually is, all those things. It's like, yes, you're basically straw manning.
Well, what does the flat Earth
figured out to begin with?
What does the flat Earth necessitate about the sun? It necessitates a couple things. It necessitates that the sun is traveling in a circle or an ellipses, some sort of cycle, a couple thousand or 1,000, I don't know, miles above the flat Earth.
Some sort of cycle might be the best you can do. Some sort of cycle might be the best you can do.
Sure, and the speed of the sun
or any of that is like it's hard to argue from a point where I could claim something on my side, but you're claiming it for us, so it doesn't.
But the speed would have to be constant. Whatever speed the sun is,
I don't know
the cycle is happening, and the speed would have to be constant in order to make.
It wouldn't be constant.
But why, when you call your friend in Kenya, why can you know what time of day it is there? Why can you know exactly what time of day it's going to be in Kenya? Why?
Oh, because there's a consistency to the movement of the sun.
I see. Because there's a consistency that is always the same, and it's
no,
linear.
It's not always the same. There's changes.
Okay, sure. But usually that change is just explained by the size of the cycle, the size of the circle, right?
Usually.
Yes, okay. But the speed of the circle that it takes is the same.
Well, in that video, did you watch the video I sent you just yesterday?
I listened to it. I didn't watch.
Well, you know
it.
when he talks about the sundials, and they were trying to set their watches to the sundials, and then it was off, and then they couldn't understand why that the sundial was off, because the sun it should be clockwork, but then they even the time zones in one city were different, so there was all kinds of variations they were noticing, right?
I'm arguing that in order for you to be able to call your friend in Kenya and your friend in Germany and all these people and tell them exactly what time it is, and they'll go, "Yep, that's what time it is," is because the sun is traveling. If it was on a flat Earth, it's because the sun is traveling in a constant cycle.
No, but you're saying that the sun is in the 24-hour cycle perfectly, which isn't the case.
Why can you tell then? Why can you?
Because we have time zones, and the sun could be at a different place regardless of high noon at that place. It could be a little bit before noon, or it could be a little bit after. It's still going to be noon there because we have clocks.
Just work with me. Okay, if you call your friend, not only if you go on the internet and plug in your friend's address, not only can you call him and ask him what time it is, you can call him and say, the sun is at this angle in the sky. You can do that. You can search it up online right now. You could say, hey, John in fucking Brazil, what is the angle of the sun in the sky?
But your argument is that on the flat Earth, it would have to be consistent, and it would always be exactly the same pace, so it would always be exactly the same time that the sun would be in the exact same place at the same time, which isn't the way it would work on a flat Earth, and it's not even the way it works.
Okay, we're getting bogged down.
The sun's not in sync with time. Is the point?
No. Okay. The argument that I'm making about the cars, which is with this protractor thing. Let me just finish that, because I think it'll help make sense of what I'm trying to say. If you track a protractor's needle across the sky just tomorrow, it's going to track a constant speed across the sky. The angle of the protractor is going to track across the protractor constantly. If you are standing at a road and you are holding a protractor so that the needle is pointed at a car that's passing in front of you, the needle is not going to be passing at a constant speed, even though the car is passing at a constant speed. The needle is going to start out tracking slowly, and then it's going to sweep across the protractor really fast, and then it's going to track slowly again. That, if the sun was close to us and moving above us, that is what we should expect if we held a protractor and tracked it with the sun during the day. But we don't. We see it track constantly.
And if you assume that those lines from the protractor are what the rays from the sun are,
we don't need to
all the way back.
I don't need to assume that. I just need to look at whether or not the sun is increasing or decreasing in visible angle on the sky.
Right, but if the sun is always in an apparent position, then there's no way to know how its image is reaching your eye. It could be doing
we know how light works,
but not 93 million miles away. You don't know.
Well, no, but we're talking about the flat Earth model.
Straight line.
We're talking about the flat Earth model, right? Which
so
the sun would be, where the sun would be like, within 1,000 miles or whatever, right? We understand light.
The lines of light.
But we know what curves light. We've studied what curves light.
Light,
in order for light to curve, you need massive objects to curve light. And any object of that mass, we would. What kind of curvature would you need, right? So this is what. Okay, all of this stuff about like curving light to make it seem like the image of the sun is wherever. Think of the likelihood that light would curve just to trick you into thinking that the sun is tracking across at perfect constancy.
None of that matters, because it's a model. Okay, there's a million things that we would need to accept about any model.
All that we have are models
that we just can't answer.
The only conclusion that we have Yeah.
What are you talking about? Dude, all we
Science-
have is physical application, physical measurement, tangible empirical evidence. Models
Well,
are
he's-
not that.
Empirical
He's
evidence
talking about
helps
the
us decide between models. Empirical evidence helps us say this model is accurate, this model's not.
Dude, there is no fully accurate model of the Earth, bro. How do you
There's
not
not.
understand that?
No, there's not a fully accurate model of the Earth. All
Not
we
even
have
close.
are pieces of
Guesses.
evidence to decide between models of the Earth.
Yeah,
And,
and all the empirical evidence
the
falsifies
Newtonian
the-
model of the Earth, as you said earlier, predicts accurately where the planets and stars are going to be.
If I say Superman is real, and then I show you how fast he flies with an equation, that doesn't prove that Superman's real. And if I say, look, there's going to be a star in the sky, and that's actually Superman, and look, I can predict where he's going to be. And then I come back and say, see, I told you that in 6 months he'd be over there. He's flying this fast at this height. He's Superman. Just because my math will predict where he's going to be, that doesn't actually mean Superman's flying up there, does it?
It doesn't mean that Superman's flying up there, but it might mean that something about your model is accurate, right? Something about the predictions that you're making is accurate. And we can whittle that down over time.
Just the math, right? I mean, it's a math about how Superman can fly. I've actually seen an equation to explain how Superman can fly. And
sure.
Yeah, well, it's math. That's the thing about math. It's a beautiful thing, but it can be used to describe just about anything.
If we use math, okay, we can make any kind of math equation to describe any kind of situation, right? And we can make an infinite amount of models that mean nothing, that predicts totally random things. The ones that we really care about, obviously, are those models that comport with reality, those models that predict things about reality. Those are the models that we really care about. And the Newtonian model of the heliocentric, movement of the planets, that model accurately predicts where the planets are going to be and when. And that's part of the reason why you can call your friend in Kenya and tell him where the stars are going to be and where the planets are going to be and where the sun is going to be at any time of day. Is because the Google, the whatever Wolfram Alpha shit is using the Newtonian heliocentric model to predict where it's going to be, and people use it every day.
So just flip the math around so it'll work on a flat Earth. I don't see what the problem is.
Sure, but all we're deciding is between which is the accurate model, and the most accurate model
both would be equally as accurate.
Go try to build out the flat Earth model. This is the thing; you won't do it. Whenever we try to postulate.
Hold on, hey, Edmond. This isn't about we're all trying to decide which model we want to go with. It's not that.
It is. That's the whole argument.
Not the argument's about. It's about do we live on a spinning ball or don't we? That's what this is about. It's not about.
That's a choice between two models.
Reverse engineered model that post-dicts everything and thinks it's predicting everything actually predict something, or is it because we knew how these cycles worked a long time ago when everyone just assumed it was flat? Didn't
forget the cycles. Why not just look at what we can measure? How about we just measure the Earth as it is? Horizon drop, Foucault pendulum, things we actually
Xanac, I could have
measure.
swore that guy was talking, man.
I know, but it's just you're talking about the flat Earth.
It's not about choosing a model. If you want a model that makes all the predictions most accurately, go with your heliocentric model if it works for you. That's not what this is about.
I will. And everyone
model,
that
just
works
measure
in
it.
science.
Doesn't mean you live on a spinning ball.
No, the perspective. Why don't you just measure it? It's easy to measure. It's easy to measure.
Superman.
That's
I measure
fine.
Superman.
That's
too.
not what the argument's about.
Those are the
It's easy to measure, though. You don't need a model to measure it.
Those are the epistemic limits of science. That is the epistemic limit of science. Science can't tell us exactly what's happening. Science can make decisions between models. And the heliocentric model is the most accurate one. And so science defaults to that model.
There's no flat earther's going to come in and say, we got a better model than you. That's not what this debate's about.
Then I'm done.
You're right, and that's why they give their measurements. They give their measurements, and we come back with measurements that are better and more repeatable under all conditions, such as the Foucault pendulum, such as horizon drop with altitude. Those are two measurements that you can do yourself, and they're never contradicted. Never.
Reverse engineered perspective.
Why? I hear myself talking. Why are you ignoring me?
And a gearbox.
Why are you ignoring me?
And it's not consistent, like you say. Anyway, that's what you got. I do not feel spin. I do not see curvature. I've never felt a movement of the earth.
We measure it. We measure it. You can't see a lot of things.
Right. Well, regardless,
beyond human perception is a term used for what you're trying to qualify.
Actually, on a spinning ball, or
I'll wait till you stop.
Not about which model predicts better.
Okay.
Can
I speak?
The argument ends.
For a second?
Okay, sure.
You can measure it. These are repeatable, quantifiable measurements that you can make. This isn't a model. This is just a measurement. And you can measure with the flat Earth mind and try to conclude flat Earth, or you can measure with tools beyond human perception. For example, horizon drop, or even horizon itself. These things, or spin. These things are not measurable by human perception. These have to be measured by instruments or tools that are not skewed for the result you think we're presuming them to be. We are measuring them and asking, what does that measurement mean? It means that it's round. Why? Because you can't have any other answer than round for these measurements. Hey, Zenik, so you agree that on a flat Earth, the horizon would rise towards eye level? Yes. Okay. But as you rise up in the air, you're going up above the ground, correct? Correct. So you're going up and up above the quote-unquote horizon, this optical area. The horizon will continue to rise with you. That's right, because it's just an optical area based on the viewer. No, it would rise just geometrically. It would rise to eye level. No, geometrically, it's just apparent. No, even if you had no atmosphere. If you had no atmosphere, well, we do you have still have it rise. Though. You would have it rise to eye level always.
Well, we do have an atmosphere, and
and that's why when I show you measurements, I give you some points of reference, such as the sun or the moon, which you've already said are around 3,000 or 4,000 miles away. They're below level. Hold on, they're below level as well.
I have no idea how far they are, but the point is, it's really stupid to make the argument. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to save you from some embarrassment. The argument that horizon dip with elevation change proves the globe is a very dumb argument, because you're going up above the Earth. So, of course, you're looking at something below you, but it optically rises also. And both variables are at play. It is not either or, and it's very ignorant to present it as such. Okay,
well, it's not ignorant. And let me clarify why it's not ignorant.
Thank me later.
Maybe hold on. Let me explain to you why you may be ignorant on this particular topic. So that's why we can say, let's find a spot out in the distance that we know. We measure how far it is away from us. Yes, based on triangles, based on trigonometry, we should be able to tell you rise over run, inverse tangent, exactly where it is, angularly. And we do measure these kind of things. And sure enough, when you go up high enough and you measure an object that you know how far away it is, you'll see it's half or twice the angle that it should be, i.e. the example I've given you many times, something that you can see an airport from 30,000 feet. That's 200 miles away. It only should be 100 miles away at 3-degree drop. That's based on basic trigonometry. You said it. The object should be rising in the distance, and yes, it would. It'd rise up, and that rise is 3 degrees. But it's not 3 degrees to go 100 miles. It's 3 degrees to go 200 miles. That's not optics. Following trigonometry.
It's just optics.
Hold on. It's not following. Don't you get it? Witsit, it's not. You said your name says Witsit gets it. Why don't you get this?
Understand
if
what
we
I'm
have
saying?
an object 200 miles away and it's 3-degree drop, if it's a flat surface, it should only be 100 miles away. Why
you said
is that?
you've invented things, bro. Like, you should be able to understand what I'm saying to you, man. Like,
I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, so
you're
it's an
missing
optical
the point.
effect.
That's why I gave you an example that addresses your point directly. That's why I gave you an example that addresses your point directly.
Yeah, it's just an optical effect, right? And you have a medium in between you and whatever you're observing. And as you get higher, you can see further, which is obviously what would happen if the Earth is flat. And then you have a optical, horizon, right, which is a vanishing point, a point of convergence where you can no longer see, right? And that optically looks like it rises, just like if someone walks down a really flat street 100 yards away from you, it's going to look like they're getting smaller and their feet are going up, but their head's also going to look like it's going down as it's shrinking, right? So it's shrinking towards each other, and then it's going to go into this area of convergence. So there's an optical effect that happens. Now, if you're going to rise up above the person walking down the street, you're going up above them, but it's also going to look like they're going up into the convergence point. So it's not as simple as rises to the eye level, it rises towards it. And you have to also factor this in with atmosphere. So there you go.
So you weren't listening. I told you I'd address that point very directly. I would say that you find a spot that is a known distance from you. You could take its distance. You take your height above the surface, divide that by the distance. Inverse tangent gives you the angle. You would agree to that, right?
Okay.
Okay. If you're on a flat surface, that angle should be what that inverse tangent of that ratio is. The rise over run, the height over the distance to it. Just take the height, divide by the distance, you'll get a number. 0.05
Yeah, but
or something.
but your angular size change with distance is obviously relevant to an optical
No.
determination.
We've measured it. We're
Oh.
going to measure it. We're going to measure it. So we're going to make sure that we're measuring the distance. We know how far away it is. We know it's 50 miles away. And we know what
Angular
the angle
size
should be.
change.
You know, no, angular size change has no bearing on position.
Yeah, it does if you're trying to take an angle to a position.
No,
Then
we have
angular.
the center point of that
You're
object will
wrong.
never change. We have a big target. It gets smaller with distance, but we always know where the center is.
Okay, so you're maintaining the perfect center as it
Why would you
shrinks.
mute me? It's the center. It doesn't be perfect center, just anywhere near the center.
Anywhere near the center.
Yeah, we're talking about 3-degree angle we're measuring.
Okay.
A fraction of a couple arc seconds or minutes is not going to make a hell of a bit of difference on our measurement. We know how far it
I'm
is
saying
away.
that I was correcting you. There's a fundamental problem whenever you globers invoke trigonometry and you don't even account for angular size change with distance. You guys use
No,
it
you
to
don't
try
have.
to
That's not a part
explain
of the
that.
equation.
You try to use it to explain how the Earth's curving with geodetic surveying. You do the same thing. You hijack perspective and angular size change, don't account for it, and then say, "Look at my math. It proves the Earth's a globe."
Okay, so listen very carefully.
I already know what you're saying.
We don't have to worry about angular size change because we know that goes down directly proportional with distance. We know this. We're all acknowledging it. We all agree.
Okay.
The center of that object will be easily measured at some distance, where even if it's a point, even if it's a little dot, we don't even know how the size it is. We don't care. It's just a light source, someone holding a flashlight. We know it can't be a few arc seconds above it or arc seconds below it because we can measure that resolution with this particular instrument. So we know where it should be. We measure it, and it should be 3 degrees dip from level. But we measure it to be 6 degrees, or we measure it to be 1.5 degrees. Either way, it doesn't follow trigonometry. It doesn't have anything to do with angular size change at all. It has to strictly do with where it should be if you're on a triangle and you're at altitude and you know the distance. Where should that object be? That's why we see airports 200 miles away when they only should be 100 miles away based on 3 degrees.
Right. So you're saying we see like a light at the airport that we're not supposed to see. We see too
Green and
far.
white.
You're saying that we see too far for the Earth to be flat.
No, you're mincing
And in
words.
addition, no, that's what you're saying. And then you're literally saying
no,
that
I didn't. Yeah, we see too far
for the Earth to be flat.
Not. Hold on. We see too far based on the angle, and that angle respect to a ratio of your height to the distance of the object. We shouldn't see with 3 degrees 200 miles. We should see 100 miles with 3-degree dip.
Okay, so you're saying that we see too far for the Earth to be flat. In addition, do we always see the light? Do we always see it?
As long as there's not clouds or some obstruction, yes.
The atmosphere changes all the time. It depends on how dense the air is.
Well, if clouds are in a way, yeah, but nothing's changing the position.
How tall is this light?
It's a 50-foot building, 100-foot building.
Okay, so it's in the most dense part of the atmosphere.
It's close to, but not near the surface, and it's not over water either.
But it's in the most dense part of the atmosphere, and then you're up looking through layers of atmosphere. And I know for a fact, that how far away you can see this light changes between flights.
Yeah, but we can actually track that very accurately and aim to it, and we won't get it based on a initial trajectory.
Yeah, literally
so
everything you aim at in a plane is assuming they're flat.
We know that it's not moving due to the light being bent. We know that it's moving because the surface is curved. You're just not thinking this all the way through.
No. Really I would love for you to, for one, I want you to cite this magical experiment you have for me. I happen to know for a fact that it changes its position, and you're acting like it stays the same forever, but it does not.
How do you know? How do you know for a fact it changes position?
Because that's how optics in the world works.
No, that's not how they work.
Yes,
in fact,
it is.
if you're in an airplane and you wanted to point toward the horizon, you will go where?
What?
You point to the horizon and then do no other modifications and try to maintain a straight path where you're going to end up.
Well, you actually put your nose up when you fly, though.
It doesn't matter where the nose is playing.
Yeah, actually, you have to put it slightly.
No, you can be some planes fly slightly down depending on how they're loaded and how their wing design is. Yes.
Rarely,
yes,
like if
believe
at
me,
all.
this is
You
something.
put it.
See, this is where this is where the Dunning Kruger comes in.
Let me talk, man. You put it slightly up, okay, to minimize turbulence, and if it's completely level, it maximizes turbulence, right? It's simple
No,
physics.
not necessarily. It depends on the wing loading. Depends on the CG and the wing loading of the plane.
Very simple physics, man. If you
here, why can I fly a high lift wing with the nose down and have it fly? In fact, if I increase velocity of that airplane, it will lift. It will go up, even though the nose is pointed down.
But I said if you had the nose level.
Even the nose being level, if you increase airspeed, it'll go up. It depends on the lift of the wing. Depends on the balance.
Dude.
It depends on the balance of the plane. You're just making assumptions that you have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I've talked to pilots about this, man.
I'm a pilot. I've flown. I mean, come on.
Well, it seems like you're not
planes.
very bright,
I studied aeronautical engineering in college. I mean, this is stuff
we
all know, but you. Everyone knows this, but you
of a plane level, you maximize turbulence.
What do you mean maximizing turbulence? Turbulence is
you're going straight into the air. How simple do I say it to you? You're going more directly into the air. If you're angled slightly up or down, then the air is going to go around.
Ideally, if you could fly straight through it, that'd be the best for the aerodynamics of the plane, depending on the angle of incidence of the wings. But generally, most planes fly about 1 degree nose high, airliners anyway.
Thank you.
Because of the weight and balance, and that changes slightly as they lose fuel and become.
So planes fly with their nose up, like I said.
No, jetliners do. There are crop dusters that fly nose down to be level.
Okay.
So that throws out your idea.
My point is they don't fly straight into it.
They fly straight into or slightly nose down.
Physics, man.
Straight. They can fly straight into the wind. You keep on saying simple physics, yet you've never taken a physics course in your life.
I aced physics honors.
Then if you did, then we should be able to talk the same language here.
And physics honors
listen,
too.
Why do you think there's less turbulence if you're flying straight through the air? Give me a reason why.
Because you're maximizing surface area, thus you're going to have more turbulence, disturbance, impedance.
Why do you say turbulence? Drag?
Well, yeah, turbulence.
Where's the turbulence? On the back of the wing? On top of the wing? Where?
It doesn't matter, dude. The plane's not going to fly smooth.
If you wanted to reduce, so if I'm going to do listen.
Oh my God! If it has more surface area, does it have more friction? Yes or no?
What do you mean friction?
Like friction, impedance.
Drag.
Sure.
Drag is different than drag's a type of friction, but it's not friction in aerodynamics.
Oh my God, dude.
Listen, if we want to have this in a wind tunnel and we wanted to measure the drag, we would have it pointed straight through the wind tunnel, perfectly level. Why? Because there is less frontal area with the relative wind of the air it's moving through. You know what relative wind means, right? I suppose you do. You seem to know some of these terms. So if we slightly
pretty self-explanatory term,
if we slightly nose up the plane, it will have a greatest surface area to that relative wind. It will have more drag, therefore. The only reason they do this is they get a little more lift out of the wings for that whatever velocity they're traveling at. That's why planes, if they're flying slower than cruise altitude, they'll have a nose even higher, 3 or 4 degrees up if they're flying slow enough. Until the turbulence behind the front of the wing is so great that the wing begins to stall, and then it will fall out of the sky. Then there'll be no lift, and the plane goes straight down.
Okay, cool. So thanks for doing nothing in any way to damage my point. So we'll move on.
Nose high means nothing it has nothing to do with the profile of the plane. Ideally, you want the plane to fly directly through the wind because that'd be the least amount of frontal area that the oncoming wind sees.
No, you want it slightly up or down, typically.
No, you want it directly. Ideally, you'd want it straight through it.
Jetliners fly their plane up, man.
If you could have a variable inclination wing, an angle of incidence that was variable on the plane would go straight through the air and the wing would slowly be tilted upward just so it could have enough lift to maintain that particular airspeed.
Yeah,
but we can't do that. They try to have one size fits all, and how that works out for airliners is it's about 250 knots, you will be about 1 degree nose high. It has nothing to do with where the horizon is, has nothing to do with anything other than the optimal amount of lift for that airplane.
That was my whole point. So anyway, yeah, basically in the globe paradigm, the nose, like on a jetliner, the nose is pointed up, but the globe's gravity is
pulling the plane overall, dipping down around the ball at the same time. Dipping down around the ball at the
it's
same
flying
time.
in a curved atmosphere, so it's basically maintaining a level flight, meaning the distance between the airplane and the ground stays constant. That happens with it being either nose at 0 or 1 degree above level.
Well, it's not
But
perfectly level
it
at 1
doesn't need to
degree.
be adjusted. It doesn't need to follow the curve. It follows it naturally, because if
I
it was
just
to
said
go
that.
higher, you would need more power, more energy to get
I
it
just said
above.
that.
What?
I just said that.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be steered.
So
It
you just have a
flies in a curved
script, man. You like have a script. So in the globe paradigm, if the jetliner pokes its nose up, points its nose up, the globe's gravity is magically basically tilting it down around the ball at the same time. I'm not even saying
it's like a control line airplane. When you were a kid, the control line airplanes, you don't have
I'm
to
not
make it
saying I
turn
don't
around.
understand
Hold
the
on.
mechanism, man.
Then why does the airplane? Well, you're not turning. You're holding it by the wing's end, and you're spinning it around with a little motor in front. Why do you have to not have the rudder turning inward? It will always go around in circles. It doesn't have to point around. It doesn't have to turn around. It will always turn, because the centripetal force is the control line acting on the wing as at its attachment point.
I understand.
Same thing if it was attached on the bottom of the plane. It wouldn't have to dip the nose. It would just fly because of the centripetal force pulling straight down. Planes have weight, and they have a center of gravity, and that's why they follow the curvature of the Earth.
I don't have a center of gravity, man.
They do.
Gravity's not real, bro. Gravity.
So weight's not related to gravity?
Means weight, man. No, that's all.
Gravity is a
means.
force caused by what?
That's what gravity means. It means heavy.
What does gravity mean?
Gravity means heavy or weight.
Gravity doesn't mean heavy. Gravity means
gravitas.
Gravity means it causes a force and mass.
The word gravity comes from gravitas, which means heavy or weight.
Yes. Well, it means it causes a force in mass.
No, it means heavy.
Is weight a force?
No, it's a byproduct.
Well, that means so you didn't see. So you either you got honors in physics, but you don't think weight's a force. How'd you pass physics if you're contradicting every single question I've asked you of basic physics right now?
Why is weight is a byproduct of
weight is a force? No, weight is a force.
No, it's a byproduct.
Absolutely, is a force, and I can show you how you can show that
it's
it is.
Byproduct of electrostatic force.
Well, show me how you prove that.
All intrinsic matter, all matter is intrinsically electrostatic.
You can say that, but how do you prove that to me? How do you show me?
Just give me one piece of matter that's not electrostatic.
No, that's the absence of evidence is not evidence.
All things that exist are electrostatic if it's matter.
You're saying that you have no evidence.
Wood, rubber, clothing, carpet, mirrors, iron, gold, silver, grass, wheat,
all right, then how about
beans, peaches, strawberries, apples,
so I have
oranges. Tennis shoes, fingernails.
You're just saying a bunch of words.
Everything that exists. That's right.
Why does the air in the compressed air, 10 pounds of nitrous oxide or oxygen or nitrogen in a bottle, why does it weighed on a scale? Why do you have something being weighed? Why does it register a weight on a scale?
Because it pushes down a certain amount of pressure over a certain area of that scale. So it's an amount of pressure over a certain area.
Okay. What if I hang that bottle from a spring scale? How is it now registering weight?
It's that inverted. Same thing.
No, it's not actually.
It's pulling down.
How is it pulling down? Not touching the scale.
It's trying to find it. It's not touching it, just hovering there.
No, it's being hung by a hook.
Right. So it's
at a
pulling
spring.
it.
But how is it? What are the mechanisms that allow the air inside that container to pull in that spring? Where's it being attracted to?
It's not that it's being attracted. It's the pressure's mediating because it's more dense in the air and it's electrostatic. It's trying to go to the surface of the earth.
Where is it more dense?
Where is it more dense? It's in the bottle.
And it's more dense in the air around it. Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying it's not?
No, I know that it is, but I'm saying I'm trying to figure out how you get this.
It is, and it's electrostatic.
Isn't it simpler to think that there is a mass in that container, that it has some kind of magical attraction to the earth?
It's not magical. It's called electrostatics. It's very easily proven and repeatable.
So electrostatics equals gravity.
Gravity hijacks electrostatics. Yes.
Okay. So, and then we'll have an inverse squared relationship of distance with respect to the surface.
Yeah, but electrostatics is so small based on the types of the amount of matter that we weigh that it would be damn near negligible. It only sets that bias.
If it's electrostatics and I put a big plate of lead 5-inch thick bar of lead across this floor, or maybe having it hung between this bottle and the ground, hanging by that spring scale. Why would how would the electrostatics be affected, since we now have a lead barrier between the ground and this object?
How would it be affected? I said that like majority of matter is going to be so big that it would be negligible. But if you take like wood shavings and you change the electrostatics, it'll float. So say you were weighing the wood shavings and then you introduce electrostatics and it
Get the
floated.
bottle. Let's stay with the bottle.
Because my point destroys you. So let's avoid it.
It doesn't destroy me at all.
It literally does.
No, because I can have a balloon that's electrostatically trying to be attracted to a wall. The very slight force, by the way. Hold on, and if I put a kind of lead tape between the wall and this bottle, it won't be attracted anymore.
Okay.
So it's conditional to this electrostatic that you claim to be present, but I can now disrupt it, showing that according to Einstein, any theory that can be disproven even once or have an exception even once is null and void.
You didn't first of all, that means he debunks his own freaking theory, but
no, don't go over any of the theories. I just use an example. You could be right.
That's just a stupid quote for him to say.
No, it's not a stupid quote. It's very apropos for what we're talking about.
The word's ironic.
So I can have a lead tape or a lead shield, and it's going to block.
Is the bottle electrostatic?
Pardon me?
Is the bottle electrostatic?
Well, I guess everything has a certain amount of electrostatic elements.
Oh wow! Look, you came full circle. So thank you.
No. We've all agreed to this. Now, it's inconsequential to its weight?
No, it's very intrinsic makeup. How is it inconsequential?
Well, like I said, I can now put an insulator between the bottle and the ground, and yet that spring is still measuring the same weight of that bottle. It wouldn't change the weight at all.
Okay, but that's why I said, dude, maybe listen, okay? When we're talking about that amount of matter that we're weighing, it's going to be negligible. But if you take something much lighter, like wood shavings or styrofoam, you can put it on a scale, a pile of wood shavings. Then when you introduce electrostatics, they will float. Now, what's the weight you're going to measure of the wood shavings on the scale when they float, Zanuck?
Well, then I would isolate that condition. Remember, you have an independent variable that you can actually change, and I would actually then find some way of insulating those wind shavings from an electrostatic interaction from their surroundings. That's not hard to do.
We did manipulate the independent variable, and we introduced electrostatics, and it made it float.
Well, now you can remove that electrostatic effect by covering them in some kind of shield.
Okay, then they won't float.
Right.
Okay,
it's proven that electrostatics can make things move on small scales.
That's my point. So if you were going to weigh the wood,
how do you stretch? What's the stretch from that experiment to that all things that have weight are caused by electrostatics? When you
let's say we have 1 gram of wood shavings on a scale, and then I put it in a Van de Graaff generator on the scale, 1 gram, and then I introduce electrostatics, and all the wood shavings float. What's the weight of the pile of wood shavings once they float?
Yeah, you've just introduced a force that counteracts. It's like a buoyancy force.
What's the weight?
Nothing.
0, right. Okay, right. So what that proves objectively is that you can manipulate quote unquote weight with electrostatics, correct?
No.
You can
you can add forces on any object and counteract other forces that are created by either gravity or the mass or the weight of the object.
Okay, now whenever we stop turning the wheel and the electrostatics begins to, let's say, die down or degrade, the field wasn't really filled, but anyway, so as electrostatics goes away, it falls back down to the scale, right?
Right.
Okay, now the electrostatics doesn't go away in entirety because the wood shavings are intrinsically electrostatic. We just talked about that. So what that proves is that once it's at its more resting potential without extra or external, electrostatics introduced, it goes back to its resting point at the surface with the negative charge, and the scale picks up its pressure that is pushing down. So never did you eliminate electrostatics. You can alter the weight measured by manipulating electrostatics. That's real science. Real science, where you manipulate the independent variable.
That's funny.
Well, I just manipulate the independent variable, so
yeah.
And you can't do that with gravity.
You didn't prove. See, if you wanted to prove that was the cause of things falling and causing weight, then I would change. I would give an acceleration to all those objects and see how they interact with each other.
Yeah,
I get different masses. I get wood shavings and gold and lead,
okay,
and water and gases, and I have an acceleration of this object that matches the same acceleration we predict that gravity has, and we watch the items in that box, and everything floats equally.
So let me ask you.
So then we know that somehow this force. Hold on. That this force is due to an acceleration, not due to electrostatics, because we just have the electrostatics there. Yet we've found that everything reacts equally, regardless of its mass, in an environment where they're all accelerated.
No, that's not true. You can look at infamous.
That is true. No, what do you mean? You don't disagree with me. I can give you examples.
You can look at infamous drop tower tests where elements fall at different rates.
Elements
fall at different rates.
That's not true.
It's objectively true.
You're not understanding what you're watching there.
Secondly, I got a question for you. So if I drop some type of mass and it's a mechanism that we can control how like its electrostatic charge remotely, and so as it's falling, we're increasing the electrostatics, and we increase it like a ton, like a lot. We add a lot to it. Just a small little ball, little tiny ball. Okay. Do you think that if we keep on increasing that electrostatic charge, will it accelerate to the Earth any faster?
Depends on how much you can increase that electrostatic charge, because it creates both objects, both the object and its source will have to have increases in the charge.
Okay, so you can actually make the speed.
No, just because electrostatics doesn't work like that. You can't have electrostatic charge attract a balloon greater than the force that the balloon can act on the wall. The force has to be equal. It's not just one-sided.
Can you slow down something that falls with electrostatics?
Something like those wood shavings you mentioned?
Yeah, something really light. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Okay, and now electrostatics on that small scale, dude, is way stronger than gravity, bro. Like even claims to be.
No, it's actually it's far weaker, actually. And I just told you why.
On the small scale, on the really small scale.
Even on a large scale, you can't
take
a 5 kilogram mass, a shot put or something, and let's say you try to stop it with electrostatics. So you do anything.
Well, it's gonna be negligible.
It's not gonna work.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not the fundamental.
Well, then we start isolating. Hold on, we start isolating this shot put, and it's still. Hold on. We isolate the shot put and it's still tied by a spring and cable, and we still see the reading of 5 kilograms on that 5 kilogram force. We're going to Newton, but we could do that too. But we have it hanging from a 5 kilogram force hanging from the ceiling via the spring that we can have a digital readout on, and we can cover it. We can completely isolate it with a lead shield of some sort, so no electrostatic interaction. Because everything you did before your electrostatics, we can do that with these wood shavings too. And believe me, they all will fall to the ground and the bird cage are hanging.
Come on and listen. Here's a summary. Okay, you think weight is mass times gravity? Well, that you think weight's mass times gravity, right?
Yes, I know that it is.
Okay, so weight's actually mass charge ratio. And what we call weight is nothing more than the amount of pressure pushed down on a certain area. Period, dude.
But the pressure is going to be scalar, not vector, and it has a vector effect that we can measure.
Yeah, well, not everything goes down.
Pressure scalar.
Yeah, but I make things float with electrostatics, so
it's a pressure scalar, not vector.
Okay, but we have a downward pressure in this situation, right?
How do you have a downward pressure? It's oxymoron.
How is that oxymoron?
Because pressure scalar doesn't have a direction.
So you're saying that you can't be pushing pressure down on the scale?
Well, you can have a pressure, but it's not what pressure is.
Okay, so a certain amount of pressure pushed down on the scale.
You have a force. You have a force pushing down.
Well, force is pressure over area.
Force is pressure over area. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to go with that?
Yeah. In this scenario, the force is the amount of the force causes the pressure pushed down over a certain area.
Right.
The force is the electrostatic force that intrinsically holds together the mass.
Right, but you're now invoking a vector because you have force, and then you're multiplying down the area, giving a pressure on that surface. That's different than being in an environment of pressure, because pressure is scalar.
Okay, but it results in a pressure downward,
which is a force.
Okay, and the force.
If you take that algebraically and make an equation out of it, it'll be force equals force.
Well, it's electrostatic.
Doesn't make any sense to what you're saying.
It does make sense. Force equals mass times acceleration. What's the difference here? Nothing. The difference is you think that gravity is the cause. And the truth is that mass is intrinsically dependent upon the charge of the matter.
Truth. That's your idea. You've made up your
these
own
are provable
idea.
things, Zanuck. Everything I'm saying is provable. I'm saying provable things.
No, it's not provable. You can't prove that.
Yes, you can.
Show me how.
Okay. All matter is intrinsically electrostatic, dude. So whenever you're talking about mass,
you don't have to call me dude or make any kind of,
when you're talking about mass, man, mass is intrinsically dependent upon electrostatics. Intrinsically,
it's not that we can isolate it.
Oh my god. What you can isolate what?
The mass, so it's not affected by electrostatics.
Oh, so the mass isn't intrinsically dependent upon its electrostatic charge with the other molecules.
No.
So what exactly is mass then? So you have matter. What holds the matter together?
Electrostatics.
Okay, and what gives something its density?
Mass per unit volume.
Okay, and so what's the fundamental causal agent of density?
How close the molecules or atoms are together.
Electrostatics. Because electrostatics affects how close they are together, right?
Well,
compactness.
When I have an ice cube versus liquid water, is there a higher charge with the ice than the water?
Those are different states.
Well, yeah, is there a higher charge though? One's a solid, one's a liquid. Does it mean it's a higher state? Because you just said for them to be closer together, they have to have higher electrostatics.
Well, are you saying that if there are stronger electrostatic forces, it wouldn't make it more compact? Because it just objectively would. If you had a stronger force pulling in, it's going to make it more compact.
But it's not more compact.
What's not more compact?
The solid versus the liquid.
Okay, you're invoking water, right? I mean,
well, isn't ice more volumetric than liquid water, even though it's a solid? Well, in your idea, electrostatics. Now that it's a solid, they should be closer together.
Zanuck, if electrostatic charge is stronger,
where did you get this from? By the way, where did you learn? Where do you think you learned this? Or where did you learn this?
I haven't learned this from anyone.
No, you made this is your own idea, your own concept.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
So your theory, what's its theory, is that everything is electrostatics. Like Chevy Chase, everything's all ball bearings these days. That's what makes me think of. And we can isolate these objects. We know what their energy potential is. We know what mass is. We know how they're held together. We know what states they're in. We know their energy levels. I mean, I don't know why you have to invent something else that already
just so simple,
exists today to be able, and we're very productive in understanding what causes molecules and atoms to move in the way they do.
Electrostatics.
You said that you wanted a model, Zanuck, and he's giving you a replacement.
No, but that's not a model. He's just giving me a bunch of words that don't make any sense to me.
Factual, provable, measurable things.
Show me that. No, not show me a factual, provable, measurable anything with what you just said.
Electrostatics.
Give me an example.
Okay,
you said provable and measurable. Measure something for me.
Okay,
give me the electrostatic values, the unit of measure you're using, an example of some object, and tell me how it's attracted to the Earth.
Listen, do you realize that things with different densities have different charges, right?
Is that a correlation?
Yes.
So I have two different substances. You're saying that I can't have a less dense substance that has the same charge as something of a greater denser object.
I'm not saying you can't anything. It has to do with the intrinsic properties of whatever we're talking about specifically.
Well, no. What do you mean intrinsic properties?
Like of whatever you're talking about specifically.
Let's talk about water versus mercury.
Okay.
So why is mercury?
Mercury has much more charge potential than water.
What?
Mercury has much more charge potential than water.
How do you measure it?
Thank you for bringing up a perfect example. Thank you.
Yeah. I know that's why I give it to you. Why would you say that mercury has a greater charge potential than water?
It's just well known.
By who? You said well known. You made it up. You told me earlier. Now suddenly it's well known. Who else besides yourself?
Mercury is very conductive, man.
But why does it have a charge potential?
Why does it have one?
Aluminum is a charge potential. Is a conductive. Gold's
so is material. So is mercury.
So.
And they're more dense than water.
Well, how fast does charges move through these particular materials? Do you know?
It's relative to each material, I guess. That's irrelevant.
It's not relevant. How fast electricity moves through
have you seen how it
aluminum
backfired
versus
yet?
gold versus silver? How conductive they are is important. You just said it's very conductive.
Yeah.
So what's more conductive, mercury or gold?
That's a good question. I would say mercury.
No, it's gold.
Yeah, well, gold's that's what they say. Yeah, they say that.
That's what they say. You also said they also say that it has a higher charge potential. And
I'm not saying
they all understand this. Then I said, who says that? You couldn't tell me.
I'm like, those are the two.
You're making things up, dude. You're making things up.
Magnetic permeability of gold does seem to be the most efficient element that I have seen access to. I think we've been lied to about mercury, though. Sorry, you're not open-minded enough for that, man. Not my problem. So the point is that you
don't think we understand these elements? I mean,
you see the relationship between charge,
you said you got honors in physics.
density,
You know what's
right?
funny? I think you're a pretty bright guy. All the time you spent here the last 4 years, you could have had a master's in physics by now, easy. And you could have been doing something. And actually, if you thought some of these theories made sense, you could have actually been credible enough to actually start writing these things down and submitting it for scientific approval.
Okay, same thing for you.
Yeah, but anyway, you see how the charge potential has a
the papers
direct
I've written have already been accepted, and I've already made my living on the things I've done based on the physics that I was taught in school.
Yeah, where are you?
I've never ever had someone say, "Well, you know what? That physics didn't work. You shouldn't have done that because the shit you learned was fake, and all this is a government conspiracy." No, it all worked perfectly well. Everything I've done worked perfectly well to the physics. There's no lapse. There's not holes in any of the theories at all. Witsit thinks that everything I did is all a sham and is all wrong.
No, he's just thinking outside the box, man. Come on.
You even proved my point. You brought up things that are more conductive. They're more dense. That's my point, Sanic. Like, let me give you an example. If there's a force in the center of this block that we have, okay, and we can increase that force. If we increase the force in the center of the block and it gets stronger and stronger, it's going to pull that matter in towards it and make it more compact, okay? Very simple concept, right? Well, we can go test this. Let's look and see the most conductive things, and is there a correlation between density? Oh, wow, look at that. Yes, there is. Now let's look even further. Well, when we get to the molecular scale shows nothing but electrostatic attractive forces bonding everything together. Oh, this is getting very interesting. We have a variable that we can prove consistently and a relationship between the matter and that force or charge, which is electrostatic. Now, you're talking about something totally different, and you don't have any of those physical, tangible proofs that I just presented. My theory is significantly ahead of yours already.
That's not. You can say that, but it's not, because you can actually weigh these objects a multitude of ways. You can actually see the reaction to forces applied to them, and predictably to understand what the force relationship to mass is, and also relate that to the acceleration of what we see by dropping something. And you say it's electrostatics, and we shield things, but we still see that acceleration. And then if we want to neutralize it by giving all objects that we are in question the same acceleration, and see that they all don't have any preference between any of them, nor are they attracted to each other, that contradicts everything you just said. So you're reaching and you're making things up as you go, and you don't have any of this evidence or quantifiability of the things you've claimed, because your answers to most of it has been, everyone knows this already. That's what you told me. Everyone knows this already. That's not an answer.
So yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone
Who's
knows.
everyone? Who's anyone? Name one person.
Literally, okay, Nikola Tesla knew it. That was a long time ago.
He didn't know it. He knew how to make an induction.
Know that matter
he knew how to make an induction motor.
He didn't know that matter was intrinsically electrostatic.
He said a lot of things.
Yes, he did.
A lot of it was
J.J. Thomson, Jeff and Minko, Oliver Heaviside, Steinmetz.
Everyone, people that are all dead. Anyone alive? Anyone alive today? That
all the fatherheads of electrical.
Anyone alive? Anyone alive today?
Yeah, literally every single person ever
Name
that
one
knows anything about this.
Name one.
Like all the professors at Purdue that talked about it.
All the professors at Purdue say they agree with
talks
you.
about it.
Yeah, we don't. The gravity is not real. Everything's electrostatic.
No, I never said that.
What do they say then?
That matter is intrinsically electrostatic on the molecular scale.
Yeah, I think no one disagrees with you there.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad we agree. All matter is electrostatic. I'm glad we got there.
Okay, good.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, me too.
You think all matter has something to do with gravity? Now, can you prove that? Because I proved mine. Now, can you prove yours?
Yeah, I drop I drop a 1 kilogram weight, and it falls at 9.8 meters per second. I pull it on a table, and it requires 1 Newton to accelerate that 1 kilogram weight, 1 meter per second squared.
Yeah, but that weight is electrostatic, so you're just making my point again. So can we get your point isolated, please?
Yeah, because I can put that 1 kilogram or a 5 kilogram slug in a container and then accelerate the container and have them float. So we know now the force that of gravity, which is its attraction to the Earth, is directly proportional to the mass.
But the attraction to the Earth is electrostatic, though. Like electrostatic attractive force is. What are you?
Well, if that was true, then if that was true, hold on. If that was true, then the more denser mass would accelerate faster to the surface, which it doesn't. Isn't that logical?
No, because it just once the directionality is determined, it has a general speed. I am answering it. Once direction is determined, it has a general speed rate of fall down. It's just an agreed upon average. Different elements with different densities fall at different rates. Objectively.
But you said it was electrostatic, so if I have more mass,
that's right.
It should be attracted more to the Earth.
In theory, yes, but it's very, very, very weak, right? So all it does is set the initial bias, right? We have a downward electric current on the Earth, but it's just very weak. Like when the mass is that big and it has its own charge and it's going to go find its equilibrium at the negatively charged surface, right? There's not going to be much fluctuation unless you introduced a ton of charge. But in theory, yes, you could make that 5-pound weight float with enough charge because we can prove this on a smaller scale. A safe scale, like technically I can make you float, but it would kill you. You see what I'm saying? But we can use wood shavings or something lighter and easily show that we can make things float. If we can make things float, that means we manipulate weight. That means the manipulation of whatever causes something to float is the cause of up or down. This is all provable.
Because you can do this to a certain extent. Some of these at a small scale and maybe even a medium scale. I mean, in some cases, I bet if you use tremendous amounts of power. But all we have to do is insulate those objects from external forces that you're creating, and that force goes away. Then they're not levitated, they're not accelerated, there's no force acting on them.
Okay, yeah, but once you insulate it, you don't remove its intrinsic electrostatic charges that make up its matter, though. It's still there.
But that's not related to why it falls in, because you just isolated it from what, because you can put all that insulation around it and then drop that insulated box and it will be attracted to the Earth with whatever the acceleration due to gravity is, which is 9.8 meters per second squared.
No. Acceleration is just, we both have the downward acceleration. It's not exclusive to gravity, okay? Gravity is a claimed cause. I'm explaining electrostatics is the actual provable cause because it is the cause of the reason the matter is held together. And different densities or compactness of matter is based on that charge. And whenever we use mass spectrometry, we're just looking at charge. And we're getting a mass to charge ratio, as the guy was saying earlier. That's all that it ever is. It's electrostatic charge. That's what can be proven. It's a very simple concept. So that thing's falling down because it's more dense in the air. And what gave it its density is its electrostatics. If you were to try to shield it, you're shielding it from external input of electrostatics, but you're not removing its intrinsic electrostatics, which gives it its density, and then it relative to the environment causes it to go down, and then it finds its equilibrium at the negative charge.
You just threw some words in there. You just made that up. So now you've insulated it. You say the electrostatics is intrinsic to the mass, and now you're saying, even though we've insulated from the Earth, it wants to go down, and it wants to have the acceleration that we all predict to be 9.8 meters per second squared.
Well, first of all, it doesn't. Nothing even falls at that exact rate. It's an agreed upon average, but
that's the acceleration rate. If we want to add,
what's the downward acceleration of a helium balloon, Zanuck?
9.8 meters per second squared.
It's going up though.
I didn't say it's going down. I said that's the acceleration that's applied to it.
But it's going up though.
Yeah, because the air around it has a greater acceleration. There's denser air around it, which is pushing it up.
So it's not accelerating downward.
The buoyancy force is just as important as the weight force. The buoyancy force is only equal to the displaced, the weight of the displaced medium. Whatever that weight of the displaced medium, that's pushing it up.
Is it accelerating up or down?
Just because something's called acceleration doesn't mean it has to accelerate. This 9.8 meters per second squared is a force, can be called gravity.
Not a force.
That's the constant called gravity.
9.8 meters per second squared is not a force.
It causes a force in matter, in mass.
It's the effect, man.
It causes a force in mass.
It's the effect. Gravity is effective the bending and warping of space.
This force is directly proportional to its mass.
Okay, right, but you're actually just invoking electrostatics, but sweeping it under the rug. That's my point.
No, I'm not. I told you already. I insulated it, and now I'm asking why that box has different types of mass in there. All will fall at the same rate.
They don't all fall at the same rate.
Why isn't a vacuum chamber buoyant?
It is buoyant.
Why is it more buoyant than air?
Everything is buoyant.
Why isn't a vacuum chamber?
Everything
more,
that
why is a vacuum chamber more buoyant than air?
Anything that displaces any medium will be buoyant. Now, whether that buoyancy causes it to float or not is
what causes it to have mass?
Pardon me?
What causes it to have mass?
The amount of matter that it contains.
Okay, what's the causal agent?
Pardon me?
What's the causal agent of matter? A compilation of matter.
What is a compilation of matter?
Okay, never mind. We'll move to the next one. What's the cause? Why does something have a density? What's the cause?
Space between the matter.
Oh, so then the bending and warping of that space is what gives it its density?
No, the space, the volume that it takes with relation to its mass.
Right. So just the compactness
mass
of
for the unit volume. It's just mass. You know this. Mass per unit volume is the answer to what.
Okay, so now look, if we have two molecules that are bonded with electrostatic charge, and or we just have a group of molecules, and I increase the charge, it's going to draw those molecules more compact, right? Compacted to each other because the strength got stronger. The attractive force that's holding those molecules bonded has gotten stronger, and so it's going to draw them in more compact. Correct?
No, you can't make gold more dense.
Okay.
You think you can make gold more dense?
I don't know. I'd have to see it like the smallest isolated sample of the element of gold, and then I'd have to do a bunch of different tests manipulating electrostatics to see what could happen.
Yeah, you can't change it. That's
my point. Is I'm
these
not
elements every possible test you could ever imagine, including electrifying, electrocuting it, melting it, extreme temperatures. I mean, nothing will make it more dense.
I think insane frequencies actually would change the molecular structure itself, thus affect the compactness. But it would be very extreme frequencies, which I'm sure have not been tested.
A teaspoon of it, a teaspoon of gold on a neutron star would be 30 billion pounds, right?
What's your point?
That's the horse shit you got to believe. You're saying we can't even make it even any denser at all, but on a neutron star, a teaspoon of it would weigh 30 billion pounds. It changed the weight of it
with respect to the neutron star.
Yeah, his point is that's a cool pseudoscience story, but if we even talk about anything that can maybe be actually tested.
Talk about it, and I don't mind the discussion of is weight caused by the attraction forces of matter, which seems to be illogical. Even Newton said this, or even Einstein, I think, said that as well. Well, actually, Newton has said that. Or is it due to this bending and warping of space time?
Which is even more illogical.
Could be another fairy tale.
More illogical, man. It's so crazy, bro.
Well, I'm kind of agreeing with you, right? I'm saying because I don't know enough about it to definitively say that it is the bending of space time. That is what's doing it. That's the current theory. Maybe that's not the accurate one. Maybe it's something else that explains it.
Well, it's definitely not the accurate one, bro.
Why do you think it's definitely not that?
Just because even its fundamental postulation is flawed. It has intrinsic contradictions, and it makes unfalsifiable claims like that you would experience timelessness at the attributed constant speed to light, which none of that can be verified. Well,
no, they base this change of time and warping of time because they do things with GPS, and it depends on that. Predictably depends on that for them to work, so they know it does work.
No.
Well, don't just say no. Come on.
You think GPS proves relativity, bro?
Yeah, in a way, it depends on it. Yes. Why do you say no?
Well, enlighten me exactly how GPS proves relativity.
No, that's not my job to enlighten you on those topics.
It does.
We're just discussing. We're just a couple guys just talking about what causes gravity, and I'm saying that that's the best ideas they have. Yeah, you're saying doesn't work for me.
Gravity is right. So you're right. That causes gravity supposedly. Because gravity is the effect of that, right? But it's just it doesn't.
What'd you say?
it doesn't work for many reasons, but the fundamental reason from the beginning is for one, if you apply equal and opposite reaction, then the curvature would actually straighten itself out. And two,
why would the curvature straighten itself out?
Equal and opposite reaction.
And what do you mean by that? Well, no, don't just
equal
glaze
and
over.
opposite reaction,
I'm
man.
interested in what you mean by that.
It would cancel itself out. It would reciprocate
cancel what
itself.
out? What are you talking about?
The net effect of gravity would equalize. The curvature would straighten out.
Why would it straighten out? That doesn't make any
Because there's
sense.
an equal and opposite reaction.
Don't understand what you mean.
If you apply equal and opposite reaction to this curvature
you
of
keep on saying it, but I don't know how you're applying it to the Earth. So I suspect you're saying if the Earth had this density and the shape of a sphere and gravity was real, it would straighten itself out. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's saying the mass. Saying if that law, Newton's third law, is correct, and if general relativity is correct, then mass bending space-time, there should be an equal and opposite result.
So bending is space-time. So the curvature of space-time would straighten out.
It's not described as a force, though. That's not a force. So
okay, it just acts as a force.
It creates a force.
And you have to say that because Newton's law debunks it. Because it would straighten back out.
It's semantics, because whether it's a force or causes a force is
no, it's not semantics, because if it was a force, it'd have to listen to the laws of it being a force, and it would have an equal and opposite reaction.
Well, I brought that up to physicists before, and they kind of, oh, look, I know people are trying to ask you, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter whether it's a force or causes a force. It's just, it just is. And it's a silly argument. And I go, well,
let's explain why it matters.
I think personally, I think it causes a force. I think that's probably more accurate, maybe, especially in talking to someone like you, to say that. But I mean, just say it is a force. I think not truly accurate from my perspective, and I could be wrong, because if it was, then this gravity there'd be some measurable force of gravity, but it isn't measurable. It's depending upon the mass. So if it's dependent on the mass, it can't be a force.
You know why it can't be a force for real, though? It's because it would have an equal and opposite reaction, and that would straighten out the curvature. So this was actually exposed when Einstein first proposed it.
I see the point there, and I think that's part of my point. It can't be a force in itself. It has to be related to the mass.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the second fundamental problem is it attributes physical properties to concepts like bending, warping, dilating. Those are all physical properties, and you cannot attribute physical properties to concepts. Thirdly, it invokes the idea of nothing. And nothing cannot exist as a privation. It's nothing in and of itself. So it certainly cannot have physical properties.
Nothing as in what's between atoms in space, or nothing. The universe came from nothing. What are you trying to address?
In the area in between atoms in space.
So when we're measuring, like how we mentioned earlier today, that there are cosmic rays, and these are charged particles that are being sent from all over the universe, and some coming from supernovas and pulsars and quasars and all these coming toward us, gamma rays and things from the sun. I mean, some of these things are photons, some of these things are particles. But in between
those all on what we're talking about. We're talking about the area in between all that.
So you're looking at the sun from the Earth, and you look on the shadow of the sun behind the Earth, you would have a vast distances statistically of atoms in space. There would still be a few of them, and they'd be miles apart. But in between these would be nothing, and so they would be flying around.
Thank you. So there's no such thing as nothing, and you certainly can't say nothing has physical properties. That's actually insane.
Well, that's the argument, right? I mean, do you think people smarter than you, smarter than me, have kind of put it to their faces for the last 100 years?
I don't think they're smarter than me. No, I don't concede my intellectual ability to these people that propose such absurdities.
But you haven't studied it well enough to even make the judgment.
I have. I've read.
You don't educate. I know you've done a lot of Googling, but I have a nephew. I have a nephew that's a particle physicist that's actually developing ways to create fusion reactors. All right. So fusion reactors will revolutionize the power requirements and needs, and also
can he use those with
space.
Does he
He's
use
working on
nothing?
also these things applied to space propulsion systems, nuclear fusion. He's a particle physicist. This guy's written papers. He's acknowledged. He's
Okay.
making money. I mean, the guy's he's living large. He's doing all the things that you in your mind are doing, but he's doing it
Okay.
with a structured. Hold on, he's doing it by really understanding some of these things at the level in the math that you've never taken. And
Wrong.
if you're smart as you think you are, then you should probably go take these math classes and start going down a program of being able to understand what you're really talking about here. And you might be able to produce something. There's no question in my mind that you have the mental capability, the intellect to be productive in science. The problem is you have this conspiratorial outlook of everything, where everything, all these people, the government, and the teachers, and all the books and all the ideas and theories, they're all corroborated, and they're all fabricated, and they're all wrong. And you know that they are, because that's just the inherent nature of these authorities.
Diverting from the
So why don't you
topic.
go in there and disrupt it? Why don't you learn the stuff, learn the math? It wouldn't take much. It's, like I said, a lot less time than you spent here, for sure. I've spent more time with you guys than I probably ever spent studying this shit, because it's fun to be able to be. It's competitive. It's enlightening. It's kind of provocative. But you're not creating anything. You're not doing anything. You're trying to understand things you don't understand, and you'll never understand at this level, because you can't. You need the fundamental foundation to understand it. Why don't you go to school and do it? You have time.
Well,
Go to school.
I talk to physicists and professors when I want to. I actually have quite a few connections, and none of them mention this question, man. I just pointed out 3 fundamental problems. Okay, so we have to say it's not a force, but it acts like a force, because if it acted like a force, it would have an equal and opposite reaction. Thus, the net effect, the mechanism itself invoked by the gravity well, would actually equalize. The curvature would
That's why I
equalize.
said that it causes it. That's why I say it causes a force. They don't like that, but I know what you're saying. So
yeah. So second problem.
Let's say it causes a force. Let's say this is between you and me. Let's say it causes a force.
Okay, whatever. So second problem is that concepts can't have physical properties, and then the third problem is it invokes.
Space-time.
No, because you can't bend, warp, or dilate concepts, man. That's actual insanity. It doesn't have any logical foundation whatsoever. It has no bearing on reality. It's just insane. It doesn't make any sense. And thirdly, we have the idea of nothing. Nothing cannot exist. If nothing existed, it wouldn't be nothing. Nothing is conceptual absence. It isn't something in and of itself. It's the absence of something, a privation. And so you invoke this idea of a privation, and then you attribute physical properties to it. Bending and warping nothing. So for one, it's layered reification, because for one, you can't attribute physical properties to concepts, period. Secondly, the concept of nothingness certainly can't have physical properties. It's not anything. It's like, okay, a shadow is the absence of light. When you stand in the shadow, it's cooler in the shadow, but it's not that the shadow's cold. It's just cooler there because it's an absence of light. It has an attribute. It's cooler in the shadow. It doesn't have properties of its own, because it's nothing in and of itself. It's just the absence of light. So that's a privation, nothingness. That's 3 fundamental problems. Now, the reason that they had these fundamental problems, it was really hard to come up with a theory to keep the heliocentric model alive, or really beyond the heliocentric model, because the math still kind of worked on the local system. So to really try to create a model that works, Einstein came up with his theory, and it's really patchwork and taken from different people and stuff like that. But that's just the truth. So
okay, so gravitational lensing. What are we seeing when we see gravitational lensing then?
Yeah, to be more specific, man.
So when we see certain stars behind certain galaxies in the distance, we see things bend around corners. In other words,
okay. Yeah, the stuff in the sky is in a dense medium, bro.
But why is it bending?
There's movement in the medium.
Why is it bending around? Why is it going around corners? Like things are seen around, like in the eclipse, we see certain stars behind the sun that we shouldn't see based on their angular position.
We shouldn't see. Well, we should see them. There's motion in the medium.
They should be physically blocked by it, but we see them for a bit while they're actually should be behind it. It's bent. The light is bending around it. It's called gravitational lensing.
Yeah,
what causes that?
like how a magnetic field would do that.
No, kind of like how refraction do that, but we don't have refraction that could do that.
Magnetic field would do that.
How would a magnetic field bend light around
Well,
an
it depends
object?
on it would depend on the fluid medium specifically, but just like when you look at a magnetic field using light, the light appears to bend around, right? It's just optical effects of the medium.
Depends on the medium and the charge of particles in the medium, though.
Okay, exactly. And now you're making claims about space, and I'm making no claims about the charge of the particles or the medium.
Well, no,
And I
you're
happen to
making
know no
claims
one
about.
knows.
What about light? What about LIGO? What LIGO measures?
LIGO is a lot of pseudoscience, so you want to get more specific with that? Is it where they say they measure the effects of like black holes collapsing in on each other or something? Or which part of LIGO pseudoscience are you talking about specifically? Laser interferometry. So yeah, what about it?
Well, they're doing more than just laser interferometry.
Well, that's what it stands for.
Well, I know, but they're within this facility, they're measuring the effects of gravitational anomalies in waves. Yes.
Yeah, laser interferometry, gravitational wave observatory, or something like that.
Yes. So they're measuring these gravitational waves that are coming from outside our solar system, as far as we can measure, and they see things happening, and then they wait for something to register, and then it does.
Okay.
What causes that?
What causes them registering the quote unquote waves? Yeah, all they're doing is using laser interferometry, using the behavior of light and making up stories about it.
So it's all just a big
misinterpretation of light, yeah.
So they're all confused.
They're literally looking at light and then
this multi-billion-dollar facility, and they're confused because you think you have it figured out.
Well, they think they're looking at light and they understand what causes the light to do certain things. It's just they make up theories. It's not that no one disputes that light does certain things.
Yeah, you know how photocells work. You know that it's real, right? Solar cells.
Yeah, but they're not looked at. It's not even really big. The light is just a conduit for them to witness the effect of the expanding and contracting of the space time. But regardless, when we get to this point, I'm going to address your first point. But
yeah, I mean, he's just saying that Keish Koshi, he's just saying, look, space time is kind of made up. We have nothing. How can this nothingness bend or warp? That's a valid, question. I'm not going to.
It is a valid question, but you made a valid example with LIGO, which is claiming to measure the interference pattern between this this light by means of gravitational waves contracting and expanding space.
He's saying that's a medium that's actually being disrupted, not space time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how would that make the light do that?
I don't know.
Why would it not? Like the Lorentz contraction. The Lorentz contraction was originally postulated with the framework of a medium. What are you talking about? Right. That's all it is. It uses the Lorentz contraction, talking about the change in the size of these little arms. It uses laser interferometry to measure the difference, and it says that's when a gravitational wave is passed. Isn't that pretty much what they say?
In the case of medium, people sometimes conflate mediums and fields. They're kind of alike. The only difference is fields need material or substance to behave in the way that fields don't require, because they are strictly just the values of the positions in space. So I think the Lorentz contraction in this case is regarding a field. But again,
of course,
addressing the original point regarding what you said about why it was right about it not being a field. I mean, not being a force. What was the first point again? The first of the three reasons was
equal and opposite reactions. The first point.
Right. That's right. Yeah, because I had brought up that in this case, not considered a force. That's not why it's not considered a force. It's not considered a force, so it doesn't have to abide by that rule.
by law. But the reason it's not considered a force is not because of that. The reason it's not considered a force is because Einstein had uh, postulated that being in a gravitational field or experiencing the gravitational force is not distinct from being in an accelerated frame. And so it being an accelerated frame just makes it's not a force directly. It's just a
Right. But again, the reason is because it has to be that way, bro. It can't just be a force, man. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not due to the fact that it doesn't abide by Newton's third law when you reach that point, because it does abide by Newton's third law if you simply think about it as mass attracting mass. Then it does abide by Newton's third law. But it's only whenever
but Einstein was replacing that, but he still wanted to maintain the laws of energy.
Yeah, well, no, mass still appears to attract mass. It's just due to a different reason. And that different reason is that it's not a force. It's the space time itself is being warped, and so it's basically you're in an accelerated frame now. But that's all I was going to say. That it's not, that's not the reason why it's not considered a force.
Yeah, it was a variable in determining that was the theory he was proposing, bro.
Yeah, but that doesn't even make sense because he wouldn't have first came up. Well, you know what? I have to make it not a force now. Let me try to come up with a way for it not to be a force.
No, scientists called him out at the time about that. Like Tesla called him out at the time and called him out for that very thing.
No, no one called him out for claiming that he wants to make it not a force, and then later thought about what it actually is.
No,
He had come up with this idea and then realized.
Tesla called him out at the time for the equal and opposite reaction. That's what I'm saying. Like it was while he was proposing like special relativity. So, like as he was discussing,
did he call him out for that specifically?
Yeah, he said that it would for theory of relativity, Tesla explains that it doesn't work on its face because the equal and opposite reaction would cause the curvature to straighten out.
He really said that?
Yeah, which actually makes perfect sense. That's why I say it, not just because he said it, but it just makes sense to me. I mean,
well, that makes it seem like Tesla doesn't understand what Newton's third law is, but I doubt that's the case because I'm sure he does.
I'll find the quote.
You can find the quote. I mean, it's not that I don't believe you, but I disbelieve that he said that just because it honestly would make me think that he just doesn't understand the law, because that's not necessarily.
Genius, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, but that relationship between mass and the bending of space time is not necessarily a force. That's just a reaction. Like that's and we don't know why it happens. We just know that.
Well, it acts like a force because it's explaining the planetary movement of the celestial bodies and objects. It's effectively a force. So
I'm talking about specifically the relationship between mass and space time, like what mass is doing to space time. I wouldn't call that a force, but it's certainly a reaction. And actually, it's beyond any of it. Nobody knows why it happens. So it's like. But
you're saying that reaction, which would cause an opposite reaction.
Yeah, but he's talking about the forces now.
Yeah. Well,
reactions are forces, but this is a reaction we don't understand. So
there you go.
Yeah, I'm still to see if what exactly Tesla said, because he may have said something like that.
I'll find it.
He also, I mean, a lot of people had a lot of assumptions wrong at the time, and he was one of them. Like people who were assuming the ether and stuff like that. But then again, like I said, to make this claim like about Newton's laws would be kind of, I would think, beyond him.
Pretty simple, man. Like when it curved, like if the curve, it would straighten out. But I'm gonna go grab this quote in a second.
And I've heard people say that before. Well, not people in this community said it before, but to me, it doesn't make sense that would be a I don't know, like that would be an assumption. It just seems like you're talking about forces. So, when this force occurs, it's going to have an equal opposite reaction with, you know, from two directions. But this doesn't seem like a force. It seems like a consequence of something, and we don't understand the reason why the consequence exists.
All right, here it is. Every action is accompanied by an equivalent reaction, and the effects of the latter are directly opposite to those of the former. Supposing that the bodies act upon the surrounding space, causing curvature of the same, it appears to my simple mind that the curved spaces must react on the bodies, and, producing the opposite effects, straighten out the curves. Since action and reaction are coexistent, it follows that the supposed curvature of space is entirely impossible. But even if it existed, it would not explain the motions of the bodies as observed. Only the existence of a field of force can account for them, and its assumption dispenses with space curvature. All literature on this subject is futile and destined to oblivion. So are also all attempts to explain the workings of the universe without recognizing the existence of the ether and the indispensable function it plays in the phenomena.
Okay, so it seems to me he simply just didn't understand. Probably what's more likely, he just didn't understand Einstein's general relativity. Which
you think it's likely that Nikola Tesla didn't understand relativity, bro? I've read it. It's definitely understandable.
Well, I mean, he's still talking about the ether. When did he write this in the 30s? So I mean,
1937, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I would just assume he just didn't understand his theory fully.
Oh, and this was, by the way, this was in the last speech he gave, and it was to talk about how he was going to roll out the dynamic theory of gravity, and he died, and we never got it, which is interesting, right? Because even the Glover should be like, damn, I wonder what he had to say about it, but because we have so many problems in the modern paradigm, right? I mean, it would definitely at least be worth reading it because of all the problems that we discovered.
We don't have a lot of problems in gravity in itself. We just have questions still. It doesn't answer every question.
All right, check this one, right? So we read a great deal about matter being changed into force and force being changed into matter by the cosmic rays. This is absurd. It is the same as saying that the body can be changed to the mind and that the mind can be changed to the body. We know that the mind is a functioning of the body, and in the same manner, force is a function of matter. Without the body, there can be no mind. Without matter, there can be no force. Einstein has for years developed formulas explaining the mechanism of the cosmos. In doing this, he overlooked an important factor, namely the fact that some of the heavenly bodies are increasing in distance from the sun. This is the same as writing a business letter and forgetting the subject you wish to write about. In order to explain this phenomenon, Einstein has invented the quantity lambda. My theory of gravitation explains this phenomenon perfectly. So that was him again referencing this. It was basically going to be his climactic work of his life. What's his dynamic theory of gravity? So that was in 32. Yeah, another one was in 37.
Yeah, in 32, even Einstein thought that his including lambda in his equations was his mistake, and then they later found out that lambda is indeed a real thing in the expansion of the universe.
Yeah, he explained why it was wrong.
No, but it wasn't wrong, as I'm saying. Einstein thought it was wrong at the time. I guess maybe Tesla did too, but it turns out it wasn't even wrong.
It was.
I mean, it's been vindicated since then.
Okay.
It's understood now, but that was the one thing Einstein thought was wrong, but it turned out not to be.
Here's another one. The relativity theory, by the way, is much older than its present proponents. It was advanced over 200 years ago by my illustrious countryman Bolshevik, the great philosopher who, notwithstanding other and multifold obligations, wrote 1,000 volumes of excellent literature on a vast variety of subjects. Bolshevik dealt with relativity, including the so-called time-space continuum, in 1897. Which, yeah, of course, Einstein took his ideas from lots of places, but there's one more. I'm going to read one more and I'll stop reading. But So it might be inferred that I'm alluding to the curvature of space supposed to exist according to the teachings of relativity, but nothing could be further from my mind. I hold that space cannot be curved for the simple reason that it can have no properties. It might reason that it, or sorry, it might as well be said that God has properties. He has not, but only attributes, and these are of our own making. Of properties, we can only speak when dealing with matter filling the space. To say that in the presence of large bodies space becomes curved is equivalent to stating that something can act upon nothing. I, for one, refuse to subscribe to such a view.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like that quote right there is just example of it's kind of dating his ideas, like his because he's not caught up to now, which is that there's quantum fields everywhere, and he's not caught up with quantum field theory, and he disagrees with Einstein's space-time, but we can't deny that stuff anymore.
Well, there's not this magical bridge from relativity to quantum. I'm not sure. I know you think that quantum fields does it. It's definitely the step in the right direction, and it still doesn't fully explain it. And the problem is, the whole background is a field, bro. The whole background's a field. So you have to understand that that is a different framework that is viable. Whether agreed upon or not is different, but quantum field is kind of like a half-assed way of acknowledging it's very possible that you're just still noticing characteristics within the overall field that is the background. That's basically what quantum field is, right? It's just isolated areas per phenomena instead of acknowledging a full spectrum.
No, it's everywhere. This quantum fields exist everywhere, and that's what I'm saying is that the quantum field theory actually is based on special relativity. Like Dirac had to incorporate special relativity when he first came up with the precursors to quantum electrodynamics. So,
like what they attributed to the speed of light.
No, it's not.
Well, the constant speed of light. The quantum uses the attributed constant speed of light. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much the only thing they use from special relativity.
No, they use the field out here. Hold on, let me find Dirac's. Because he actually believed in the ether, but that's only because he thought it was necessitated. But it is. Well, no, but I mean the quantum field.
It's based on the ether, not relativity, man.
No, the ether is not a theory. The ether doesn't. There's no description of the ether that he could have used to make that theory.
Background water.
Math is exactly the same for space time and
there is no
ether.
Math for the ether. What math exists for the ether? That's what I'm saying. There is no model. There's no descriptive model.
Look at it, bro.
Well, they killed Tesla, who was about to release it.
Well, I mean, that's an assumption as well. I mean,
what do you mean? You think he was lying? He said, "This is the most proud of any work I've ever been on in my life." He talked about it in interviews for over a decade. He didn't want to let any of it out, but he said, "Rest assured that once I release my dynamic theory of gravity, it will put an end to, the absurdity that is relativity once and for all." And he never got to put it out, dude. In his last speech, he said, he's finally got it where he's ready to put it out. He's got a couple more things he wants to get perfect because he wants to make it so definitive no one could ever even pretend to invoke relativity again. Then he died shortly after, found with his arms across his body in a suit in his bed. And then a lot of his stuff was taken. And admittedly so, they only returned 13 of the 30 chests or whatever it was. So, I mean, it's convenient, right, that we never got to see it. And if Einstein's so right, it definitely wouldn't hurt for us to read Tesla's critique of it. But it just never got published, man. It never got published. That dude's a genius, bro. I mean, he was a genius.
You're reading some of his critiques of it right now. So, I mean...
Yeah, but I mean, he said... Yeah, but he says when he said that when he released this, it would definitively put an end to relativity. So that's like a really bold statement coming from Tesla. He was a very elegant speaker as well. He phrased his words very elegantly. When he said something, it's it meant something. He wasn't just saying that. He was a genius, man. Let's just be real.
Yeah, geniuses are wrong. Einstein was wrong about things. Tesla was wrong about things. I mean,
I don't think
he's
Einstein
not.
was a genius, man.
Well, I mean, he was, but uh,
Allegedly.
well, no, he actually published his papers, and we actually see what he says about gravity, and we actually tested what he says about it, and it turns out that the test for what he said about gravity turns out to be true, and so we can talk about what Tesla's papers would have said or what they would have done,
The
but
government came and
you know,
stole them, man. So convenient the
well, I
government
know,
didn't
but
steal Einstein's papers. They
yeah,
pushed them
you're
everywhere.
right. You're right that there's a possibility that he could have had something. There's a possibility, but we can't
Yeah.
say one way or the other. There's much more
Oh yeah,
likely
of
to
course.
assume that didn't happen. That he didn't have some huge discrediting of like it's like what would he have done? He could have come up with some sort of test that would have disproved it, because all the tests that have come up to disprove it have just shown it to be true.
No,
So
he was gonna show how he was gonna show the fundamental impossibilities of the mechanism being invoked without there being a background medium. More specifically, like the ether field, a field of force. He was gonna show that you have to have a field of force. Now I hear what you're saying, where you now kind of they're gonna want to bridge the gap from the quantum to the cosmic cell and say there are quantum fields effectively in space. That's what they're gonna end up having to do, and they have yet to really kind of do that. It's kind of been unspoken idea floating around. They're going to have to acknowledge a field of force. But I would just say that Tesla's ideas of it were 100% going to be, because they're just now getting ready to admit it. 2022, and they're just now getting to where they're going to try to bridge that gap, maybe. And he knew about it in the 30s, man. The fact that there has to be a field of force to explain the planetary movement of the bodies, even assuming that the Earth is moving. And like you don't have to. Same problem with or without a stationary geocentric Earth. You still need some type of medium to explain the movement of the bodies in the sky. So that's
why?
why I'm interested in it, because I know the Earth doesn't move, but I know that there's a mechanism in the sky that creates a cyclical nature, and it's going to require a field of force and a substantive medium to do that. And I'm
Yeah,
just
but
kind of interested in it.
why does it feel the force or a medium? Why would it need either of those things?
Why would it need either of those things?
Yeah, why would it need a field of force or a medium?
It's just the only viable way to get the mechanism needed.
Well, like I said, Einstein has described general and special relativity, or general relativity, which describes no medium and no field of force, just the curving and bending of space-time, which is a consequence of
Yeah.
mass existing.
Well, that's why he was
And in
saying
the
that
description,
relativity would never work, because it would require. Because the truth is, it requires a field of force to explain the planetary movement.
I remember reading a few years ago. I think I've heard this quote, the one that you showed from 1937. Supposedly, I remember there being a test that happened right after this time, that happened right before this was published. That completely they completely proved it beyond what Eddington and the precession of Mercury did. I forget what test that was. There was a test that was done right after this, like 1939 or something. Um, yeah, that completely that he wouldn't have been aware of, and he's definitely not aware of all the tests since then. Like we've since then seen black holes and gravitational waves,
No,
more lensing.
come on, man. He would know that anything that was a black hole, or even first of all, we don't actually see black holes, and it's like 5,000 freaking data points and all this stuff. But anyway, it's like he would know it has something to do with magnetism, and that's the only black hole we have that we observe in real nature. And in fact, he said that he was most proud. His most proud of discovery was the rotating magnetic field. He knew that magnetism was connected to everything. I'm super tired though, man. I gotta get out of here, man. Nice chatting with you. Peace.
I guess you're still here, possibly. Maybe Zach fell asleep too.
Wow. Another bad day for the globe. That was brutal.
You serious?
Man. It was like a 3-hour Mike Tyson fight, huh? You okay?
What
Yeah,
happened?
I don't know if you've ever seen Mike
What
Tyson
happened?
fight someone before, but
What happened, Dave?
just kidding you.
He's just
Clean up on aisle 5.
being silly.
We got a deflated water ball. We need a quick mopping and a cleanup on aisle 5 ASAP.
No, Nate.
The water broke, guys.
Witcher was just arguing that Tesla, who had obviously been completely against Einstein's ideas, said he was about to publish a paper regarding basically how Einstein was wrong and what really was causing gravity, and he was bragging about it up until he died, and then he got all his. But at best, that's an assumption. At worst, it's not anything at all. So there's no way to substantiate that, you know. And anybody could say that. David Koresh said that up until he died. He said he was writing the best Bible ever made and it was the ultimate truth. And maybe it was, but he died. But I guess this represents the 3-hour Mike Tyson fight, which I was only here for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Zanuck than anybody else right now. I don't know if he'll be. I don't know if he'll be all right. Maybe he will be.
Zanuck's
I
a
hope
pretty
he's
smart
okay.
guy. Pretty smart guy. He's I was listening to him.
I just hope he recovers. That's all. I really do, honestly.
Wasn't getting anything wrong.
Oh, I didn't say he got anything wrong.
Well, what represents a?
As far as like what he's learned, he knows what he knows, but he doesn't know that what he knows isn't what we're actually living in or on. It's not about whether the model works, whether you know stuff about what the model says. It's about, does the model actually represent reality? And it doesn't seem so in a lot of ways. That's for sure.
I got news for you, dude. The model working and the model representing reality mean the same thing. So.
No, it's not true. Not if it's reverse engineered to make it sure that it works perfectly, so that you can hold on to the idea that it must mean that that's what reality is.
Even if the model were reverse engineered to make it look like it represents reality, that would still mean the model works.
What?
The model working means the model works.
Yeah, but if it just makes it seem like it's representing reality, but not actually representing reality, there's a difference.
You're right. And the way that you make sure that that is shown, or that you display that, is by showing where it doesn't work. You show, okay, well, even though the model looks like it works, here's where it doesn't work.
Or how it could work another way.
Well, no, yeah. If the model works in two ways, you need to find where those models are distinct and then test for that. But so far, the two models of quantum mechanics and general relativity are the two, most successfully tested models of the universe that there are.
I would say that our experience weighs a lot on my end of the argument, and if the model doesn't reflect anything about our experience or our immediate local observations, then that's a big problem, obviously.
Yeah, but you mean our experiences, our assumptions based on our experiences, or our intuitions based on our experiences? Because those are obviously flawed.
The mathematical excuse for why we don't sense any of the movement may be good enough for you. It's not good enough for a lot of other people. That's all.
Well, something that I'm aware of,
and you can say it's a flaw in the model, just alone, and that there's friction in it. Well, there's a lot of things that you could claim about what the model might be doing as far as the friction in the elliptical orbits and all of those things. You can vector math it down to like one smooth motion and get away with the math, making it seem like that's possible, and then making the threshold seem like that's just like beyond, like below human perception. Those things, those things are possible to pass for people that are mathematically minded more so than reality minded, I guess.
I don't know why you keep bringing up math, man, because like I said, from my experience, what I've witnessed is actual scientific tests, or the papers for scientific tests that tested human beings and their thresholds for feeling with their bodies, sensing with their bodies, acceleration. And just like they've tested people up to 43 Gs to see what people could withstand, they've tested the threshold on the small scale on what people could feel and what they could, just make distinct from not accelerating and accelerating. And those values are well established, and the range of those values are well established. So when you describe like the lowest threshold that any person has ever been witnessed observing and tested for observing, that number is like I think it's 0.1 or 0.01. I'll say, I think it's 0.1, but I'll say 0.01 meters per second, just to give a helping hand.
Well, it's a good
that
thing they
still is
found
not
that
low.
out.
That still
It's a
isn't.
good thing.
That still isn't low enough to feel things like the acceleration of the solar system or the galaxy or anything.
Or the
Anything
acceleration of the elliptical orbit.
No, it's actually the orbit around the sun or the orbit around the galaxy. Any of those things. That's way lower than 0.01 meters per second. That's
Yeah,
like
relative.
0.0004 meters
The
per
way the
second.
vector math works with the relativity and the fraction of gravity and all of that works into it. It's a good thing they found that out. So
You
otherwise,
don't
a lot
need
more.
vector.
No,
You
they
don't need
basically
vector
said
math.
if that threshold, whatever it is that threshold represents, it's good that you have that, because I think it's holding a lot of Globers on. Like if they thought that there was a reason we should feel it, I mean, this whole thing would be over if they didn't figure that out, right?
Yeah, but that's one of those things that any of us can agree on.
If we actually could say, if we could show that we actually would feel it for sure, without a doubt, on our side, then this whole thing would be over, right? You agree with that?
It wouldn't be over, but it would be a good point that you guys.
Well, then why wouldn't we feel it? How is it? Well, if we should feel it and we don't feel it, how would you get out of it?
You're arguing with something. You're
No,
arguing about something that you're claiming as like
I'm
conceptual
saying
idea. I'm telling you, we've tested what we can feel.
If we could prove that we would feel it some way, then the argument would be over. The whole globe model would be done because we don't feel it. But you got your threshold.
Regardless of that opinion, right? We shouldn't have to disagree on something that is like can be tested by anybody, any of us, and has been tested by people.
I'm not disagreeing.
But we shouldn't be disagreeing on what the lowest threshold of sensing acceleration is.
I'm not familiar with it exactly how it was worked out. I'm not familiar with exactly how they worked that out, but I think it's a good thing. Otherwise, this argument would be over.
And well, I saw how it was worked out, but I know that if you were to do the test, you would probably do it the same way they did it, because it's how anybody would do it. You just accelerate people at low rates and see what's the lowest that they claim to feel or can possibly feel with their body.
Even just with the axial rotation, that's 1,000 miles per hour. Just because it's compared to the whole, or you're talking about it in revolutions, it doesn't matter. It's still 1,000 miles per hour alone, and it's an ellipsoid, so it's not perfectly circular path.
Yeah, but what body that feels speed on its by itself?
1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour.
No, any speed. Like what's in your body that is going to tell you how fast you're moving?
We've got an argument there though, because it's already an elliptical. We're talking about a constant acceleration, which is different than a consistent velocity, right? Constant acceleration is not the same thing, and it's elliptical,
right.
so there might be variations.
Right, you're right.
And there are variations in the spin itself, just with the spin alone. And then we have a different direction of an orbit, and we can stretch. I know the orbit's really long. I know it's a really long orbit, so you think that The amount of acceleration
Just stick to
really
one
wouldn't
thing for
matter
a
that
second.
much.
Rotation.
But we're talking about numbers that are so big, we don't have any idea what the effect would be. You could say the threshold is perfectly worked out
We're
with all
not
those
talking about.
different.
Let's stick to one. Stick to one
But
thing
I don't
because
think that.
you're.
I don't think that. At least in my common sense, intuitive interpretation at this point, since I don't know that, I'm not going to look into it right now. I'm not going to look into exactly how they did it. My intuitive sense is that it was worked out so that the globe model could stay alive, because otherwise it would be done.
Well, that's not an intuition. That's an assumption. And regardless of why you're assuming that,
That's my guess.
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because
I
we're
had
going
to
to stick
guess.
to
I
one
had to guess
point.
right
We're
now because that's where
not going to
everything
do the
else.
5 points. Just one point you said at the beginning about the rotation and the 1,000 miles per hour that you says that the acceleration is changing. Well, if you're talking about the 1,000 miles per hour, which I just said, like there's no way you can feel motion. But then you said, oh well, there's acceleration.
I
Yeah,
don't know
there's
that. I
acceleration.
don't know that that's the case.
So,
Once we get over,
regardless,
I mean, a plane only flies so fast. If
regardless
you go
of
over what they say the speed of sound is, who knows what the effects on the body might be.
regardless, I'm telling you, you said the speed is one thing, and then you said there's acceleration happening. Well, I agree acceleration is happening, and I agree that you can feel acceleration to some extent. So let's talk about the acceleration. When it comes to the speed, there is no way to observe just speed on its own. So I'm not sure which argument you're going with there, but if you're going with the speed argument, which you dropped for the acceleration, you have to come up with a way how you can feel that. But if you're going with the acceleration, you have to just, instead of describing 1,000 miles per hour, you have to actually describe that magnitude, the magnitude of the acceleration, which is far smaller.
Well, I'm saying that to effectively prove that you wouldn't feel it, then you did that. You're saying they did all these tests on the threshold and everything else, or was it you're talking about? Are you talking about the effects of the body with the certain knots that they would travel with the graviton?
No, the lowest threshold of acceleration you can feel, you can measure in your body.
But to actually prove that you wouldn't feel 1,000 miles per hour, then you actually have to move somebody to 1,000 miles per hour in that same exact fashion, and see if they would feel that, even if it wasn't a 44,000 miles around thing that they were on. Yeah, I mean, you could say the Earth is the test, but you can't really say that.
No, I'm not saying anything. People have flown 1,000 miles per hour in planes, but regardless of how fast they've flown, there's no speed that anyone's ever gone where they've ever measured the speed alone with just their body. Like there's no mechanism in your body to measure that. So
I mean, we don't even have a container. We don't even have a container. I mean, we have an enclosed cabin with the air pressure and everything in a plane, so it's not really comparable anyway.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter about the closed cabin or the air or anything. The speed alone is what we're talking about, and the speed alone, there's no way to measure it. You can obviously measure wind, drag on your face, the friction, the speed, but just the speed alone.
You think there would be, especially because the atmosphere is not in sync with the Earth. You definitely feel a little bit of wind no matter what.
Yeah, but that's something different. That's not the speed alone. It's, like I said, the friction or the drag. That's things that are increasing because the speed's increasing. But
and then I know you don't consider the orbit another direction, like a change in direction.
No, I do.
You do?
I do consider that. Yeah, just like I said, there is acceleration.
Well, you're supposed to be able to feel change in direction.
Yeah, exactly. Acceleration. That's what I'm saying. So instead of describing the speed and the magnitude of the speed like 1,000 miles per hour, you would instead describe the magnitude of the acceleration. Because, we do feel that. So now you just determine what the magnitude is and determine if we're supposed to be feeling that. And in the case of the orbit, we don't. That's way too low to feel. In the case of the what is it? The spin, that's right around what you would feel, but it's in the opposite direction of gravity. So, if anything, you feel it in having a slightly decreased weight. Who knows if you can discern that? 1 pound or whatever. Wait, is it even 1 pound? I think it's like 1/3 of a pound.
Yeah, I'm a bigger fan of Tesla than Einstein. I'll say that. How about you?
Well, to me, I don't pick between my mom and my dad, and I don't pick between Einstein and Tesla.
But I
I
mean,
don't think they're on
Tesla
different.
said Earth was a sphere, though. Like, I don't see what the difference
That's
is
what they
with
say, he
regards to
said.
this argument. Say what? Is he breaking up or is it me?
No, he's breaking up a little bit.
That's what he said. He said. I don't know. I don't know what he said exactly necessarily. Especially if it's something that completely contradicts like common
Is he
sense.
breaking up?
That would be interesting to hear that.
Yeah, she's breaking up. Yeah.
Can you hear?
Maybe I gotta leave and come back real quick.
Damn satellites, too much spin.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
That is.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't.
loud and clear.
It seems like you know. I mean, I'm not as big a fan of Tesla as other people are, but maybe they did change some of what he said to fit the globe model. That would make sense, right? Maybe he said that it was a ball, and he never really thought it was a ball. Who knows?
You believe that? You believe that Tesla was a flat earther?
I don't know. I
Do
don't know
you?
what you were saying. I don't know. I don't believe he was a flat earther or heliocentrist, but there's debate on whether he was one or the other. I don't know. I
All
can't
right,
prove
but
it.
I mean, what is the debate based on? What did he say that insinuates he was a flat
Yeah,
earther?
but how do we know anything about what someone said any longer when they could change what people say
All
after they
right, then
die?
anyone
Especially
could
if
be a
he was
flat
killed.
earther, right?
He was going against
I mean, this
Einstein.
could apply to anybody then, Dave, right?
Yes, yeah, you sure could. I'm not even trying to make that
Like
argument.
literally, Kosho and I could actually be flat earthers, and what we're saying could be taken out of
I think
context
you
because you
must
don't
be.
know what
You're
anyone's
arguing
really
about
saying.
it. If you're arguing about it, then you must have some doubt about it being a ball.
No, I mean, that's why we're arguing with you about it, because you guys are the ones in doubt, not us.
Well, if we had no point, then there'd be no reason to argue with us.
Well, it's because you guys don't want to. I mean,
Well, who
you
cares?
will
If we're,
argue with
we're so
someone
wrong, why would you care? Why would you care?
even if they don't have a point.
If
Because we want
if
you
we're
guys,
so obvious,
to not
why would we?
fall into these
You're
delusions,
not
man.
gonna win against somebody that's decided that their experience is more important than the math.
That's a good point.
That's one of the
Yeah.
worst. It's one of the worst arguments
Yeah.
that I always hear you guys say, that the reason that we're arguing this with you guys is because part of us believes it. People argue all the time, and they certainly don't believe the other person.
It's not about whether
Like
part
that's the
of you
reason why
believes it.
they're arguing
No, I'm
because they
saying
don't
part of
believe
you
the other
doubts.
person.
Part of you doubts whether it's a spinning ball. Part of you doubts
Yeah,
whether it's on.
I would say you're conflicted. You're definitely having doubts and conflicted, and you're not sure.
No way. No, that's
You,
not
you
why
may have
I come
you
and
may have
like
an ego
debate the topic.
structure that makes you feel very buffered and very strong. That whatever, but deep down, there's absolutely no doubt. Otherwise, you would not come here. You just wouldn't do it.
No,
There wouldn't be any reason to.
No,
What,
that's
just so you
then
can find
the
people
same
that
could
don't
apply to you guys.
No, because this is our
Literally
place.
the same could apply to
this
you
is
guys.
our place. This is Earth Awakening.
This is just a Discord.
You're coming here. We're not going to your servers to talk about the globe.
Because I have friends here. I mean, cause you guys are my friends. That's why I come and talk to you guys.
Well,
But
yeah, but
what
it's
we
about the
talk about is a different thing. I could come and talk to you guys about anything. It's just that when it comes to heaven, this argument is centered around the shape of the earth. This could have been an anti-vax server. This could have been a 9/11 server. It could have been anything, and that would have been the main theme of it. But that's not what we talk about all the time. That's not the main reason I come here. But
All
you
right. Well,
guys prefer to talk
Nate,
about that most
all
of the
right.
time, so that's what I end up talking to you about.
Look, I
But I
don't
would
mean
much
to.
rather want to talk to you guys
I don't mean to assume
about
anything.
something else.
I'm sorry for
No,
assuming
but
if
you
that
guys
is the
were
case.
assuming. You guys were literally telling me why I come here.
No, exactly.
I mean,
I'm
that's
sorry.
beyond an assumption.
I want to apologize.
No,
If
don't be sorry. I'm not
if you're
offended,
100%,
Dave. I'm not offended.
I don't
I'm
know, but
not
I'm saying
offended. I'm
you're
just
100%
explaining
convinced.
why.
You're
Yeah, but
100%
please
that
don't
it's a clone.
interrupt me, Dave. Please don't interrupt me. I'm not offended. I'm just explaining why I come here because you guys were trying to tell me
Fair enough.
why I come here, and that isn't the case. I'll talk to you guys about anything. I like talking to you guys, but you guys want to talk about the shape of the Earth 90% of the time, so that's what I end up talking to you about. But
Right.
I would much rather want to talk about something else.
I got you. I'm just saying, if you're 100% convinced that the ball model's exactly what we live on, and there's no doubt in your mind, then fine, that's fine. I thought that there must be some doubt if you're having these conversations. That's what I would assume, but I didn't mean to assume.
No. I mean, I have no reason to doubt, but my mind is open to possibilities. You know, we don't know everything. Nothing is 100%. You know, my mind has that 1% open to possibilities, but there's no evidence, concrete evidence that says I should entertain these possibilities as serious as you guys do.
Well, take the argument that we were just going back and forth with about the threshold, like that's good enough for you as far as the threshold of what we would feel, right? That's fine. But there's something just on that basic level. If you didn't know about that to begin with, you might think, oh, maybe we should feel it. I mean, that is a lot of directions, lots of speeds, and there's orbital, acceleration changes and all these things. You might think that, no, assuming
Not
that
really.
you're going to live your whole life without feeling any possible movement. I mean, are you ever worried that there's going to be some kind of like space collision or some kind of space? Like, wouldn't you be worried if you thought we were doing all these hauling ass through space, that there might be some kind of possible, bump in the road that could fuck us up?
No, Dave, because there are other things that tell me my senses have limits, that my experience of reality is limited. The fact that I can't see a bullet fly through the air, the fact that my dogs and rabbits can smell things that I can't smell, hear things that I can't hear, that already tells me, my perception of reality is very limited. So there might be motions of the earth that I can't feel.
No, I know.
That's a
I
given.
understand.
Come on, man.
I understand the reasoning behind it, but I'm thinking that maybe that alone, for anybody that gets into this discussion, not you necessarily, but anyone that's in this discussion, the fact that we can't feel it, the fact that it looks flat and stationary locally, that alone has to put some doubt in someone's mind that maybe this is a reverse engineered model that we're talking about here rather than reality.
Well, someone that, just off the bat already questions their reality and, is not trusting of authority or what the mainstream says the nature of reality is. Yes, if I was someone like that, then maybe, but even then it's a big maybe,
Yeah, but you already know that the
no.
government lies. You know the government lies about things.
I know, and I also know they tell the truth about some other things.
Right. So it's not 100% that they're, telling
it's
us
not 100%, but I don't need the government to come to the conclusion that Earth is a sphere. I don't need NASA.
Sure, but you also could see the benefit if they convinced us it was a sphere, how they could benefit from that, right?
They could, but I don't know how they would be able to do that. I don't know how they would be able to trick everyone into believing Earth is a sphere.
It's amazing. You're right. You're right about that. It is impressive.
How could they benefit from that?
You can't imagine any way. I could tell you a list of them. I could tell you a list of them, but you can imagine them too. Come on, you've heard all these arguments. More land, more resources.
People make songs about why they want to answer why do they lie.
Why would they lie? I mean, but just in general. I mean, it's logical right there. If there's more land, maybe there are outer pounders. Maybe they had a treaty. Maybe we can't go outside a certain area, so they made up a fantasy for us. Maybe there's more land. Maybe there's more resources. Maybe there's. I mean, it intellectually stifles people, because if there is an answer to what's going on that's not the answer they're telling us, then lot less likely that the genius that's born into the world today isn't going to explore those options because he's told the model's correct, right? So there could be significant things about our existence that could be found that aren't found because those people aren't even focusing on the right thing, baby. Lots of things that, you know, could benefit from finding out the truth, and a lot of benefits they could have from telling us a lie.
Yeah, but if the world was bigger and they didn't want us to know about it, and there's more lands and they wanted us to think that there was less and feel more confined, I would not make up a fictional space universe that tells them that we actually can travel vast distances and we're not limited to the Earth at all. I wouldn't have made that up to begin with because all it does is it just adds questions and makes it. It certainly doesn't make me think that the world is limited. It makes me think that like I said, like we have we can travel wherever we want. I would have just made it. I would have made it seem like the Earth was a snow globe, and there's no way to get beyond the walls that are Antarctica, right?
Maybe they did do that for a while. Maybe they got sick of that and they decided to make up the space religion. I don't know. Maybe they went there. Maybe they're about to go back to the we're inside the walls and you're trapped inside this area. Maybe they're about to go back to that. Maybe that's why they if they did roll out flat Earth, maybe that's why they did that. Who knows? But why is it? I mean, if people are actually going to space and traveling, far away, then it doesn't even matter. That question's moot. But
yeah, but then it makes that
actually doing that. So
it makes that reason not make sense. So just like it makes it not make sense even more if they were gonna revert back to the wall thing and saying that the Earth is flat. It would make less sense that they made up the whole space thing to begin with.
Now, I can't make sense of why they're doing it, other than that more land and more resources and controlling society and limiting intelligence and all those things. We know exactly how it could benefit. You can imagine all kinds of ways it would benefit them. Just for people not to know that their own reality is exactly what it is. There's lots of things.
Some good ideas. Yeah, no, but all those reasons, if those reasons were real, them making them believe like it was a globe instead of flat aren't good ideas. Those are bad ideas. Those are ideas that make their whatever the purpose is.
No, the purpose isn't just to make people feel like there's no other place to go. That's not it would be that there's no place local that they can get to because they have to pay their life's fortune to get on a ship and go somewhere. That doesn't make the common man feel any more free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, if the Earth were more vast, there was more land, I would just tell them that we were trapped here. And if there was, I don't know what the other reasons were, but I don't want to turn into an argument. Why would they lie?
Even if it's a globe, let's say, even if it's a globe, don't you think there's a possibility there's a lot more land even on the globe that we don't know about?
Yeah, there's probably is more land that certain people, whoever knows about that land, doesn't want people to know about.
Yeah, there you go. Hiding land even on the globe.
Yeah, but all you have to do there is just not tell people about that place. I'm sure there's water there. You wouldn't make up a whole idea about space and all sorts of stuff. But
well, anyway, the point is that you agree that they would be hiding land for good reason, right?
Well, yeah, but hiding land could be that could be a thing that's happening, hiding land. But pretending the Earth is a globe in order to do that is completely unnecessary.
Well, there's all these other things, but that's just part of it. That's just a part of it. Hiding more land is just a part of it. Then we got the whole, philosophical difference in the way that the heliocentric model might make one to, interpret the world, as well as, just any other esoteric reason that they keep knowledge from people. I mean, come on. There's lots of reasons. I mean, we all accept that the government.
Why take pictures of Earth from space if you're hiding land? Like, it's stupid. It's dumb.
Well, there is no pictures of Earth from space. Is the first thing I'll say. But regardless,
but I mean, why claim? Why claim even? Why make that claim that we have pictures of Earth from space? This is
Well, that's what I'm saying. They claim it and they show that there is no more land. Here's all the land. here's the picture. No other land to see here. That's why they would
Can you
take it.
can you just show a picture of a snow globe from space? It's like, hey, look, there's no more land, and also there's no way to get out. There's nothing outside of us. We're stuck here.
If you have a better idea, I'm sure you could talk to them.
I mean, if they're listening, then they might go for the next
I mean,
generation.
I always point out, like, when you look at the globe and you see like that one side of the globe is like almost all water. Doesn't that seem a little weird?
No, the Pacific Ocean.
Seems a little bit like unbalanced, doesn't it? Land to the
I
water
mean,
ratio as far as like
I've flown over the Pacific, and I see what I expect to see. A lot of water.
Okay. I'm just asking.
I mean,
Logically, like
ask anyone that's ever flown over that area, or anyone that's ever traveled over that area with a boat. You know, it's
especially
a
if
lot of
it's
water.
bulging, it's supposed to be bulging out in the center, in the way the centripetal force would work, and the way that sometimes people say that there would be all the land masses would actually tend towards the equator. That were the case. I mean, there's so many problems with it. Intuitive problems. I'm saying mathematically, maybe it's sound for you guys, but I would say there's so many intuitive problems that must account for at least 2% doubt in your mind. Otherwise, why are you arguing? I mean, if it's so 100%, there's no reason to argue.
The land masses move around because of the tectonic plates, though, not because of the centrifugal force. Like there's probably a slight influence by the centrifugal force, but the tectonic plates are what causes the land to be where it is. So I don't know if that's a fair statement. But also, if you look at images of the Earth from space,
We have continental drift, though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, do you believe in Pangea?
Yeah, Pangea was a thing. There were certainly other continental makeups. And even if you look at the Himalayas.
I liked the growing Earth theory, by the way, for a bit. I was thinking that made sense. You ever heard that one?
No, I haven't heard the growing Earth.
All land. Like, think about the Earth being all land. And if it was a ball, and then the water just it cracked and the water came out and spread everything out.
It's funny. It's kind of cool, but I studied geology. I was tutoring this guy for geology before, and so I had to do all his homework and read his textbook and all that stuff. And then you learn about the actual, movement of the land and how it's made up the rest of the Earth. It makes a lot of sense. There's no need to make things up or something. Like the tectonic plates, for example, the makeup of the mountains and stuff like this. This kind of stuff doesn't make much sense on the flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like, why would any of those things exist? Like the flat, like the shifting and
I know,
the law.
Crazy. I agree. It's crazy to think about. Like, why do we exist? You're right. Why does it exist?
It's crazy to think about. They're interesting things to postulate, but it's also interesting to consider. What is the Occam's razor? Like, what does Occam's razor lead you to in these cases? Like,
Occam's razor would say, the reason I don't feel like I'm spinning is because I'm not spinning.
hold on 1 second. My AirPods. Give me 1 second. God damn. Mic 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened? Said disconnected, but oh well.
What?
Anyway, yeah, we talked about the a little bit ago, but I mean, if you were curious about the thresholds, I mean, you would test it as from a human perspective, like, and also um, if you disbelieve what they had measured or claimed to be the lowest threshold, I mean, you could simply redo the test or find some something that counters that test that easily shows it not to be the case, to show somebody feeling something less than that. I can
There would
see if I
have
can
to be a
find
lot
that.
more for me to go through that trouble. There'd have to be a lot more convincing things about the globe model that would make me think that it's possible that we're actually on a spinning ball again. Then I would start looking into those tests a little more. Like, okay, let me see. Does this actually check out too? Like, it's not enough check marks on the globe side for me to even think that'd be worth it. To be honest.
You're right. Yeah, right. I mean, it's not your responsibility, also, but at the same time, if not you, then surely there's someone out there who, in this space of blatant dishonesty or blatant dishonest claim that there's some minimum threshold, they would just show it not to be true. Because I mean, it's just not just you or me. I mean, everybody is. Everyone has the opportunity to discount this, but
sure.
Acceleration.
Did you find anything that what it was saying is interesting at all?
Not quite. Let me think. Oh well, no. Witsit got a lot of things wrong. That honestly, because I don't know what they were talking about earlier, or the mass and charge ratio. But I had been arguing with him last week about something, and I brought up to him the mass to charge to mass ratio in reference to whatever we were talking about, and it didn't sound like he knew anything about it. And then now he's bringing it up to Zanuck, claiming that that's actually what mass is. It's not. That's what weight is. It's not mass. It's just mass to charge ratio. But that also is not true. I think he's saying that because of the spectrometry, mass spectrometry. But obviously, it's not the case. Weight is not mass to charge ratio. Oh.
So there was nothing else interesting about it. He just got some things wrong. Is all you have to say.
I mean, that was the only interesting thing about it. I only listened to the end of what they were talking about. I can't think of what else they were saying other than what he was denying what weight was. Then I came in whenever he was talking about that.
You should go back and listen to some of those other points. It'd be interesting to hear what you have to say about it.
What were some of the interesting points?
Oh, there's a bunch of them. You have to go back and listen to it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to try to reiterate it all.
You don't have to, but I mean, I'm only asking because I'm assuming if they were interesting, there might be something.
Well, actually, I thought you were chiming in to correct Zanuck on something that I didn't follow myself, so I would have to go back myself and re-listen to it.
I was trying to help Zanuck because he kept there's points I would have made that he didn't, but yeah, because there was another thing they were saying about how charge. There's a relationship between charge and density, but that's also not really the case. Or conductivity and density. Like even if there's a slight correlation, but it's not with density alone. As density can make a difference in certain materials, but really not that much. Like that's why I try to tell Zanuck that noble gases, for example, the masses will get larger, densities will increase, and the conductivity is still less than most things that are less dense and much smaller or much less massive. But you compare like the conductivity and something like, I don't know, xenon and lithium, for example, and it's not like xenon is more conductive than lithium. So I don't know.
What about the thing at the end with Tesla and what he was saying about gravity?
No, that's what I was talking to him about. Was
yeah.
What he was saying about gravity. That's what I'm saying. That's what I told him. I said if Tesla had said that gravity is a contradiction and a refute of Newton's third law, then that to me says that Tesla didn't really understand Einstein's theory, which he might have, but he also claimed that he had written a paper that refuted it completely and had the proof for it and everything, and then he died. And that's certainly really just an assumption, assuming that he really did have something and just didn't post it or didn't publish it.
So either he didn't understand
anybody
it,
can claim that.
What's the other option if he did understand?
That he did understand it, and maybe he just didn't.
What if he did
had cognitive dissonance and didn't want to accept it? He was stuck in his ways.
Or he actually knew something that they killed him for or something, right? It's an option.
Yeah,
right?
but you would think that out of the billions of people that have been alive since him, somebody would have come up with an ingenious test to disprove Einstein. Or Tesla himself would have, instead of publishing the paper, would have just pointed out a test that would have showed Einstein to be wrong. Anybody could do. Nobody has to even be. You don't have to be that great at writing or that great at anything to come up with a theoretical test that would disprove that theory. He could have said that for the 30 years that special relativity and 20 something years that general relativity, 20 years that general relativity had been out already. He could have easily just expressed it.
Maybe they killed more people than Tesla. Who knows?
Yeah, but that's less difficult than writing a paper. You don't have to write a paper to suggest a test. You could have said that. You could have said it to a friend. Just tell people about it, and then that person would know about it, and then they would have announced it. But nobody has come up with a test that has successfully disproven it.
Well, I found it funny when Zanuck was talking to Whitsitt that he was suggesting that he go back to school or go get involved with some kind of career that is more mainstream, because if it is the case that they're lying about the whole model and everything, and then it doesn't comport with what any job that he'd be doing, it's not really a suggestion that you want to make, because it's like he's not going along with what they're saying in school, and it's actually not the truth, and there'd be no reason to go back to school to learn the wrong information, right?
Yeah, but if you want to show people that they're wrong, you got to learn what they're saying first. And if you're right that they're wrong, then you're gonna not only be able to show them why they're wrong, but show them, whatever it is that you come up with that's right or whatever. But
yeah, but there's
a
stranglehold on information. Obviously, like you can't even question these things. A lot of areas, or you'd be laughed. Especially something like flat Earth, you can't even. It's not something that's really allowed in the academic world for you to say that you want to consider.
Yeah, but you can take any idea, and if let's say there's everybody believes that I don't know, everyone believes that cats they can fly or something, or whatever. Cats can't fly. We believe cats can't fly. But if you knew that cats could fly, then you should be able to show us why we're wrong by telling us or by showing us the same way that you got to your conclusion. Whatever evidence or argument or whatever it is that allowed you to understand that cats can fly and that we're wrong, you should be able to show to other people. And so if you're learning something and your teacher is teaching you something and they're wrong and they're wrong, you should be able to display to them whatever path led you to seeing the truth should be available to everybody. There shouldn't be anybody who's incapable of. Well, I mean, there's people that are incapable of understanding, but incapable of at least accessing the same way you got to learn the truth. You know what I mean? Like if an argument worked for you, then it should work for anybody if it's true.
Well, if cats looked like they were flying, but they weren't really flying, and you were trying to convince everybody that they're not really flying. They just look like they're flying. Just believe that they're not flying. Well, no, it looks like it's flying. That's not proof. Can't really prove that it's flying. It's actually not flying.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. That's the same way if we're saying the Earth is spinning and rotating, and you can't feel it, but trust me, it is. Yeah, you'd be right. But that's not the case. People don't make those claims. People don't make any of the claims like that, and then just expect people to believe it. People make claims like that because it's been tested, and they test claims like that because before they test them, there's no way you can be sure. So just the Earth spinning and rotating, those have tests for those.
Yeah, but if you came to me with the evidence that cats aren't really flying, but I see cats flying around all day, that evidence would have to be beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, not even just
that's what I'm saying.
Doubt. It have to be beyond any doubt.
Exactly. And so if you yourself believed knew the truth when everyone else didn't, whatever allowed you to know the truth, whatever argument was convincing enough so that just that you knew that cats look like they're flying around, you knew they weren't, right? This is whatever argument it led you to that. It should be accessible to anybody, so you should be able to present that to anybody, and it's like, oh wow, I see it now. Yeah, that makes sense.
But you have to understand, it's like if we were trained our whole life to think that thinking cats fly, even though we see cats flying all the time, thinking that they're flying is stupid. In fact, it's crazy. And we really shouldn't have anything to do with the people that think that. And it's probably better if we don't put the cats are really flying videos top of a suggestion, even though you want to type in the exact wording of the cat flying video you want to find. And you can't because you have to scroll down through pages and pages just to hide the fact that cats might be actually flying, even though it looks like they're flying and they're not really flying.
It's just funny. But even if because the videos still exist, flat Earth videos still exist, and so because we've talked to each other for a long time, and I've talked to flat earthers for a long time, and the whole reason I started talking to them in the first place was to learn the arguments, learn why they believe, to see why it was so convincing, and if there was anything really substantial. And I feel like I've heard everything possible that could have led anybody to believe it, right? And I don't not believe it because I want to believe the globe or something. It's not from it's not with lack of trying to believe it. It's just because there's not anything, whatever's convinced you, you know what I mean? It's available to me, and I don't, it's not, what I already know is not allowing me to come to that belief.
Coach, do you
think
you're skilled at deciphering truth?
I mean, I think I do try to decipher it. I would say that.
On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the most skilled person that could decipher truth, 0 being 0, where would you put yourself on a scale if you had to?
It's hard to determine. I would guess that would have something to do with IQ and possibly with investigation. I don't know. I maybe a 7. I don't know. It's hard to say.
I think 9/11 was not an inside job, right?
I've never said that.
You believe what they told us about 9/11, right?
I've never said that either.
I think you did.
I've never once said that.
You believe that we landed a man on the moon, right?
I believe that 12 men have landed on the moon, yeah.
All right.
Scott's uncle being one of them. I didn't always believe that.
Well,
but
do you think it's possible? Well, okay, sorry. There was a bunch of new topics brought up, but no, if you want to finish what you're saying, sorry.
I don't think there was any. No, go ahead. Unless your perspective, I don't know if there was more to that.
No, nope. I want to hear Gio.
Well, it's just 9/11 and moon landing are slightly different topics in the shape of the Earth. But I was just going to ask you, Coach, like, do you think it's possible that you're presented with the information you're presented on the globe? Basically comes from Google at the end of the day, and TV and whatever else. So they present that and the models and the ideas and the pictures and the all those claims, and then you have your own direct lived experience. Is what it is. Do you think it's possible that the Earth isn't a globe, but you've just weighed the information in a way that isn't deciphering the truth, but is still sort of validating the information presented? Like, meaning that like, do you think that's possible? That yes, you've analyzed the information, it makes enough sense that it could be a globe, but do you think it's possible that it actually isn't, but it's just that you're kind of going on the side of the information that's been presented?
Well, first I gotta say that the ways the information thing, like went from TV and the internet and stuff. That's certainly not the only, but it's also built on the the way that I understand the universe to work. So there's that too, which is not just from TV or the internet or anything. But regardless, to answer your question, I mean, we all have a model of the universe, and even top scientists who believe quantum field theory and general relativity, and those models may actually not be the truth. They may be flawed in a way or two, yet they still make most things seem like they work. And so, yeah, you can possibly have a model of the world and it be incorrect. However, in this case, yeah, my model of the world could possibly be incorrect, but it would be much, much, much less likely that the model of the Earth is actually flat and not a globe, because that model has already been shown not to be the case. So it's like that model doesn't even fit the criteria that you described. As it seems to work, and it seems like even though it's not real, it makes it seem real. There's so many things about that model which actually aren't correct, are already shown not to be true. So yes, I think that my model of the world could be wrong, or it could be something else, but I don't think it could not be a globe and actually be flat.
Well, what if all of those? What if all of the above? The globe model's false. The flat one that you think that you've analyzed is just not the correct one. Like, you don't have the correct planar Earth model, and so you're just analyzing a false one, and the truth is something that you haven't yet come to yet.
Yeah, that could be possible. But like I said, I told you this before. If that were the case, I would have to then render myself not capable of figuring anything out, and that I'm probably hallucinating some sort of idea of reality, and I may actually have to start my life over. I have to go back to like Adam or Billy Madison style. Go back to
That's like Ruhip when he used to say that. Well, he probably still says it, that if the Earth turns out to not be a globe and be a flat stationary plane, he was saying that he would just think he's insane. That was it.
Well, yeah,
certifiably insane, and that he's just an insane person. That's it.
That would be the most likely scenario in my head. That would be the case. Because like when I tell you, and I know you guys, because you guys say the same thing, that that it's not a globe. Like it. When I say that, I'm saying that because based on the debate, based on the way I understand the universe and the world to work on the most fundamental levels, would have to be flawed, and that would change my entire life. I have to start over.
Well, I think it'd be all right. I mean, no matter what it is, you'll move through it and transcend and rise above whenever that time comes. So
yeah, it'd be fun. I mean, I'd be excited because it'd be excited, but I would have to, like I said, I would just have to say, wow, dude, I was literally wrong about almost everything I ever thought. The way maps work, the way circles and angles and everything. Like math is one of my favorite pastimes. Is doing math, but everything about math I would have it completely wrong. But I'm not. That part of the reason why I don't say it's impossible is because I understand that out of everything that could possibly be, that that is one of the possibilities. If I gave it a likeliness, though, I'd probably give it 1 in a trillion, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, your lived experience, if you stripped everything down to just you know, you were born, you walk around, you look up at the sky, you see some stuff moving, you live your life, you drop something, it falls down, you throw something, it goes up, what goes up must come down. Observationally, there's no, well, I mean, the whole question of curvature and all that, but I'm just saying, like, when you just break it down to your lived experience, would that part of you really be that surprised? Like, oh yeah, there's a ceiling that's moving. I'm on a surface. Down is down. Up is up. Like, doesn't that just seem pretty straightforward? Because like that's the stripped down level, and then there's all this other stuff which 99% of it you've read online, and I'm not criticizing you for that. I'm just saying a lot of this stuff when you look up about angles or about whatever or maps, all this stuff, that's all just been handed to you. You haven't been out there mapping the earth. You're just kind of going off. I mean, I'm not just trying to say that you've just gotten everything from Google. I'm not trying to like use that as some attack. I'm just saying that pretty much everything you know about cosmology has come from the internet.
It's just not true. Of course, that's true or not. That was the first thing I did 5 years ago.
Maybe also books. I mean, not only the internet, books and some other things, but
when I first got into this 5 years ago, it was literally asking that question to myself. I was asking myself, I was like, well, because at first I heard of it, B.O.B. on TV, and I heard about flat earthers before, but I just asked, I was like really wondering, I was like, I wonder if I stripped everything that was given to me by the government or something like that away, can I know for myself? Could I have found out myself that it was a globe? Instead of, is there some way that this Earth could actually be flat? And I'm being told it's a globe. And, would there have been any way for me to find the information that it was a globe on my own? And that's what I was searching for. And actually it took me 2 seconds to come up with a couple of, ideas. And then when I started talking to flat earthers, those ideas, they were like, oh, well, no, the sun's not, it doesn't light up the whole Earth because it's closed and stuff like that. Like, okay, well, I guess that could be true. So you try to find other ideas, but there's other ideas that I didn't get to by looking from other people. I got from asking questions about maps and stuff. I didn't learn about maps from reading about maps. I got from looking at maps and trying to recreate a flat Earth map. That was the first thing I was trying to do when I was in 24/7. I was trying to create a flat Earth model because all the models were incomplete or flawed, and so I was trying to create a flat Earth model. And in trying to do that, I came across several massive, unforgivable flaws that couldn't be reconciled. But like I said, that's from attempting to put that together. Those have never been reconciled for me. Since. So I don't know. I see what you're saying, but it's just for me. I could see why you would say that, why you would ask that, but for me, it's just not the case that it's not the case that I haven't thought about those things or have only gotten that from somewhere else. Because for maps is like the number one thing I always go back to: longitude and latitude.
All right, but that's all.
Doesn't make sense.
That's all secondary information. It's all made sense. It is or isn't making sense on models that you're given. It's almost like Plato's cave. Like you're in the cave, meaning you're just a person on the earth like all of us, you live your life, you pop on the internet, you read some books, you do whatever you do, and you come to some conclusions. But it's like you're in the cave seeing the shadows in a way, just being given
How would you go about? Sorry, Gio, to kind of
go ahead.
clip you there, but I was going to say, Kosho, how would you go about mapping the Earth?
I said this to Don was asking this the other night, and he was saying we never talk about the Earth or whatever, or the maps or whatever. And I was saying, it's like Grand Theft Auto. It's like if whenever you first start playing, and the only parts of the map that you can even see are the parts of the map that you've been to. And so, I mean, I would just start with that. I would start with all the places. And I did this in several different ways in 5 years. Have done this. Just trying to only map the places that people that we're talking to have actually experienced, and putting that information together. You can at least come up with a useful map, a practical map that covers, most of the land on Earth. I mean, that would be the first thing I would do.
Absent any theories of how light works, how would you determine whether or not there's a drop of 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, I mean, the way I always bring it up is using a straight line. Straight line made out of definite points using GPS.
Oh, I see.
That's how I would do it. But, I mean, that's honestly the best. That's probably the number one best way to do it. But I guess there's other ways to do it too. But if you're getting definite points, like certain positions that are created using GPS, then you can certainly use that to make a straight line. And I would just use that to reference the horizontal that you're talking about, that the Earth's dropping away from. And if you look at Jesse Klosowski's data, he does this already. So
it's unbelievable that it's needed a flat plane for it.
Excuse me?
Without it, you cannot do any measurements. Like you just said, you're going to need a flat plane for it. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. You would need something to reference the.
Yeah, correct. The flat plane.
If you. Yeah, I mean, if
horizontal line. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, if someone's claiming a curve, then the best way to test that is to compare it with a straight line. Yeah.
A straight line is required.
Doesn't GPS have the spherical coordinate system kind of built into it? So I'm not saying that's
not
a
as raw
lie.
data form.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you have to actually you have to translate the data you get from the GPS using the globe model, the geoid WGS84 model, to turn it to longitude and latitude. But before you do that, it just comes to you in XYZ. So you just use that. Use the XYZ to make a straight line, and use the XYZ positions to compare that straight line. It's actually pretty, like I said, to me, it's the most definite. They give you the most straightforward and trusting, data.
Yeah, but there's got to be some physical way to prove it.
Well, I consider that physical, but you mean using an actual object, using a
there is
object.
There is a way. They don't like to talk about it because it debunks the notion of this.
Go ahead, George.
Celestial navigation, man. That's where the globe was driven from. Elevation angles from Polaris.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't
That's
work
exactly
on a flat
what
Earth.
it is.
If you assume that the lines of light from any star are reaching Earth straight,
yeah, but I need to do that. Why would I do that assumption?
You will end up.
I didn't claim that. Yeah, but I didn't claim that, did I?
Well, that's what celestial navigation assumes.
Not necessarily. Celestial navigation doesn't assume the sun to be 93 million miles away, because there's nothing to do with distance to stars. It's just from position above your head or not.
Right, but it
and the
assumes
distance
that
the distance to it,
it assumes a straight line all the way to the sun.
Well, all the way to the sun.
Or
it assumes,
Polaris,
it assumes, line of sight, For you to measure the angle, you need to have a line of sight.
Yeah, like Jerry, you could freeze frame the stars at any time. Just take freeze the stars, and there's going to be a GP for every star on the Earth. So you're saying all those lines would have to be curved, or are they all just straight coming down?
It's the path of light, which is hard to figure out what's going on. There's really no way to know.
That path of light is just to confuse. That path of light, to have that deflection, it needs to change medium. Yeah. If the sun is in with the same medium, there is nothing of that is relevant anymore. If the sun is within our system, it's not reflecting from one medium to the other. It's in the same medium. And that is where the debate starts, because if the star is at 90 degrees right above your head, there is no refraction whatsoever. Light doesn't deviate from straight if it's right above your head. And this is with the 90 degree for celestial navigation required. That point, it doesn't have refraction whatsoever. And that is what we're talking about. Where is that 90 degree position of that star? How far away is it from me? That is going to give me my location where I am on the surface of the water. I think it's straightforward. It's called sea level for a reason.
It's called sea level for a reason. What's the reason?
It's level. It's straight. It has a specific vector. Level has a specific vector, like a horizontal. It doesn't curve. It doesn't deviate from that position. That's what level means. The surface of the water is flat.
But don't they need the radius of Earth to calculate what these distances are?
No.
Well, they're going to need a radius. They're going to need a flat plane for a radius. Which is what they've been denying since the Black Swan. All lights are bent. But now they realize they need straight lines. They need their tangent. They need a flat plane that they've been denying all along. The local flat thing that they've been saying, it's just flat locally. I mean, a sphere doesn't have straight lines. A sphere doesn't have horizontals. We just see what we want to see.
You said a minute ago that we've been running from the one thing that the best way to prove curvature or whatever, or show the flatness, was celestial navigation. Well, I used celestial navigation to make this chart that I just posted. I just measured the stars. I used the almanac, measured the stars' position and the position 10 minutes later, and used that to determine the size of the
and how do you do
entire
that?
latitude.
And how do you do that? You're going to need elevation angles.
I used the almanac.
Yeah, and the almanac gives you the GP based on the elevation angles, which is the 90 degree above your head.
No,
the very thing that you're trying to deny now.
It doesn't give you anything.
It already gives you. Now, the almanac already gives you the GP of the celestial body and at the time of that observation. So it's already establishing. It's already established. By giving you those coordinates, already established the elevation angle of that star or celestial body at that time of that day. So it requires a flat plane for that.
Well, the elevation angles are in no way involved in anything to do with what I've posted.
That's why they are in the almanac. That's why they are. That's why they are in the almanac. Listen, the almanac gives you the GP. The almanac gives you the GP of the stars. You need 3 of them. Those 3 GPs, they run parallel to each other, 90 degrees from each other. That's what the almanac tells you. Yeah. So you need to presuppose a sphere from that moment on.
Yeah. So no sphere was needed to do this. I only used the almanac.
Yeah, but the almanac doesn't mention any sphere. The almanac doesn't mention any
Exactly.
sphere.
Right. It doesn't mention a sphere, and it also doesn't mention the elevation angle, not directly. You measure the
It does mention
elevation
angles. Yeah, that's what the sextant is.
Well, it tells you things. It tells you things to add to the elevation angle that you measure, but it doesn't give you any elevation angles. That's what you have to measure, and then use that to determine the distance. But elevation angles aren't involved in what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about just the almanac and just the GPs, because I use this just to determine
That's
the
exactly
GPs.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, just
those
only the
GPs
GPs
to be acquired. Listen, for you to acquire a GP, you need to have the elevation angle, man.
No, you don't. You just need the almanac. The almanac tells you the GPs.
The GP is the 90-degree angle. It's where the zenith is going to meet a horizontal at a 90 degree. The GP is already a proof of a flat plane, man.
Okay, the GP of what you
just don't see
the
it.
first point. The first point you made. The first point you made. When I respond to the first point you made, you're right. The GP tells you what's 90 degrees below the star. That's what the almanac tells you, where that GP is. You don't need elevation angles to tell you where the GP is.
It already assumes to be flat plane. That's why the 90 degree is there. The GP is the 90-degree angle. It already assumes, it does. It's already saying it's plane because that is the elevation angle in order to have that GP.
You can have
the
a 90 degree.
Yeah, that's what the GP is telling you. You just decide to, you just look the other way. You just look the other way. That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not. I'm not even discussing the shape at that point. I'm telling you that the GP.
You shouldn't, because the GP is already telling you the shape.
It doesn't tell you the shape of the surface. No, it doesn't. You can have a doll.
You have
a plastic
wrong
doll.
position.
You put dots all over the plastic doll. You have 90 degree. Hold on for a second, guy. Hold on. You can have a doll or a toy or a weird shaped object. Put dots all over it. Each of those points have a 90 degree above where that point is. It doesn't make that shape flat. I don't know why you're saying that, because
what it makes that shape
doesn't make it flat.
What it makes that shape flat is not the shape, first of all, it's an aspect. What it makes it flat is that the almanac gives you several GPs. You're just going to choose 2 or maybe 3 of them, but all of them require 90-degree angle, because that's what the GP is. When the star is right above your head, the zenith line is meeting the horizontal line at 90 degrees. No matter which position you turn, it's going to be minus 90. It's not going to be 91 ever. Yeah, because it's right above your head. So any position you go around that GP, you have an angle to it, which is less than 90. Yeah. So the GP is already telling you it's flat.
As I just said, the GP 90 degrees, that can happen on any shaped surface, not just a flat surface. A curved surface, a square, a cube. You have a cube and have a GP.
No, you wouldn't have. You wouldn't have a 90-degree angle.
Why? You have to explain why you wouldn't have a 90-degree angle.
You wouldn't have a 90-degree angle on a sphere, man. It doesn't work like that. The GPs wouldn't be parallel. Come on. It's even part of your rhetoric, you know.
No, that's true.
Don't you guys say that light comes in parallel?
Sure, but I agree with what you just said.
So if I'm looking at one star, hold on a second. So if I'm looking at one star, the light of that star is coming straight down to its GP, and then another star also coming straight down, parallel, like we say, light comes in parallel. Why then you change and it's not parallel anymore? The GP?
No one's claiming that
light comes in parallel.
Light from the sun comes in parallel.
I thought it was light in general comes in parallel.
Well, why would you think that?
That's your claim on the globe, man.
I would say light from the sun comes in parallel. Now you're talking about
comes in parallel. But even if from the sun, well, hold on a second, even if light from the sun comes in parallel, why would you use the sun, the sun's reading, elevation angle, several times, only minutes apart, and those GPs, they'll need to come parallel again.
And nobody claims that
On your
GPs
globe
are the
model,
times.
those GPs half an hour apart, they're not going to be
Point,
parallel
man. I'm trying to
anymore.
respond to your point. In the middle of responding to your point.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Anyway, yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate
I
that.
think it's you breaking, and one of us is breaking.
No, you take a break and I start speaking, but it doesn't matter. The GP and the GP, nobody claims those are parallel. Matter of fact, they're all, none of them are parallel.
Mic check. Is it me or him?
No, I said none of them are parallel. Nobody claims that they're parallel.
They are parallel. That's what the almanac tells
No
you.
one claims to.
Yeah, from you, the observer, you need to observe these three celestial bodies or two, and you need to have 90-degree angles to them. So they also have 90-degree angles between them. That's how it works.
That's the reason why you measure the angle, is because the angle tells you how far away they are from you, because they're all going to be different.
Yeah, angle.
Nobody
It
claims.
requires a flat plane.
Nobody claims
It
those
requires
90-degree
a flat
angles
plane
are
for you
all.
to measure that angle, man. It's an elevation angle. Elevation from your plane. Simple.
You're talking about the
It's
zenith
not
angle?
complicated, man. It's not complicated, man.
No, the elevation angle is an elevation from your horizontal, and it's 90 degrees minus that is your zenith
Yeah,
angle,
it's your
which is what you need.
your zenith line. Your zenith line is it starts from the horizontal and goes up. That's your angle that you are measuring. That imaginary line. It requires that horizontal to meet the vertical at a 90-degree angle, obviously. But not just one star.
You have to give me give me 2 minutes.
At least 2 stars you're gonna need to do this.
Give me 2 minutes because I gotta do something very quickly. But
okay. Go.
I posted this chart, so in 2 minutes you can look at this chart. I posted this chart because I use this using the almanac, and I just measured the star's position, and it's measured 10 minutes later, and then determined the distance.
You already assumed to be flat. Yeah, I know. Not just you.
No, this is not. This chart is not assuming anything. This chart is literally just measuring.
It already
its
has
position
the GPs on it. Already has the GPs. The position over the ground. It already assumes the ground to be level. Hello, oceans level. Your chart is just confirming what I'm saying, man. For you to have those readings on the ground, it needs to be flat. Believe it or not, your model was driven from a flat plane. You don't have a model. That's the problem. It was fun to listen to these guys in the morning, begging the question all the time, through and through.
Just give me 30 seconds.
T minus 10, 9, 8, Ignition sequence start.
Houston, we have a problem.
Abort, abort.
We can't go to space. We gotta send them some lies. Pick up
Yeah.
some CGI.
The clouds are not in the right position yet. We cannot take off yet. We need to wait a bit longer.
I watched First Man. It's starring Ryan Gosling, and it's about Neil Armstrong. And like, did you know that his like 3-year-old daughter died of like brain cancer? Fucked up, man. I was like, I didn't know that. Jesus.
That gives lots of speculation, man.
Yeah, but what the?
If a daughter of someone dies, in a conspiracy like that, I mean, it's a big prize to keep your mouth shut. If you want to talk about conspiracies. And we're talking about the second man to walk on the moon.
Who was the first guy?
Huh? Oh, you're talking about Neil Armstrong?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Now I was talking about the second man, Buzz Aldrin.
Oh, Buzz.
He's the one who's been blowing the whistle several times. He tries not to say what he says, I didn't say what I said.
Anyhow, I couldn't speak a second ago, sorry. I was just asking you to hold on. But yeah, I posted that chart because I created it regardless of what you said about elevation angles or parallel lines or anything like that. The almanac simply tells you where the GPs are. And the almanac is used to do celestial navigation. It's used because it's accurate and accurately will have you make positions. And this is before.
Yeah. Can I just say something?
You can imagine if it's flat or a globe. Now,
can I just add something?
No, not yet, because I trying to express.
What are you going to mark these GPs?
Yeah, that's fine. You can ask me a question after I make the point, though. Okay. The point is that I'm using the accurate almanac, not the elevation angles, just the almanac, to mark these GPs 10 minutes apart. And 10 minutes apart, the latitudes stay the same because the latitudes stay the same all day, and the longitude changes by a little bit. And measuring the distance that is traveling across that latitude in that 10-minute period, I multiplied it by 144 because that's how many 10-minute segments are in a 24-hour period. And
what is traveling?
That star. That's the star. The star's position moves the certain distance in 10 minutes. Yeah, so I measured what that distance is in 10 minutes for each of the stars, multiplied that by 144 for all the stars, for all those latitudes. And what that tells me is in 24 hours,
hold on a second.
Which is the
why are you considering the stars to be moving and you to be stationary?
I'm just talking about the stars' positions, the GPs, the stars.
Yeah, because that's what the almanac says. No, because that's what the almanac says. Yeah.
Which we
you need to consider the Earth to be flat and stationary in order to be these readings, and it's the stars above that are moving, not the ground. That's why. That's why on the following step, on the next step, you cannot go back to a globe because it says at the beginning, for all intents and purposes, your reading, it needs to be flat and stationary.
I haven't said anything about a flat or a globe
and
yet.
those GPs that you're talking about, on the almanac, you're going to write them down on your chart, which is a flat plane.
Listen, I'm going to make the point now so you can argue with that, okay? Because I haven't made the point yet. Still, the point is, I've measured the positions using the almanac 10 minutes apart, same latitude. I used the distance on the longitude that it traveled in 10 minutes and multiplied that by 144 because I want to see what the distance is in 24 hours because that's when it makes its entire path. And in 24 hours,
Now that's begging the question.
the right column is the entire distance of each latitude, whether it's flat or a globe. That is the distance of the latitude. And it turns out that
that's begging the
biggest
question.
latitude. How's that begging the question?
Because you are begging the question of orbits, man. The sun's path is not the same every day. It moves every day. It doesn't rise at the same time. It doesn't set at the same time, regardless which day of the year it is. So you're begging the question. You're begging the question of a sphere. You are.
This has nothing to do with the sun.
That's what you're saying. You measure in 360 degrees.
Not.
Listen, if you're using the sextant doesn't use more than 90 degrees. I've explained this already.
Use a sextant.
You have you are using the instruments for the sextant. This is the almanac. No. The almanac is giving you positions on the ground. The GP is a ground position or geographical position. That's what it is giving you. Those geographical positions of the stars that you are observing, yeah, the almanac is going to give you the lines of longitude and latitude, which you're going to refer to your chart that you are navigating, which is a two-dimensional plane. Yeah, and you're going to have straight lines to them. You're going to draw your circles of equal altitude. Yeah, that's what you're going to do. You need a flat plane.
You're not listening, man. You don't have no idea what I'm talking about. You're talking about something completely different because you don't know what I'm talking about. If you knew what I was talking about, you wouldn't have brought up a sextant because I didn't describe making measurements with a sextant at all. I described using the almanac.
What is the almanac for? What is the almanac for?
Listen, dude. Just listen. It would pay if you just listened. You're not even going to be a part of this conversation if you don't know what I'm talking about. You're just talking about something completely different. Okay? Yes, the almanac is used for that, for celestial navigation. However, the way that it's used for that is by giving you the GPs of the stars for any given moment. That's what I was using it for. I was using it for just noting that position of those stars for any given moment. And all I did with it, and for the sake of this graph, for the sake of this chart, was mark its position 10 minutes apart, not measuring anything with a sextant, marking the position the almanac says the star is, and then marking the position it says 10 minutes later.
Position on the ground.
And what it says.
Position on the ground.
Position on the ground. That's right. And when doing that, I'm measuring the distance between the position is on the ground 10 minutes apart, and then multiplying that by 144 for a full day. Because in a full day, is when it starts at that same position again.
Why would you jump like that?
Because that's what it does. That's what.
What are you trying to prove with this? What you're trying to prove with this way of doing things? Because this is not how these things were made for. The almanac was made for celestial navigation. Yeah, which is elevation angles, which require a flat plane. You're just going around circles and inventing your own way of using these things, which they are not fit for the purpose that they were created and invented, and they are used today. Yeah, your GPs that you get on the almanac, yeah, by getting those GPs, it's already telling you it's flat and stationary because you need 90-degree angle to have the GP. The GP is the 90-degree angle. Yeah.
I gotta go fix my bed.
So you guys skip those steps and the elevation angles. You also skip the elevation angles. Yeah, you skip the circles of equal altitude, and then you beg the question of a globe: 360 degrees.
You're
60
not,
miles. 60 miles per degree times 360 degrees. There we go. We have a radius. I mean,
you haven't gotten to
the point.
Man. You haven't gotten to the point where you're in the same conversation I'm in yet. You're still you have to get there first before we even talk about the same thing.
You are misusing the almanac.
Stop talking. Stop talking until I'm done talking.
The almanac.
Stop talking until I'm done talking. That would be a good way to do it. Because then you might advance to the point where you're finally understanding what I'm even saying. Because no one is describing, measuring.
I did understand what you said. You
no one is using. You got to stop doing that.
You're using trilateration between.
Just stop talking for a second, man. Stop talking. Okay, because it's not a mystery that the star ends up where the star ends up in 24 hours. It's in the almanac. It tells you the star is at the same position it was 23 hours and 56 minutes later, or 24 hours later, sometime in that 4 minutes. Okay, it doesn't say it's not a mystery. It's not something you have to assume. It'll tell you what position the star is and at what position it is 24 hours later. So I don't know why that would even be there'd be a point to argue with that about. There's no one saying anything about 360 degrees. I'm just saying in 24 hours, it ends up back where it was. And because it does that, you can measure how far it traveled in that 24 hours. You can measure the distance it traveled in that 24 hours, which is coincidentally the same latitude the whole time. So what you're measuring, when you measure the length it traveled in a day, you're measuring a single latitude, the latitude that it traversed. That's the point of why I made this chart and made that measurement. Not to measure the distance to them, but to measure the distance that they're traveling in a 24-hour period. And anyways, as I said, the column on the left, on the right, is the distance it travels in 24 hours. And as expected, for me at least, the ones closer to the equator are the longest ones. The ones that are almost, that number is almost the circumference, the circumference of the equator, 24, what is it, 24,918 or something like that. And what is it? Whatever it is, 24,901 or something close to 25,000. And it gets smaller as you get north and as you get south, as this chart says. So that was the whole point. It has nothing to do with measuring them with a sextant or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's well. Now you understand. Now you understand the point now.
And this proves what exactly?
This shows
this is supporting my point.
What the size of this shows you what the size of those latitudes
around
are.
It's going above a flat plane. Yeah, and we can track it. And obviously, we did. We have the almanac.
The only problem with that is flat planes don't have the properties that the middle part, like the equator, is the widest part, and then parts north of there get smaller, and also parts south of there get smaller. You can't you can't draw that on a flat plane. There's no two-dimensional shape that does that.
Yes, you can, man. Oh gosh.
Okay.
I just explained it to you. It's driven from Polaris, elevation angles from Polaris. As you move away from Polaris, you create your radius, which is distance from you to Polaris. That is your line of longitude, how far away you are from the GP of Polaris, 90 degrees above your head. Yeah. And if you draw a circle around Polaris using that distance, you have a longitude line, a latitude line, I mean, which is a circle of equal altitude around Polaris. And as you move outwards again, you increase your line of longitude, and obviously you're going to increase your line of latitude as well, because the circle now is bigger. That's how it works. Now, you guys, when converted this into a globe, when you came to the equator, you started reducing again these latitude lines, because now it's going towards the South Pole. Because it's not non-existent. It doesn't exist such a thing. So you beg the question. So both poles are meeting in the center. That's your globe longitude and latitude lines, begging the question. But it works perfectly in the north, yeah, on a flat manner, because that's what the sea is. It's sea level. And this is used at the surface of the sea.
Can you give me 1 second? I'm making a picture, and then I gotta go fix my bed. Hold on 1 second, because it's surprising to me that you didn't. I mean, what I should have said, what I said just now, you should have understood what I said. But for some reason, you didn't understand that a two-dimensional shape cannot
perfectly what you said. Yeah.
I don't think you can, but you
it's
did.
It's a position on the ground, man. It's a position on the ground, on the flat plane.
I'm not talking about positions on the ground, man.
Yeah, the GP.
See, the problem is that you don't listen. That's the number one problem. First step is to listen, and then you can understand what someone's actually saying, and then you can actually understand if
you said we can track the GP of a celestial body, yeah, and come back a full circle next day.
Actually, what I said was that a circle that's the wide. If you have a shape where the middle part is a circle that's big, And then above that, north of that, you have another circle that's smaller. And also below that, south of that, you have another circle that's also smaller. You have two circles that are both smaller than the middle part. This can't be on a two-dimensional shape. No way you can create that on a two-dimensional shape.
So it
So
it was you who didn't heard what I said. So it was you who didn't heard what I said.
Well, I'm the one who said that.
Those circles that
I
you're
was the one
talking
who was
about,
describing it.
those circles that you're talking about is distances to Polaris, or if it's south of your equator, yeah, is distance to your South Pole, which is that it's not existing. We don't have a South Pole. So those circles, yeah, are lines of latitude around the so-called poles. In order to have that, you need elevation angles. You need to have elevation angles. You need to be able to see the stars that you're claiming are above the poles, yeah, and have elevation angles to them. And then you have circles of equal altitude around them. So your circles start decreasing or increasing depending which direction you go. Fact of the matter is, no matter how you navigate horizontally towards the horizon. That's how we travel. And at no point you'll have sky underneath your feet.
Okay. So again, it's almost done with this picture. But yeah, what I put on that graph, the column at the end, the column with the length of latitude lines, those are representing the sizes of those circles. Those are all circumferences of circles.
Yeah, begging the question of a globe.
That's
begging the question of a globe.
No, it's not begging the question of anything. It's showing you. It's showing you the size of those circles. They're not. It has nothing to do with elevation angles. Why do I have to keep telling you that? It has nothing to do with elevation angles.
Listen, those circles, like you said, circles. Yeah, they are 2D. Yeah, they are not 3D. They are 2D on the surface. You need a plane for that. They are circles around a pivot point. If it's on the south called pole, yeah, or the Southern Cross, whatever you're referring to, yeah, that will be the reference point you are measuring your elevation to, and creating your circles around it, either Northern Star or the Southern one, yeah, which is nonsensical. We know how the globe model was driven. You need a flat plane for that. You need elevation angles for it in order to have your distances.
I'm not sure why I have to keep telling you that I'm not at all at any time measuring elevation angles. This has nothing to do with elevation angles.
Yeah, you are not, but somebody already did. That's why we have the GPs. You don't need to do anything. I don't need to do anything. Listen, celestial navigation proves it. I don't need to do anything, man.
We don't have GPs because of
you are arguing against celestial navigation. That's what you're doing.
No,
I'm not. Even realize that.
We don't have GPs because of elevation angles. We use
the
GP
do. Yeah.
and elevation angles to determine the distance.
Listen, the GP is the 90 degree. The GP is where the zenith line, imaginary line, coming from the star all the way down to the ground, where it's just above your head. Imagine you are looking through a pipe, a piece of tube, yeah? And the star needs to be right in the middle of it, yeah? Once it is there, you mark your position, you mark your time. So that is your GP, an imaginary line, the zenith line. That line needs to meet a horizontal line, which is where you're standing at a 90 degree angle. That is exactly what the GP is. Just by saying GP and 90 degree, you said it all. Why to beg the question of a sphere after that? It's nonsensical.
Yeah, GPs have nothing to do. GPs are strictly based on the position on the ground. It doesn't tell you on its own.
Line of longitude, line of latitude, X marks the spot.
Every time I start speaking, man. Every time I start speaking. You don't listen to anything I say, man. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You are not listening to yourself,
and then
man.
Hopefully you'll understand where you're wrong.
The GP gives you
where the south part and the top part are both bigger than the middle part. It doesn't make any sense.
Listen, man. The GP gives you the coordinates on the ground.
That's correct. Yeah.
So there you go, man.
What does that have to do? That's what I've been saying to you.
You're going to mark on your chart. Your chart is not a sphere, man. Your chart is not a sphere, man.
I don't know what your deal is, man, but you just don't like you say something wrong about what I said,
Yeah.
and I start
No, I didn't
speaking
say
again, and
nothing
then you just
wrong,
talk
man.
over me. Yes, you
You're
did.
gonna mark
I'm
on
not
your
talking
chart
about.
on the
All I'm
plane that we're
telling you
talking
is
about.
all I'm telling you is that the GPs are positions on the ground. That's what I'm saying to you. The GPs are positions that are on the ground. That's why
Correct,
I
and
used
they
it
run
to
parallel to each
determine
other.
how. All right. I'm gonna let you think about it for a minute. I'm gonna fix my bed. Okay. When I get back,
Yeah, go ahead,
understand
man.
it any further. I'm not gonna finish
Yeah.
this picture with the 3 circles. It's to me that you don't understand that.
They love to beg the question. And the Earth is not flat. Imagine if the Earth was flat. I'm a flat earther, but the Earth is not flat. What about that? It's like when I go to my barber shop. I ask to cut my hair, but I don't want the hair cut. The haircut that he keeps it there. I don't need to bring it with me. Relative density isn't a force. Wow. These guys really think that. Try to force I don't know, a balloon under the water. Relative density is not a force. Yeah, no, of course not. Even the submarines is not a force. Of course not. Force it down. We'll see if it's not a force. It's all about pressure.
happy Sunday, everybody. Or happy Sunday evening, I should say.
Oh no! Now you said evening. Mine
Yeah.
is still morning. Mine is still morning.
Still
I still have
morning.
20 more minutes of morning. Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
20 more
There
minutes.
you go, George. You good, mate? You good?
Yeah, I'm very well, man.
Oh,
Still
good to hear.
another. I have another weekend off, which is good. Normally, I don't have the Sundays off.
Oh, nice, 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 nice. What's been going on here? Have I missed out on any fun and games? What's going on?
Yeah, same old thing, obfuscating, making the
Oh,
question, same old, same old.
same old, same old. Running from the truth. Running from the truth. That's what they do best, obviously. Good to
Yeah, Kosho got absolutely wrecked by Widget before. I mean, Kosho,
Oh,
he was like stuttering and just like he couldn't even keep up. It was awful.
really?
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty much par for the course. That's pretty much
Yeah.
par for the course. He needs to take that refresher course, Kosho. He needs to take a refresher course, right? Get all his ducks lined up again. Get the new information that's out there. All right. He must have missed the latest email with the latest arguing points.
And the
Well,
best
you know,
That's why
part
I
you know
was
was
what
at
that.
they can't do,
Zanuck.
Jerry.
What's up?
You know what they can't do. You know what they can't do, right? They can't argue, right? Bending light, right? They can't argue bending light, Jerry. Like they've got
That's
no.
correct. That's correct. They can't, and they've realized that because they had to change the story. Because if they have bent lights to the horizon, there is no way to measure the horizon. They need a flat plane to measure the horizon. Yeah. They need the tangent.
It all goes back to light.
Well, especially when it comes to all the mapping or observations or whatever it is, it always comes back to that bending light and how they apparently have modeled it just perfectly. Like just perfectly, they have modeled that bending light.